the smokes are still down, holding them out. Gio with the AWP. Is he ready for this play? Because the smoke's about to fade, and he's only just tucking in on the arch side, looking for the kill. Oh, he misses it. VP, they're leaving B as well. They're going to commit. Gio needs his gun out and about, and he's got the shot to Adren. Second chance to stand in this round. Moto Smoke is down. VP going to burst out the apartments, but they won't even get past the entrance. Gio trying to force fights. He's on his second. Eventually, Box is called into question, and he hits a shot. So does Jame. One-on-one here on the site while he waits for those rotations, looking for the orb. Missed shot, no scope, and MDS is going to clean up the round, saving the AWPs for Nemiga. They get away with both of them and recover with 4.
Yeah, this was some great work from MDS and Gio in this round to find it and put a 4th on the board for Nemiga. VP undefeated on this map, but it could get called into question today. It feels like Nemiga have really provided us a lot of answers to the VP problem. And you know, in my mind, especially if this map ends up being another competitive one, I might maybe like change my outlook on this VP Mirage game that we started off with, you know, because I think Nemiga have been doing a great job of like, it feels like perfectly countering the setups VP are trying to run. So they're clearly well researched on their opposition right now.
They keep switching up the setups, which is nice, right? They're not remaining predictable. VP don't know what they're walking into. Every round is something different, and you know that's always nice when these young teams, these hungry teams, don't just play the same style every round. James Scope gets heard by the player on the porch, so we shouldn't see the repeat of the AWP short side. That's SpeedAct now playing in the site. Be execute here. It's going to be a commitment for VP. They've got a front side smoke. They're going to fight towards CT, but there's no one there. That Molotov will hold them back for a second, meaning maybe resmokes will be required here for VP, who are drawing out a lot of time. Another smoke down. This is good utility from Nemiga. The AWP is playing aggressive, and he's got a 2-for-1. Jeo finding Adren and Sanji. Got a chance to back up towards a safe side, and he's found a third as well. Box on the boost finally shows his worth, and Jame, well, it's Jame time. 30 seconds on the clock, and back to T-Spawn he goes.
Yes, back into what Harry would call a hidey hole for Jame. Now, it's interesting. You guys want to talk about, you know, we might have to relook at how Virtus Pro are across one map. I just want to say overall, let's just be honest here. Let's look at Virtus Pro stats for roughly the past 60 days even. It's not like they're winning all their matches against even people within their region. They're losing against Simons. They're losing against your Navis, which is to be expected. Your Hard Legion. Hell, I mean, they're taking L's in Home Sweet Home Cup to Sprout, and that one can't feel good.
No, especially not when you think about the heights that this team hit,
major,
right? And I think, you know, that is where like it kind of matters where you adapt, right? And with VP, I feel like I have yet to see that adaptation. You know, like they switched everything up. They changed the game. They were playing it real slow, and that was working in the early stages of this team. But you know, what makes a great team is the ability to bounce back once you get figured out. And that's why we see the Giants like Astralis always remaining competitive, because they constantly keep teams guessing as to how they're going to approach the game. Whereas before you even come into this, you know, I already know what I'm going to be expecting from VP. And they never disappoint in that sense. It's great that they found consistency in their identity, but it's not necessarily giving them the results they were hoping for anymore.
We see
and I think that's why we see them be so inconsistent, because it's like some teams, this slow style is great up against, you know? Like, if you get like a hyper-aggressive team where you can catch them off guard with this slow style of play, you can wait for them to give you an advantage. But then other days it just doesn't work at all, you know? Like the team will just outweight you and outpatient you. And it's very hard to beat VP at their own game.
This is excellent for Lollipop. He pushes ult, he gets a kill in T-Spawn, and he runs all the way back. And now VP are having to clear this position out. They don't want to execute B because they think they might be walking into a stack. And for a second that was right. There was SpeedAct here. There's now no AWP on B. Or at least, sorry, only one. It's Geo. But yeah, I mean, VP have spent this entire round clearing out map control, trying to figure out where Lollipop is, but he's back in the site, and Speedak is here as well. Double AWP in B. Lollipop, oh, he gets caught. That could force a rotate back. This is good timing for VP. Adren's going to fake the site. He spots a player on short as well. He's just going to try and buy time. He doesn't need to force kills immediately. His team are executing into a 3-on-2. There's another for Adren. Reload in, and now it's the AWP once more for Geo.
Yeah, dancing around this smoke and trying to no-scope through it. Kicker, bomb plant denied, and for Jame, he needs that bomb plant if he wants to win the round, but he can't. There's no time. He tries to put the numbers in, and it's a double no-scope through that smoke. Geo shutting it down, dropping the AWP back into the hands of Speedak, because he's a team player like that, and then reinvesting in one of his own. This double AWP continuing to yield results for Nemiga. VP locked down, shut out, and not given any chance in this round. I think a lot of it is owed to that push from Lollipop early on. It really did feel like that was like a game changer, right? You were bang on, Hugo. For VP, that causes so many problems because you've been waiting at top banana for 30 seconds, and suddenly you realize they might be ready for this. They could have our backline. They could be flanking us. So you're right. They go back. They clear all that out. That wastes so much time off the clock that when it comes time to take the site, they just don't have the time to get the bomb planted.
Perhaps this game is just an appetizer for you for the main courses, which are FaZe versus NiP after this, Astralis and G2 there after that. And that's going to be with Henry, Machine, and Chad Burchill on that last game. FaZe NiP next, that's also exciting. This being a quarterfinal does pack some weight as well, so don't get it twisted. See what Virtus.pro elect to do here. The 1 AK on Jame. Looks like they want to try to make their way into A. They do have Adren in the apartments just smoked off. He's at the very end, though. Little do they know, Nemiga sitting here with 4 and already a pretty aggressive stance towards Banana with Jo. So they have a lot of vision here. Nemiga are getting ready for this hit. A re-smoke of the apartments. That's going to keep Adren in there for a little bit, but it's the Archway that's going to see the action.
The 1-2 setup, the AWP with the rifle on the corner. They run into the AWP. They try and chase him down, and Box peeks from the sidelines with 2. It's 2 each, and it's down to Adren, stuck in abs. He's been re-smoked for the last 40, 50 seconds. So
the whole round, really.
Yeah, pretty much. Looking for anything, and, well, nothing will arrive but bullets. It's MDS to close it. A flawless round, 5 alive for Nemiga as they take the lead one step further. This is working, though. The fact that they're, not only staying competitive, staying in line, but holding a lead over VP. And when we see VP on Inferno, it's their T sides that are so good. It's 60% of their rounds on the T side. So, right now, not doing that. But let's see where things go, because there's more rounds of the half. VP have forced bought back in. They've got a lot of utility, but as a result, they've taken a hit with the firepower. Only 2 AKs.
Molotovs exchanged over at Banana, and that's going to force Nemiga out from this top Banana control, something they've been keen to hold on to in the beginning of these rounds. Box is still floating around, and that's because Gio's lining up this flash to re-flash him back in to take this top Banana control. And now that he's got it, the smoke goes down. This is great from Nemiga. They retake this part of the map. And VP, they're going to try and go through this smoke. They try and pressure Box, and they do manage to find him. Now Gio left to hold the line here versus a VP that are bunched up, looking like they want to try and pick up the pace in this round. A much faster play from VP than we or Nemiga are used to at this point in time. There was almost a chance there for all-mate Gio, but not quite able to find it. Lollipop and Speedak, they've just got to save. There's no chance for them in this round. Bomb plant found for VP, and a fast B play gives them the answer here. In this round where they didn't have much to offer. They had a couple of Galils in play. They had AKs, admittedly, but Jame and Kicker didn't really have much to bring into that round, and they've been able to get an AWP out of it. They've upgraded. You're feeling good about this if you are VP. This force buy has worked brilliantly.
Brilliance, of course, on the cards. Moments of brilliance, even. Just want to remind you all that this entire road to Rio, it's not running on petrol. Doesn't quite matter about E10 or what grade of fuel you're using, because we're running on Intel, baby, and we are running hot.
Fastest in the game,
Fast and furious.
These players know it. 7-6 right now. This game is neck and neck. Money is good for Nemiga, who do save 2 guns in the previous. They get away with a lot more cash, which is always nice. VP, they spent all their cash in the previous, and to good results. They find a fast B rush with 3 kills. They don't lose anyone on that entry. They take the round as a result. Looking to take us to a third here, our Virtus Pro. This is their map pick, and Vertigo being the third and final. It's a map that both these teams play, and I'm sure it should show up as a bit of a series if we get there. VP, can they do it though? Couple of last rounds of the half, and still money for Nemiga to buy both AWPs and rounds. So here they are. James is armed as well. He got a free one off of the body of Geo in the B bomb site prior, so you might see that head-to-head. Kicker's actually posted and flashed up the top of B. Almost takes the kill to one of these AWPs. It will have a chance to back off safely, though. VP taking their time with Banana. They've been beaten up by the utility before, and they will continue to be. That grenade does a lot of damage.
That it does. We're near the end of this first half. Almost there. Helping to split this A site. MDS is able to find a kill on a Sanji. That's putting a thorn into the plans. Adren backs up, realizes, hey, I'm a little overextended. Not much I could do here. They realize that their R site has been compromised. Speedak puts himself out there. That's it. That's the notion. And Box is going to have the picking of the litter. 1 shot with AWP. 2 shots with AWP. Looks for a third. It's James there. An AWP from the first half. Adren.
What?
He's able to get a frag as well. This has turned into a 2v2 rather quickly.
Yeah, Gio was trying to dodge the AWP shot, but there was 2 players there, so the rifle just takes him down. That's a bit of a free kill. He could have backed up and offered a bit of defense towards B. At least got himself a kill, but instead he's left his team to do the job, do the dirty, do the damage, and they will walk through this smoke. MDS waiting for contact. The steps have been made. The noise has been heard. Smoke on the Banana, but they don't need to worry about that position. They need to worry about Jane with the AWP. Re-peek in, and Adren will clean up the round. VP, they convert it. They run back towards B, and I'm surprised they win it. Nemiga, not only did they have the info off of peeking short side and seeing VP run back, but that double setup at B was excellent. Box gets 2 kills, and Gio, maybe he's feeling a need to trade, but when you have such an advantage, you don't need to. You can just fall back into B, play your position, play your role, get 1 kill, trade out, and then let your team win the 2-on-1. That's like worst case scenario, but instead he tries to bait the AWP shot, and he walks into the rifle of Adren that gives VP away into that B bomb site. You know, he has been a standout player for this team in this series, but maybe the confidence is too much. We'll see. James right now feeling confident, trying to fight mid with the AWP. There's one on the other side. Speedak checks, but James tucks, and he won't see anything. Kicker finding first blood up B, dropping the AWP. It will get retrieved, but a missed shot again, and they're getting closer and closer. By the second, the no-scope's up for Boggs. He's looking for more damage onto Buster. They're going to try and commit with a bomb here, but through the smoke, Boggs is trying. He won't be able to connect anything more. This plant can be allowed for VP, and even though they're late to the party, this is a great party for VP, and Nemiga, well, they got the wrong address. They're still at A.
Yeah, they're a long way away, and so this is going to leave a lot of pressure on Nemiga to go fast when they do arrive at this side of the map. There's still a smoke on Sanji as well. He can even drop that in towards CT, and that is going to buy even more time for VP. At this point, Nemiga, they either need to go through this smoke or all group up and head in through ruins. Time is the real enemy in this round, and it's already ticked so low on this bomb as these players are arriving. If these kills aren't damn near instantaneous, then the round might fall apart on the back of it. And Adren with a stellar hold, 3 kills in a matter of moments. And VP, they narrowly win out this first half, leading the charge 8-7 as they go. Join us after a quick break. We'll be back with the second half of play here on Inferno.
passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
To the edge and come along. Oh, hey guys, didn't realize you were all back here. My goodness, you caught me singing yet again. Yeah, that's some good stuff. Not as good as Sarah, but of course not as good as this matchup either. Virtus Pro taking on Nemiga. And now on the second map, we look towards potentially a third in Vertigo, but for the time being, Nemiga just need to close this one out on Inferno. And Virtus Pro, well, they are certainly showing that they are capable of losing today. I have Harry and Hugo with me, and we're going to continue to see if that is the trend that follows.
Looking like a winning team, though, right now on Inferno, right? We talk about how good their T-side is on this map, and they're 8 rounds up at the end of the half trace. So I wouldn't count VP out of taking us to the 50-storied map that is Vertigo. Maybe 51, maybe even 52, who knows? Either way, it's pretty tall, and it might be a tall order, but VP, they're up for the task. They are a map down in the series, but on their pick, 100% win rate in 2020 on Inferno. That's not me playing with numbers. 9 out of 9 wins for VP against pretty decent opposition as well. No tier 1, other than Na'Vi, which they also did beat. And Na'Vi knocked out of the group, not in the playoffs here, which is where we find ourselves, the quarterfinals of the CIS region. Things are getting exciting. The winner of this is going to be going on to a semi-final to play versus Spirit in 2 days' time. That's on Friday.
Well, Harry, what kind of day are you having?
Oh, my, great day. It's a great day for some Counter-Strike. Trace and Buster, well, he's opened this round up with a kill already. And a bit of re-aggression from VP. They all group up, they go down mid, and they're thinking, this is hilarious, guys. We're behind them. We're going to shut down the beat. Wait, hang on, they're in apartments. Oh, dear. And now this A-play's come in. Lollipop has spotted all these guys moving into the apps. He's taken up a bit of an aggressive foothold himself, and he's actually chasing this kill down. Now, he's caught a great timing into Boiler. Dren doesn't even look to be considering it. And
What?
Dear, that's not what you wanted from Lollipop. MDS, it now all falls to him down in the pit. They're everywhere. They're in the ceiling. They're in the vents. And it's going to be Buster to remove him. Pistol round for VP as
Easily.
a 9th on the board.
Easily the whiff of the day so far.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll agree with that one. I think that whole round is the whiff of the day for both teams. VP, like they think it's B, and I don't blame them. Buster gets a kill. They get smoked off at B. They have a quad A setup. They go, yeah, let's push mid. Let's flank banana. And then Nemiga jump out of apps. Like, great misdirection from Nemiga, but they're not going to win the round. I don't think they were ready for VP to be so fast on rotation and to have the site so clear. We have a B rush here. The buy is looking likely as Nemiga want to go fast up the top of B. Oh dear. Too hot to trot and into the grenade. There is nowhere that is safe for Geo.
2 HP. Might want to use that nade and be on with it. At least drop the MAC 10 over to Lollipop. He has got full head armor. Either way, they're playing around this smoke, and this could just be a one bullet from Dren to stop somebody.
Nemiga gonna bail. They've gone back to middle. They've left Geo in this position, but Logs, known for a position that's often mollied or grenaded, even a flashbang, if it hits him, will kill him, and that certainly will. The fire at his feet, and, well, he won't stand through it.
Yeah, but look at the banana aggression on the other side of it. Virtus Pro know they have a weapon advantage here, and a number advantage for the time being. They're going to try to jump out and clear box. Excuse me, a Dren. He's only good for the one before it all falls apart.
Oh, can't commit to the reload. No time for Buster. He's got to get these kills. He's got to offer some support here for VP. The SMG through the smoke. Sanji with a blind kill. He's down low, but the grenade won't finish the job. It actually misbounces back into the pool. Ollie's Pop's got a kill on Buster. That's a gun given over and a chance to plant. 30 seconds. They don't have to rush it. They can focus on kills. And this is the kind of freedom that you have if you don't wait the timeout to 10 seconds. You can actually take these fights. You can actually make it difficult for VP. They know Sanji's still here as well. There's info from Nemiga, so a fake plant to force a fight, and they've won it as well. It's the banana flank that could win the round. Kika could stop the bomb right here, right now, but he's been spotted. Now in a one-on-one, and he gets dropped by Lollipop with 3. What an excellent round for Nemiga. What a great call to hit that B bomb site. And, you know, just the fakes, the fact that they have time to mess around on the site and get kills, that's what I want to see VP get away with, but they just don't do that on the T side. They just love, you know, either waiting it out till 20 seconds and then having to commit to the plant because it's all you've got, or losing the round more often than not. So that's a nice force buy for Nemiga. They put a lot of money in it and they get the results. They've broken VP right back to eco themselves. Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, Sanji trying to get a bit of the action with his Mag 7. The rest of VP set up at the B site and in the apartments here. This is a nice bit of range there, nice bit of distance for these CZs to hold. And actually, Jame looking to get even more aggressive here. Does actually get caught out in alt mid, but a kill does come in favor of VP over at the B bomb site. It's Buster dealing with one. This weapon will be irretrievable. There's still this 3-man stack for VP over at B, and so Nemiga right now looking like they might make the right read on this whole situation. Start to send players back towards A. In the meantime, Buster flashed into the top of Banana. Now has this aggressive hold, and this is going to free up these rotations back to the A bomb site, but it very much hinged on Kicker being able to hold the line and buy time for these rotations to find effect. With that not happening, this round should be in favor of Nemiga. Dren still here, looking to make this a messy round for this T side. Arm with the Deeg and 2 players in the site are very, very low. But this is where the utility comes in clutch for Nemiga. They should just be able to keep re-smoking this long side off. And so Dren, best he can really hope for here is to hold on to this Deeg and armor. Maybe find an exit, but I don't think Nemiga are going to want to give one up.
They also have to leave very early, right, because of this health. So got to leave someone back with the bomb. Speedak will do that, at least. Didn't want any shenanigans to go through here. Dren sees nothing but bullets, and Speedak delivers them to him. Nemiga do get out of the apartments and save their guns, save their weaponry. Buster hiding at B. And that's going to be the anti-eco / anti-force for Nemiga. They win a second round after losing the pistol, and the third follows swiftly. Now 4th, more likely than not, with VP having a full eco. USPs, please. And we're looking for double digits for Nemiga. There's still a while, but they 2-0 this series, and that's kind of crazy to think.
you know, something that we've said a few times in this matchup is that VP, they're currently undefeated on this map in the last few months. So this would be quite the feat from Nemiga if they were able to 2-0 this series. That should be the B site now. All secured. VP, they stacked 8. They tried to take a gamble in this round and it's not paid off. And now it probably is just the save on these 4. You know, you can group up down at the bottom of Banana. You can try and take guns away. But ultimately, that's pretty much it for VP in this round. Now, it's going to allow for this investment to come in the next. Kicker, it's going to be a little bit strapped for cash, but the rest of the gang will be fine. But this is still Nemiga taking a lead. They've got an early advantage on the economy thanks to this flawless round. And even then, this first fall by from VP isn't going to feel like it's got all the bells and whistles. And so, you know, if you're Nemiga, you're going to be 10-9 up, coming into a buy for VP that's not 100% of the way there. And if you win that, you put them into this situation where they're just stuck partial buying and ecoing. This is a really good spot for Nemiga to be in. And this is kind of the recipe for them to attempt to 2-0 this series. If they take a hold on the game now, with that little voice crack that was very, very pronounced. If they take a hold of the game now, then, you know, they might not end up dropping it at all. And this is a scary place for VP to be in, especially heading. Yeah, man. Well, you know, sometimes.
Look, okay, leave him alone, dude. Leave him alone. He's only 13,
yeah,
14.
Man.
His body's changing.
You were
his
15
voice.
once too,
No,
Trace.
I was born
48 years ago.
old. I was born 21 years old.
Full on
and,
Benjamin Button.
Yeah, basically. Well, I don't
He's
know.
my
Let's take a
favorite
look
race
here.
car driver.
It's the banana play, of course.
Okay, Morty.
Decided Dominga.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. Well, Box, he's going to open up top B right now.
Who?
Box.
Oh, Rick.
Never heard of him.
Oh, that Morty guy. Yeah.
It's
Anyway.
the old B-Rush Trace. It's Buster alone at the back of the bomb site. He's only got 5 kills to his name, but he's already found a 6th. I say that. I mean, it's short-lived. It's only 1. And that's not a lot, believe it or not. It's going to be a bomb plant for Nemiga. And this is how Inferno can often be. It might be VP's first loss in 2020 on this map because you lose the wrong couple of kills in the wrong time. And you can just lose a round like this. I mean, this has happened twice this half now for VP, where Nemiga just hit B in 20, 30 seconds, and VP have to save multiple guns. Now, of course, VP, when they have the money for utility and they can run that triple B setup, it'll be a different case entirely. But VP, they bought here, and their backs are against the wall. They're saving not a lot, and they won't really be able to buy fully round this either. If they choose to do so, all it's going to do is dig their hole deeper. So... yeah, I think at this point, if you're a lot of teams would buy here. I think if you're VP, you might want to eco this. You might want to go for pistol armor on Buster and Adren and save your money so you have a full buy for the next round. Will enable the utility, and considering you don't have a lot of leg room left in this game, buying here could severely reduce that anyway.
Well, I don't know, Julian. I don't know, Hugo. Maybe. Ooh.
That's actually a
That
really
is
good
actually
impression.
an insane bubble.
my kitties. Ooh.
Oh my god!
I mean, sometimes I do think you sound like Bubbles, like without meaning to.
I was gonna say you kind of look and act like Bubbles, but anyway. Molotovs at the top of Banana. Bubbles will be back a little bit later, of course. Trailer Park Boys. But for the time being, it is a hold here. James actually full sending it through. Molly will turn himself into a decorative garnish on the plate.
The old double Molotov. No one is safe, Trace.
Nobody.
Not James, not anyone. No one is safe either. Not in this round. VP are all about the fights. And, well, they might just have to say goodnight instead. Because Gio, he's pushed top B, but Adren with the Deagles drop 1. He can't follow up. It's now an M4 at the back of the site, but no armor on Buster. He's playing the headshot angle. This spot is very wallbangable. And, well, they don't worry about the body. They just get the head. And ahead are Nemiga. 12th round, looking to be locked in. If Kicker can't stop them. And spoiler alert, Kicker can't stop them.
It would be pretty sick if he did, but you know, I guess you could say that about any 1v4 where the one guy is saving. Yeah, there's just no time. You know, he's sneaking all the way over. He's seeing what he can see, seeing what he can find, and he can't see much. And if you can't see much, you probably can't find much. And actually, he just gets killed anyway. So
Ooh.
12 on the board for Nemiga. There is going to be a reinvestment coming in on the VP side, but if they want to keep this undefeated streak up, they want to lock in a third map here in this quarterfinal, it's very much relying on securing an Inferno here. And this is looking to elude them. 3 rounds behind that of Nemiga now. Double AWP board out between Jame and Buster. Maybe that's the solution for VP, because right now it's not presenting itself. There's going to be 3 players over towards B early on, but it's just a bit of utility thrown over from Sanji before he promptly rotates back around. Speedak has actually wallbanged one of these orbs out of the equation very early on. Buster now drops the hint that his AWP is in play, and it's a bit more than just a hint as he removes MDS. So we are back into a 4-on-4. Still a chance for VP in this round, thanks to that kill from Buster.
Yeah, at least it's put something on B, right? It's defended this site, and that has been the stronghold for Nemiga. They've been taking B every round. So now, if they go there, VP are actually going to have a chance to fight back, and they're going to flash aggressively around the corner. Dren's going for it. He's not going to get flashed, though. He just goes in dry. Buster doesn't have the utility for it, and that's a push that has left VP with a one-man defense in this bomb site. One man on either side, but Sanji wins his fight, and actually they're going to double back into him. They know the orb's on B. They want to avoid it. So Sanji, it's time for a big hold. It's time for a big play.
Yep. Your teammate Buster hasn't even begun to make his way over just yet. With that first kill, that's going to help, but now they're going to know where he is. Will he get the third? That does happen. Virtus, Pro, Sanji, more importantly, locking the round down, keeping this game within their grasp. Potentially a third map of Vertigo if Virtus Pro can push us there. Right there, Nemiga, though, really wish that one would have broke down a different way.
Yeah, I think if they pushed the AWP, they probably would have had better success, right? Like, VP kind of giving away the B bomb site there, kind of offering it up, right? Adren getting aggressive while Nemiga had top banana. And, I think if Nemiga just commit, they win. They should be able to trade their way to an AWP, but Sanji has the gun for a spray down, and what does he do? He sprays him down. So, VP given a lifeline in this game, kept in it. That's their first CT round since the pistol, so keep that in mind. Will it reinvigorate them, or will they fall at the first hurdle?
Yeah, is this game set and match, or was it just a bump in the road? Top banana control taken once again here by the Nemiga side.
And a boost as well. They want to challenge on B. Found a little bit of success this way, and why break what's not broken? Wait, why fix what not broken? Why fix what's not broken?
There
Good
you go.
grief, we got there in the end.
Why break what's not fixing? Yeah.
Why break what's
If you can't fix
not
it,
broken?
break it twice. Wow.
Yeah, Nemiga feigning this top mid control, right? They've loved the B site. It's really been where they found the bulk of their success. They take this top mid early on, and they did look to rotate away, but now they actually just send Box to do that solo. Throws his smoke in towards B. And I think this is all with the end goal of the double fake, right? They take top mid, they fall out of it. Now they're back in top mid. Box runs down and throws his smoke, and critically, that leaves Jyo in top B control, who still has a smoke of his own. So now if you're on B, you've seen that smoke go over, you've read that this is probably a fake, or at least the play's not coming in yet. And now a CT smoke gets thrown in, but this hasn't prompted any rotations. There's so little time that VP feel content to just sit inside of the A site, and they would be right in that assumption. This is the mode out. Everyone gets slaughtered. Jyo coming in from the B side rotation is a long way away, and he can't even play into this round. There's no time left, so an 11th on the board for VP.
Yeah, that was a weird take from Nemiga, right? It did seem like they were going to go back, but walking through the short side smoke without any utility, like no flashbangs, nothing. Nemiga just dry push a smoke and immediately get mowed down by Kicker. That was just a weird one, yeah. Like, to the right of Kicker, you can see that smoke just blooms, and they just commit through it as it pops. So trying to beat VP to the punch, maybe, but it digs them a deeper grave. And they're going to want to go back towards a B site. VP should know that. They should be prepared. I'm surprised we don't have a triple B early for VP to throw that utility, because Nemiga, they want it. But they won't go there early, right? They know these grenades are likely to come, and so they're just going to play safe at the start. Buster is at the coffins. He can throw flashes from this position. He's throwing a molly over the roof, but flash will follow. Adren can fight, but still mollies up, so he won't hang around. The nades even push him back into the safety of B. And then Nemiga, again, pressuring the top of middle. If they take A, the AWP is here. Jame is ready. And they don't have one of their own. So that's a detail they might not be accounting for as they set the smokes up towards A and pick up the pace.
A wall of smokes coming out here for Nemiga. But it's Jame. He's out here in a much larger way. 2 kills to his name. The second one he was flashed for, as you can see in the indicator in the top right. And now he's going to look for a third. He should be able to get it with ease. Will he get 4 and 5, though? That's the question. Doesn't quite have a beat on him just yet. Knows that these trades haven't gone in the way of Virtus.pro. Now he's just left to his own devices. Lollipop eventually finds Jame dancing around a smoke, and it's going to be a grenade that ends the round out. We have a 12-12 game, y'all.
Yeah, I think Nemiga need to go back to these B plays, right? If they want any more success, they need to start faking A. And VP have been keen to run AAA, so it's not like that's going to be a difficulty for Nemiga going there late round, right? Throwing that early molly, just taking it in the late round. The issue is, with Jame now on the AWP and finding his form, he could just play rotate AWP. He could just sit himself towards car, take his shot, run right back towards B, or A rather. And that seems to be at least what VP are doing, putting 3B. They have set this AWP middle though. Jame had the spawn, and so he tries to fight mid, sees no fights. Box moving up Banana, stuck in a Molotov, grenades landing as well, taking a beating here. And if he flashes around this corner, that could be dangerous with a double setup ready. Oh, they just shoot before he's even come round the corner.
Oh, Buster's even committing further. The molly and the nade combination. My dear, this is all falling apart for Nemiga in this round. And it might be about to get even worse. Jaya left up in this 1v4. Really don't fancy his odds here. James even got a beat down through mid, just keeping an eye if he were to swing wide. And this might have to be a very drawn-out save here from Geo indeed. 16 points of health and just looking to stay alive.
For a whole minute, Harry. Could you do it for a whole minute? Could you stay alive against Virtus.pro?
I don't know, man. I think it would depend, because it's like, you know, I'm a very impatient gamer.
Okay.
I like to be taking every fight I can. You know, I'm like, I would describe myself as like a JW in that sense, right?
Or a North American player?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Just
another
any
good
of
one.
them? Okay.
And, you know, I like that. But I always think it's very impressive, you know, the restraint that we see, especially from like a team like VP. You know, like if there's one thing we can say about them, it's that they've got that trigger discipline down to a T.
Yeah, down to a J even.
Down to a J type.
Yes, indeed. So a 13th on the board for Virtus.pro. And just shooting out of practice over there. It's going to be the remainder of Virtus.pro. That's it. This round goes an entire minute almost without one bullet being fired. And the net there is saving an AK for the side of Nemiga, who instantly have called a timeout. So you can think they probably also piggybacked that little bit of kitchen time we saw as well on Geo.
Vertigo's looking likely, boys. It is creeping, crawling into the front line. 4 in a row for VP. It looked like Nemiga had the answer. It was that B bomb site, 5 rounds in a row after losing the pistol round, and well, everything was going swimmingly. Right now they're drowning.
Yeah, I've got the answer for you. It's FaZe versus the Ninjas in Pajamas after this, and then the third series of the day, again, Astralis. G2. Would you believe it?
Yes, it's on the schedule.
Shut up. Kidding. I got it. I understand.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Well done for informing the masses, Trace. Games are coming.
It's true. But will Nemiga close this out in 2? That is the big question.
Wait, did Nemiga just tag pause and then VP immediately tag? Okay, I actually love that. VP, that right there is like a real alpha move, right? You sit there, and Nemiga, they've just talked through their plan. They've gotten ready in this last 30 seconds. Everyone knows what they're going to be doing. It's okay, right? We know the game plan. We know the outline. We know all of our roles, where we're going, and then VP just come in. Here's another 30 seconds, boys. Enjoy that one.
What if VP just didn't discuss anything during...
So, not only that, because I imagine, because that is an option. Like, you have seen that historically, like, teams just doing it to kind of, like, try and disrupt the comms of the other side. But also, now in, like, the heads of Nemiga, you sit there and you go, wait, so what did they just talk about? What are they going to do different in this round? And then that can disrupt the game plan as well. It's a fast banana play for Adren, but he gets wiped out. There's the response. Buster does nade a man from the equation, getting that trade, going aggressive, and looking for even more. MDS does deal with him through the smoke. Now Sanji is also here, a third man in the banana, but he gets double Molotov'd out. He has to leave, and with good reason. He gets brought down very, very low in that engagement. And Amiga, they're looking at this, and it wasn't looking great to begin with Buster nailing 2 down banana. But now that they've got it back into a 3-on-3, if you're an Amiga, you're pretty happy with the outcome of this one. You know this is going to stretch the VP defense thin. You know that you've taken down a lot of utility with these kills. And so what you're running into in this round is now like a shadow of its former self. And they can just kind of ease back into this default, wait and see if VP make any mistakes. Box is actually looking to pressure this B site. And if he gets the information that there's 2 players here, we likely just see this A play from Nemiga. He's got him deep. He could even go CT. That's like, there's a world in which that happens as well. Like maybe if he doesn't want to commit straight to the site and he sees that CT's open.
Well, he's going to play with fire.
Oh, dear. And the bomb's going to rotate.
They're starting to think that it's clear, right? Because he hasn't had any engagement.
Oh, look, he's called for the walk, though. Okay, so check this out. Box wants to make it absolutely clear.
I like this.
Pristine clear at that. So he's going to come around here on the back line. He does find Sanji. He thinks now that this is potentially completely gone. Kicker hiding indoors.
10 seconds.
Does create an issue
MDS
again.
will never know what hit him. Oh, no, the round. But look at the time. Look at it. 14 on the board for VP.
And we went another whole minute without a round being shot. It's crazy scenes here. Almost unbelievable as Virtus Pro have brought this one back. Unprecedented even. 14 to 12. And this is starting to smell like Vertigo, Hugo Byron of Brighton.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy. I'm glad we got a third map here. This game is super exciting. It's very weird, sure, but it is exciting. Yeah, I love that setup from Kicker. Double play at the back of B, the last thing Nemiga expected, and with no one covering the plant, there's no way they can win that round. Even if they traded that kill, Jame was still on A, so he would have won via time. VP get a sense of what it's like to play against themselves. Now Nemiga have to buy, and so the utility is a miss as a result. Are they going to go back in towards A? Think about it, they haven't won a round on this A site.
So you might as well go for it.
Yeah. If it is broke, give it a fix. That's maybe what Nemiga want, but right now, sunken costs and all, they should probably just leave it in the rubbish. We'll see what happens. They're going to go back up mid. Top banana is theirs. Gio's there. Sanji on the long corner, smoked off. Jame now has to shine with the AWP as they will be coming down his lane. Potentially. They could flash through the smoke as well, but that's when Sanji's position gets even more valuable, and Jame is clearing out the backline. He's about to spot this bomb, and a little bit more. There's a kill. Doesn't see the bomb in the smoke. Speedak with the element of surprise, and he says goodbye to Sanji. A kill on the long side. If they want to go back B, they can, but they've got a man deep in the apartments, and right now VP know it looks like an A play. They're going to draw rotations over. This is the perfect time to go back to B if you're in the Amiga. Look at the mini-map. Look at VP creeping and crawling over towards long. Box is deep up. He can wrap this site. James giving away his position. He has to try and escape. He gets tagged on his retreat. The bomb's been dropped as well, and time again is a problem. 20 seconds, the trades are in. Everyone is dead in and on this site. This rotation didn't come through, and Adren is now doubling down, coming in through the archway smoke. His teammate and Banana, and a 2-on-3 retake here for VP.
Buster at the bottom of middle does have quite the ang, but it doesn't appear Virtus Pro are going to be given an angle into this site as it stands. It's probably going to be a save call, you believe it. The whole team going full Jame here. The Nemiga are going to be walking away with 13. Smokes, Inferno, Nemiga, Virtus Pro, the universe, all things which expand slowly and constantly.
The Astralis roster, of course, also on there as well.
Also on that list. Up to 7 players now, are they?
Yeah, you know, it's actually kind of cool. I like that. I like the decision to get Yugi as well. We spoke about that a few times, and I think that's something we could touch upon later on today if we get any more downtime.
We do have the Astralis G2 game as the very last game.
Yeah. So I imagine the other guys will be talking about it a lot as well. But let's focus on this quarter-final matchup between Nemiga and VP. 13 rounds on the Nemiga side. They do put another one up here in the round prior on the back of that A plate. Time almost becoming a problem again, but they're able to right their wrongs and get it back under control. In this round here and now, VP looking to climb towards map point. They want to lock in a Vertigo performance. At the very, very least, these Molotovs do split this push in half, and Box has got to commit. The mollies have ticked him down, and he does get away with a lot of damage. If there's a nade, which there isn't on the Nemiga side, they could have found him. A molly attempts to get the job done, but with these smokes down, it can't find the kill. So Adren, he gets away with 5 points of health, lives to fight another day, even rotates back towards A, and this leaves a two-man hold at the B site to have a little play. Smoke down. Nemiga waiting on the other side of it. They might be looking to go through on the back of this flashbang from the man in Banana. Lollipop throwing that one over, and it's Speedak to open the round up. Buster trying to hold the line, but he's not able to do so, and this B site crumbles under the pressure that Nemiga put on it. Adren, 5 points of health, tagged down earlier on in the round by the suicide mission from Box. VP looking to see if they can get anything, but if nothing presents itself, this might have to be a save, because the money is gone for Virtus Pro.
That's a scary situation, especially when you see Nemiga going up on 14. So yeah, the save call has been made. It's going to be 14 all in this second map of the series. Nemiga having picked up the first of Mirage. Quite convincingly as well.
This is getting scary for VP now. Nemiga getting very competitive near the end of the game. We've had streaks of rounds for both teams. Nemiga going on a 5-round streak after losing the pistol. VP bounced back with 5 of their own, and now we've got 2 hot to trot for Nemiga. Right now it's down to these final 2 rounds to see where we're going and who will take us there. Is it overtime? Is it Vertigo? Or is it a 2-0 series in the favor of Nemiga? That is still a possibility here as they hold 14-14. Money still there for VP, luckily enough, but that will be gone if they lose this round. 16-14 is attainable here for Nemiga. Lots of grenades up B early. VP have the utility to fire back, but they've gambled with only 2 here early and want to look to take the bottom of B. Box throwing all his grenades, but some will be sent back his way. First class postage down to 40.
Tracking and all. Couple more second spot there by Kickert.
Yeah, this would be the perfect time, though, for Nemiga to come in with this A play, because right now, in this moment, VP are clearing and taking this top banana control again. And so if this play does indeed come in now, they're going to beat this third-man rotation in the form of Sanji. So the timing here is perfect for Nemiga. They're going to catch this A site with only 2 players to hold it down, but Sanji barreling through that smoke, dealing with the flank. Lollipop gets shut down, and VP, they reach map point. 15-14, 1 away from locking in Vertigo, 1 away from taking us the distance. Nemiga, they've got money, they're going for an investment, a last-ditch attempt to lock in an overtime here on Inferno. That was Nemiga's chance to win the game. If they get that round, no money for VP, just whatever they're able to hold on to into the future, and a little bit of residual cash that I think was on Adren, and that was it. So Nemiga know they just had their chance to close this series out in regulation, and now they're clinging on to the dream of overtime. Bear in mind, this was 12-9 at one point in time. It looked like Nemiga were going to run away with this in the second half after going on that 5-round streak.
I feel like they haven't been abusing B when you know, the perfect... It feels so easy to get into B on this map, right? Because you can just bait VP. You can just throw so much util A that they over-rotate. VP love rotating, and more often than not, they have been leaving a solo B player on this site, so Nemiga flashing through smokes, flashes that won't work, and Adren, he's ready for it. The smoke actually hits him, he has to dart away. Good decision, bailing from the top of B. VP made the right call here. They've got an advantage, and they've been heard. They don't want to give away a trade back in. Nemiga have walked through the smoke as well. Gio Oh, a bit of a gamble, bit of a risk. Jame almost rotates, but he does choose to stay. And Gio spots an arm and a leg and a head, but he can't hit either of them. Only damage done onto Buster. Now the player in the site turns around. He's trying to avoid the flashes, and maybe he should have been out in the fight because Gio's found him and the man in sight. 2 kills into B. Sanji's rotation has been cut off in the ruins. They might know he's here. Now they definitely do with the spam. VP have to go for it, but they've got an AWP and only 3 up in a post plant that could send them to overtime.
Yeah, and Amiga trying to hold on. It's been a bit of a wild ride thus far, and VP looking to throw them through a bit of a loop. Kicker providing the first.
Oh,
Sanji with
baby.
the follow-up. Lollipop holding from Banana, and it all falls onto Jame to deny overtime, but he can't get it done. We're heading to OT here on Inferno. This game, it still has some legs on it yet.
You're right, Harry. Maybe even a pair of rollerblades or roller skates, depending how you look at it. Because we are smooth gliding into that OT.
Split right down the middle, boys and girls. 15-15. Doesn't get closer than this. It's going to be the first to 19 with 3 rounds on either side. Pretty standard stuff. This is not where I thought this game would be going. It's really been flipping back and forth. Neither team really, having a hold over it. Every time you feel like someone has it in the bag, the tide really turns and switches back and forth for VP. They are not going to be happy if they drop their 100% win rate on this map here and now today. Especially not considering this could be the game that puts them in a 3rd map, in a map that they do like as well, back on Vertigo. So, VP with everything to play for right now. The Miga have been doing the ones doing the comeback, doing the hard work. VP have got to put a stop to it. Fast play up Banana for box. The Molotovs aren't here. They just take a dry fight. Jame finally pulling the AWP on the B bomb site. We've been seeing it on A round after round. So a nice turnaround. And so Nemiga try and look elsewhere. They try and kill players on the A site where they know this AWP isn't about. And Sanji gets shot through a smoke. Kicker is walking through one. And he's in the apartments up against Lollipop, tagged up from earlier.
And in the fatal funnel, the exchange goes the way of Kicker. He's just in a 3v4. Bomb at top middle. Some grenades being dropped towards the archway. For Virtus Pro, this is about as good of a setup as it gets. You don't really have that vision on the longer arch side. Adren's going to take a peek around the corner, but of course no one's there just yet. Now, what Adren could do is drop a molly there, which is something he might consider to do as this take looks to take form. It's Nemiga. They're taking the bomb back to the B site, and here we sit. 40 seconds left on the clock.
The AWP here is definitely the positive for VP. We've not seen it in B on a defense yet. It's always been retaking or saving. Jame is waiting. Here's the Molotovs. No flashes to follow. He's got full vision here. Molly's going to push him, though, and Gio's going to kill. Another man at the back of the site, and Gio goes wide, but the Molotov that was thrown by Buster has cut off these 2 Ts. The flank is in, and with 20 seconds, they've dropped the bomb. MDS needs control. He needs the kills. He's got 1. There's a second man here. He's running forward. Can't choose which site to go to. Kicker doesn't want to fight in case he's being held, and he does get the kill. Yeah. Peeking out at the right time and getting the first of OT for VP.
I think if you're Kicker in that situation, you get told the information that the Molotov probably blocks him from going into sight. So don't peek right away. Potentially that would be just enough. So he does make the right call there at the end of the round. We do see a 16th for the Virtus Pro side.
Yeah, they're still really hungry to take us to Vertigo. And, even if it takes an overtime to get there, they'll take it at the end of the day. Obviously, this is the quarterfinal of the CIS division here at the Road to Rio. Buster looking to open this round up, and it's convincing nades from either side. Double nade stack over towards the top of B does send Buster and Adren packing. Boggs has gained this forward positioning at the top of Banana as a result. And now with that locked in, Nemiga, they might go back. This is usually how they elect to do things, right? They try and get the top Banana control. They lock in this area of the map so they can come back here later in the round if needed. And at the very, very least, you maybe force a rotation, force utility out over here towards B. In this instance, it's the former. They forced a 3rd man over towards B. And now with top mid control going their way as well, they can really make their mind up on the fly as to where they want this play to come in. They haven't relinquished their B control, so they can still be fast if they do decide to fake A. And that looks to be the decision here. Speedak dropping the bomb back, holding on to this top mid area. He's going to be the guy trying to fake A. But the problem is, VP, they rotated Sanji on round very early on here in this half. He's been at B ever since. And he's showing absolutely no signs of budging. So Nemiga, they were at the site that only had 2 players in it. They never got that information. They never knew. And now they try and go for the B play. But it's a 3-on-5 here. And with 25 seconds remaining, these kills, this bomb plant, it's all got to be instantaneous. There is no margin for error. And that's certainly going to help. Box and MDS finding the openers. Buster delaying this bomb plant and lines himself up 3. Not enough time. Well, sorry, there is enough time to get the bomb down. He didn't buy enough time to deny the plant. And now Jame and Kicker, 2-on-2, on for the retake, coming up through Banana.
Yeah, Kicker leading the charge. It'll be that of Jame on the trade. Both players with kits with the bomb planted inside of the B site. This is doable, but again, could be a little strange. Let's find out. First peek going the way of Kicker, and that leaves Lollipop. He's going to hide in dark right now. Things are a little emo for him. He finds himself the only one around. Easy kill on Kicker. He was already low. Here comes Jame, and he can't do it. 16 for Nemiga. We have a tie game still at the end of this second round of OT.
Neck and neck, Trace. No one leading. It sounds like an overtime. Sounds like how this game has been, right? Just streaks of rounds back and forth for Nemiga. They answer straight after VP's first of OT. Nice B entries and Lollipop in the clutch as well. Cleans it up. Getting given 2 1-on-1s. Not really a double peek by VP. They're going to come to regret that one. Look at the money. AWP on Jame. That's the best gun they have in this round. And 2 Deagles and an MP9 surround it.
What you gonna do, Jame? What you gonna do?
Yeah, he considered it. He wanted to go. It's always, Inferno peeking mid is always the gamble, right? It's always the timing of, do I want to peek ult? Am I going to get pushed mid? You're just playing with fire. You really don't know. That's why it's nice to have a supportive AWP holding mid while you play ult. But right now, it's going to be Lollipop holding ult as Kicker pushes in the apartments, gives him a kill, and opens up this round. A rotate coming off of B, and that just weakens this bomb site that Nemiga won. It's the bomb site that they've been taking every single round, apart from the ones that VP win. And Jame, he shows us why. He gets an AWP shot off on this A bomb site. Flash comes up again. VP still keep 2 at B, but James about to clear middle. Oh no, he could do more than clear it. Oh, how? That's fast from Lollipop. And now that might completely change the course of this round. B was looking like the object of their desires. Well, right now, with the AWP picked up on A and a likely double B setup, A is looking like a better option, but maybe they'll consider it again because Sanji has killed Lollipop. It's so back and forth. No one's taking the round, but Nemiga should if they get up middle here. Oh.
Oh, my goodness. Sanji hears a grenade landing over there towards the Moto pit, library side. And just on 13 HP. That's going to bring him enough back here into the site. Sorry, I hit my cough button.
Yeah, bomb plant found. And a 3-on-3 retake for VP. Sanji's going to be kicking himself. He has been able to retrieve this AWP at the very, very least. And, you know, him being low helped out at least by the... Okay, Box has been tagged in through the wall down in pit. This AWP has already found a nice bit of damage in the round, and now tagged up even lower is Box, still alive, but only briefly. A Dren out from Palace. Speedak gets deleted. It's all on Chayo. He's got a lot to do, and nothing to get it done with. Defuse for VP. Gonna be close, but they should have that just fine. Yeah. 17 on the board for Virtus Pro. Oh,
they got it.
So close.
I'm surprised Gio doesn't swing there, right? He's playing the bomb, but there was just so much time on it. And the fact that both his teammates have been lost, he gives away his position, but then just kind of hangs around on the headshot angle, not really reacting to the fact that they can wallbang him in that position super easily. You know, if you give away that position there, you got to swing. You got to either reposition or find another fight. If you just wait, they're going to hunt you down. Of course they're going to trade. So... yeah, weird post plant there for Nemiga. That might be one of those rounds. We've all done them. We've all played them where you think it's already won and you kind of just loosen up and take a risk or, you know, go for a fight where if you really waited 5 seconds. Like if the player at the back of the site waits 5 seconds, they just win the round because VP are desperately looking for the kill. They have to cross into A to get the frag. And by that point, enough time is ticked off of the bomb that VP can't win it. So yeah, you know, that definitely around when Nemiga thinks it's unlosable, but every round is losable. Sometimes you don't profit, but in this case, VP do. 17 up, leading at the first half of overtime.
The happening of overtimes.
Yeah. 3 apiece.
Basically. Harry Russell looks onward. He thinks about the overtime at hand. Looks at the map, looks at the timeout, still paused. And he contemplates. He wonders, what is it that we're here for? Why is it that we're here?
Wow, these are
On
some
Earth, that
profound
is.
questions that I'm considering during this little timeout. Of course, now drawing to a close, you'll see that there's numbers at the top of the screen.
Whoa.
They're
Wow,
meant to be
numbers,
there.
bro.
And you'll
Far
note that they're
out.
also decreasing in scale. At least one of them is. That would be the timer that tells us when the round is live. Those numbers on the left and right of that, they change sometimes too.
It's kind of mad how nature does that.
Nature.
Crazy, really.
Nature is a wild one. It really is. Anyway, Speedak, also a little wild with it. He's going to peek mid with his AWP, even push down to look for a top alt pick. No one's home, though. Just been some Molotovs used here on Banana.
Remember, VP won their T side in regulation, 8-7 half, so this should be their favor. 2 rounds out of 3. That seems attainable. Let's see if VP can do it. Right now, they're going to lose the first man. MDS gets aggressive in the boiler and drops Sanji. So, a 5-on-4 for the CTs. VP somewhat infatuated with the B-bomb site as Nemiga were on the T side. James is still hanging around here trying to make noise, keeping players in position, often lurking when he has a rifle in the boiler area, but right now with the AWP, I don't know if that'll be as effective. We'll see. He is in the same position, smoking off the long corner, trying to keep Nemiga here. Dren giving the bomb back. And will they back up with it? At least one player does. We still have 2 at the top of B for VP. Unsure as to where this is ending up as they hold this default and just burn the clock down. Bit of a VP classic, if I may. 35 seconds. If they lose this to time, that's on them.
I was going to say, would you be surprised?
No, not really.
Anyway, grenades are going to get used at top mid. It's just the rate at which they're clearing all of these spots. You know, they're trying to be real methodical and check everything, and then a smoke will come in, or they'll drop a smoke of their own.
Tick-tock.
Slow time down. And you have to understand, time, it's like a flat circle. So it's just going to keep on ticking along, and so are the shots right into Jayo's crosshair. Buster
No way.
and Box. Well, they don't have a whole lot in common in this round. 5 alive for Nemiga, 17-17.
It's almost like if you go into B with 10 seconds left, you're not going to win the round trace.
Strange
I
phenomenon.
can't. I'm losing my mind over here. Like, wow. Yeah. Okay. VP. They hit the bomb site. Numbers are in red, and they're all dead. It's Nemiga finding the first CT overtime. VP still had the money in the bank, but do they have the resilience, Harry?
We've had the red, we've had the dead, and now we need the redemption from Virtus Pro. They're going to try and get us to that 3rd map of Vertigo.
On PC, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, indeed.
What did you think we were playing on, Hugo? Y'all are pathetic.
Oh, pathetic now. MDS over here in the apartments, and he's got Sanji on the other side. It's a seesaw of frags, perhaps, as they go up while the other goes down. It's going to be apartments controls taken for VP. They've assembled this boost on the logs, and Buster. No, it's actually a tag through the hot wall onto a Dren, and this little boost doesn't find anything for VP. Minute left on the clock, and grouping up outside of the B site again. There's still a utility here on these guys inside of B. You're going to note that Jayo still has that smoke waiting in the wings, and he's held on to that for a very long while. He's going to drop that in once these CT and coffin smokes go down. And now Virtus Pro, are they going to commit through this? That's the question. They don't really have many choices here, so they try and get through, and they do best box. Jayo's still alive, but only briefly. It's a Dren to deal with him. Speedak, the first man to arrive on this rotation, and he's going to be the only man here for a while. That is until he's shut down.
Right there is an excellent round for VP where they show that if you push with 30 seconds, look at the room, look at the value that gives you. You can take fights, you can fake the bomb plant to force the Coffin's peak and then get that kill. VP, it's a far better round, and it's because they actually had time to focus on kills and not just to, commit to the bomb plant. This retake is still on though, and they've got to be careful. Nemiga coming in for Coffins, and they got another kill. Jaime is dead. There's a man in the pit. Kicker with a spray, and he's transferred well. Sanji will assist on the second. Kicker's low, but a round is a round, and VP are a round away from Vertigo as a third map in this series. Nemiga, they're fighting for double overtime right now. Still looking for that 2-0.
Yeah.
But right now might deceive them.
Yeah, if you thought this one was going to end with Nemiga just shutting down, well, these Nemigas got another plan. Looks like they're going to be playing deep on the B site for this one. And by that, I mean 3 deep. Depth and numbers here for the defense.
Yeah, a lot of depth, a lot of numbers. But it's actually going to be Speedak who finds himself in hot water in this round. And oh, Sanji with another. This here
we go.
Could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Nemiga, they were able to get us to an overtime, but they might not be able to get it across the line, as that belongs to VP. This A site now under question. Jyo trying to hold the line. Oh, does push up and into the crosshair of Jaime goes. It's actually his teammate, his friend. Jyo, 1v4, getting wrapped, should get shut down, and it's Jaime to deliver us to Vertigo, 19-17. Virtus Pro, they take their map pick just about in overtime. Join us for that third map of this quarterfinal after a break.
We never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
go, DJ, play that funky stuff. Oh, hey, guys. I was hoping that they would play that. We could all raise the volume up here. Up the amp and then up the smoke, because what we have now is a third map on our hands. It's going to be decided all on Vertigo, but all the smoke caused on Inferno. We do have that of Nemiga taking on Virtus Pro right here for the SL1 Road to Rio. Now, with this rodeo, though, of course, I have my two clowns here, because you have to have inside of every rodeo. Harry and Hugo, guys, what did you make of the Clown Fiesta?
Wow, that certainly was a Clown Fiesta. A bit of a joke at sometimes, but it restored normality by the end of things. I think VP, I mean, not even close, really. They've kept their 100% win rate on that map.
Yeah,
why should they be worried?
Right?
Yeah, I mean, not like it went overtime or anything.
It was certainly a little bit scary there for a while, right? But eventually VP were able to kind of get a handle back on that game, got it under control. And yeah, okay, it took them an overtime to get there, but towards the end of that second half, right, because it was originally the lead for Nemiga, VP did start to regain a real presence in their server, and they stepped up. And I don't think there's any denying that. So, you know, I think it sets us up nicely for Vertigo. These two teams certainly feel very evenly matched right now, as was the case back on Mirage even. That one was more dominant from Nemiga, and I think that's to be expected, because it's like, you look at Mirage, it's a good map for Nemiga, whereas VP, not that good map. Whereas you look at Inferno and it's like good map for Nemiga, very good map for VP. So it makes sense that this was close. And Vertigo kind of falls into like a similar realm there. I wouldn't say it's very favored in one particular way. I think we could have another very, very close third map in our hands here.
So how about this then, Hugo? Because there's, you know, kind of a little bit of a debate. We're watching this matchup and rounds are getting down to like 5, 10 seconds. And then you have as a T, you're not getting to that bomb site. That's something that we're able to highlight time and time again through that. What is it with the pacing of these two teams, Hugo?
VP make me, they've cut like 5 or 10 years off my lifespan just by watching that game, just by watching that T side really from VP. They love their late plays, and we know it, right? The classic like Na'Vi style, drawing out the clock, trying to play with rotations, trying to get your opponents to stack the wrong bomb site. Very common game plan on Inferno. But for VP, they just do it too much. They just do it to the one step too far, where every single time they're hitting the B site, for example, they're running up Banana, the top of B, the choke point with 10 seconds left. What this leaves VP in is a situation where they have to plant. And in a lot of those positions, they don't have like a smoke for the bomb plant, and they haven't got the kills. So how do you expect to plant if you haven't got the kills? You can't. And VP would just lose round after round like that. There were, in fact, 3 rounds in that second half. The VP just lose to time. And that just happened so frequently. Oh, sorry, in the first half. So, yeah, just weird rounds from VP. And I think they've got a lot of problems to fix in terms of their pace. But they got to win, right? And overall, that matters the most, I guess.
Yeah, and I think just to piggyback a little bit off of what you're saying right there is when they're trying to show this late presence at one of the bomb sites, it's not even that they've pulled attention to the other one. It's not even that you see something going on the other side of the map. It's just 10 seconds. Let's walk in the site, and then another 2 minutes, and we'll come back with the other map. That's going to be Vertigo that we settle this one on. So hopefully you'll join us when we come back for this quarterfinal for the Road to Rio here for the CIS region. BRB, everybody.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
SL1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
It's time to breathe some life back into you all. That's right. After a 16-10 on the first map of Mirage, we see 19-17 in the second map. So you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. The snakes are coming out. We're trying to get down to the bottom of it, and things are starting to hiss around here. I have Harry and Hugo. I just hit Harry in the face.
That was pretty
with
cool.
The snake, and I do apologize for that. Guys, how did this one slither its way into getting so close?
A lot of, sorry, I can't take you seriously, Chris.
Yeah,
There we
let's-
go.
We'll build a little
Nice.
collection of
A
snakes.
nest.
Like, yeah, dude, that's how they
Yeah, I
are in
guess,
the
yeah,
wild,
man.
I think. I remember seeing
yeah.
this one.
So, minus the fact that Virtus Pro took forever to get in bomb sites on their T side, what is it that they're going to have in their pocket potentially going into the third map?
Well, Vertigo has been a map that they've been keen to play on, right? Since it was added into the pool. And one that they've looked relatively good on, right? They've taken some reasonable scalps down with them. And I think here, heading into this matchup, the fact that we've got some big performances coming through from the likes of someone like Jane and how important the AWP role can be specifically for this kind of ramp area, I think we could see some exciting stuff here from VP, as well as that Vertigo is a map that really does lend itself to this slow style of play. So I think it's actually one that feels like it was like made for Virtus Pro, right? Like you think about how this map plays, it is a lot of sneaking around, being very specific about what information you give to your opponents and what you keep for yourself.
And Harry, it kind of sounds like it too. Virtus Pro, Vertigo. Come on now.
I think you're onto something
on
there.
now.
I mean,
Give
we
it to me,
figured it
guys.
out.
Do you remember when this map got added to the pool, the first LAN event that used it was DreamHack Open Rio?
Yeah.
That was a show match
Funnily
there
enough,
once,
where we're going. Yeah, okay, apart from the show match, sorry. First official, though. First official. And that was, well, this team under Avangard were frequenting it at that event and playing against Fury in the finals. So just something to keep in mind. VP, they've been playing this map since it dawned on our screens.
Since it was born, basically.
Yeah.
You know, it was
52 floors ago.
Yeah, started from the ground floor, really did work our way to life.
Yeah, really.
Well, that's why the updates were so slow for a while, right? Like you had to build all 50 whatever floors of
Some
this
time.
map, and I can't imagine how long that took. So, in a way, like yeah, we owe it to Valve for this. So, I guess that's one thing we can all take away. Now, this pistol round. Let's see if VP are able to build anything up themselves. A Dread does get cut down, and it's a little bit messy there. Finally, the kill comes in, and a bomb plant now found here for Virtus Pro. Those nades do a lot of damage onto the plant, and they've become a real common sight to see here on Vertigo, because it is just free damage in a site that's so hard to retake. And Amiga, well, they're navigating it well. This smoke is a bit of a gap in it. James not going to look to use that gap. Instead, he plays around this smoke, using it as a bit of a shield to disguise his movements. And now that he's been spotted, he's on to 3. They tap the bomb. There is a kit on Speedak, but he's hunting this kill down, and he will get it. I think there's just enough time left for the defuse with the kit. So Amiga getting the pistol round on the board, making that retake happen.
Yeah, James throwing the flash, if anything, gets him killed there, right? Because he can't take the fight in time. The Glock was not ready to fire. And so maybe if he just kept it in his hands, he would have won the round off time. But they're not going to work out. Namiga get the retake, and they lock in the pistol round here on the CT side. Vertigo T-sided, of course. So
Fun for everyone is what you're saying.
keep that in mind. Can get very difficult to close these CT rounds, especially without good utility and a retake plan.
What about a reset plan?
That works too. That's a nice like on-the-fly smoke thrown that bounces down the ramp. I like that.
Well, Jame and company would really hate this to be one of their last matches of the road to Rio, of course. As we look at it, this is the third and final decider.
Oh, Geo with the little goblin spot in middle. Just a pixel of your head exposed in this position now. If they boost, they could deal with this from above, but Oh dear. A swing, it's perfect. James, he was on the angle. He was ready for that position. He's found an advantage for VP. Short-lived, of course, with Box finding Buster down in the B-bomb site. VP wanted to split this mid to B play, and they still can, they still might, and they probably will. Actually, I say that, doubling back towards A, where MDS finds himself aggressively. He finds two, gets a chance to back up. He hears the footsteps. He knows they're handing him down, and they will get the trade without him finding a third. That's fine. The info is there for Nemiga, and they can set up on the site ahead of time.
Yeah, look at Speedak. He's tried to get over here and get wiser. He wants to take a peek from the scaffolding. Time dependent. He may find out that Adren is half health on the ramp. But meanwhile, again, 30 seconds on the clock. They're not within radius of planting the bomb just yet, and that's going to prove to be quite fatal. Adren gets erased with the silenced M4. Not really the way that anybody wants to go out. Now, of course, 17 seconds, 15 even. Up. And the coveted number of 10 has hit the clock. And finally, it is now able to be attempted to plant here for the side of Virtus Pro. In fact, they're going to tap it, create themselves even bigger problem.
No!
And another
why?
tap. Things do get weirder. Somehow, some way, with 1 second left on the clock, Virtus Pro pull one out from where the sun definitely isn't shining.
I like to
Oh
imagine
my.
that's how VP plan to end every round, ideally, right? Like, that's the
All right,
master
Kicker, you
game
fake
plan.
it with 3 seconds. You fake it with 3 seconds, and then you kill him.
I will say, like, for Kicker there, I
call,
think
yeah.
that makes a lot of sense. Like,
Yeah.
you're anticipating that this second man is nearby, you tap the bomb, you wait, and it's, you know, you're anticipating the fight's going to come to you. Now, the risk is that, like, there was a very big chance that they just didn't take the fight and allowed the plant to come in, and that actually would have won the round for Nemiga. But obviously, at that point, going through your head, you're thinking, they're going to plant, they have to, or else they lose the round.
The fact that he has time to double fake it, I think is everything, right? Because he fakes it, he jumps on the box, that is heard by Speedak, then he drops back, then he goes for it again, and Speedak's thinking, there's no way he's going to fake it twice, there's no way he's going to jump back up with 3 seconds.
He did risk the entire round in the back of that.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Like that, yeah, you see a lot of times like that. You're just going to lose the round if you do that because, you know, patient CT players. But Speedak falls for it, falls for the bait, and it will be a round for VP. Oh dear, the boost up, and the dink is found. The kicker is low.
Yeah, look how low they are just trying to get up the A ramp. They haven't even made it there yet. Box on a 5-7. He wants to go for it. He's going to find success as well. Makes it look easy. Makes Adren feel foolish. Now he's grabbed himself an MP9. He's able to back away.
But VP will not.
The waiting game continues, Hugo.
Yeah, 40 seconds. That's far too much time, VP is saying. We need to wait until at least 10.
That's true. And they will.
Oh, I know. Oh, don't you worry, Trace.
Here we go. Maybe they've realized the error in their ways. Smokes are going to come out on top of this site. Just about 10 seconds left. In fact, 10 seconds to 10 seconds.
Yeah, they do get this bomb over into the site. 15 seconds left on the timer as they get it planted. No chance to deny this if you're an Amiga. And the resmokes will just keep coming in thick and fast for Virtus Pro. This is kind of their bread and butter on this map, is these late A executes with these smokes left in reserve. This is often how you see them beat the best teams on this map, is by holding on to their utility. They work up ramp, they get control, and then they've got enough smokes left to just keep re-smoking that double smoke setup that locks off elevators, it locks off CT, and the only angle that actually leaves you able to fight is getting up on top of the blue boxes, you know, boosting up on top of there. I say boosting, you do it yourself, it's just jumping, it's not boosting. But you know what I mean, right? And it's like, you don't want to be fighting up there, you're out in the open, you don't gain any kind of advantage from that position. It's very easy to deal with as a T. And so this is probably what we're going to see from Virtus Pro a hell of a lot. This is kind of their T side in a nutshell.
Yeah, they're slow, super methodical, but also not methodical, just slow approach. Is that kind of what you're describing, Harry?
Nail on the head there, Trace.
Yeah, with
Okay.
with a real emphasis on saving smokes, right? And that is one of the upsides about not really exploring the other avenues of the map, is that you're not expelling those anywhere else. Instead, you are just holding on to them until later on the round. That's why I do think Vertigo is actually a map that is really suited to VP, because it works well with this style that they go for. Once again, they get ramp. They've got all the smokes. They throw these smokes in now. That allows the bomb plant. And then, from there, they've still got two. They can replenish that. That buys them even more time for the bomb to tick away.
And now imagine this, but 15 rounds in a row is probably what we're going to see, or at least something close to that.
Yeah,
right?
you know,
The
you
occasional
often
mid-rush.
like mix it up every
Yeah.
now and again, right? Like when you finally think your opponent has really caught on to the idea, that's when you remind them, okay, well, we can, you know, we do have other ideas. We do have a strat book on this map. And that's kind of the benefit of it. You're really going to condition Nemiga to eventually stack really heavily over towards this A-bomb site. And it's then that you can look to exploit the other avenues on the map.
That's kind of a double-edged sword, right, when you start stacking A, because the issue as a CT on this map is feeding kills too early, right? You need to find that balance. Obviously, both styles work for you. Both styles can work, rather, in the sense of, you know, aggroing and taking fights towards A ramp and softening, you know, up the T's before they commit. And then there's the other style, more common, where you don't stack A and you play for retake. You buy a kit, you play the safety, you know, usually a player on booster player in elevator with a crossfire so the T's can't get aggressive. You wait for the smokes to fade and you retake as a 4 or 5 man team. That's also a very common, you know, way to go about this A site problem, and just retake and defuse the bomb with your smoke. So we'll see how Nemiga approach it, right? Those are the two options, or, you know, finding a balance between them. So let's see what the answers are for this A control for VP. Lots of grenades for Nemiga. Lots of grenades for VP, and they're going back towards the A site. Smokes up short from the man in spawn, and flashes to follow. Sanji's leading the charge.
Oh, there is a fire here, so things will have to slow down drastically. Now comes some of that clearing methodology that we see from Virtus Pro. It's a Molotov towards the sandbags. Bit of spray in response from Nemiga. Everybody wants that free kill through the wall. And everybody wants to wear the hat. But not either of those things come by easily.
One of the things I kind of love about this VP like precedent that they've set is I think it, especially when they're T side, it really forces the CTs to subscribe to their style of play. Because, you know, you might be tempted if you're thinking, well, they're grouping ramp a lot, they're taking it very, very slowly. You don't want to challenge ramp because you don't want to give them these early kills and play a 3-on-5 where your opponents aren't going to give you those trades, right? So that forces the CTs on A to have to play more passive. And you might think, well, okay, then surely they can push B, surely they can push mid. But VP haven't set the precedent of A rushing. They've set the precedent of holding all of these choke points early on. So you're really kind of shut out of any chance to go aggressive here if you're Nemiga. You're just having to react to what VP are doing. And, you know, when it comes to playing their own game, VP are very, very comfortable there. So in a way, this is like the perfect matrimony for Virtus Pro right now. And Nemiga trying to hold on to this M4 is their only option left in this round. They might not even get away with it because Jame is hunting. He is the master of Jame time. It's not box time, mate. No one's ever called it that. And so Jame will revoke him of that title.
Yes, essentially kind of sparked a fire underneath him, actually, if you can tell. 10 seconds on the freeze time. But for Virtus Pro, they've got to be feeling pretty good with the way things are starting to shape up here on Vertigo, especially after the first map of Mirage, and what a troublesome turnout that was for him.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
even Inferno.
It wouldn't surprise me if at some point we try and see Nemiga push the boundaries on other sides of the map. And I think that's where this precedent that we've been talking about should get reinforced even further. Every one of these rounds, Sanji has been holding B ramp. There's players holding A ramp. And so we get our first look at the aggression attempted in that round there from MDS. Now is the perfect time to like try and experiment a bit if you're an Amiga, see what this default is like, see where the weak points are. And so they give it a go, trying to get down short side, seeing if there's something to exploit there, and there just wasn't. It's left to the demise of MDS, a man advantage now for Virtus Pro.
You know, if you're an Amiga right now, you feel okay with this, especially if you can find some more, which is exactly what Box is going to do. So Speedax got one, Box has got one, and now Kicker's got a big job. He's going to try to get in the site, and this boost might just be the last thing Box and Speedax see in this round. Of course it is! Kicker with 2.
That's a real risk to pull out in a 4-on-2. Nemiga with the 4-on-3 rather. Nemiga had the advantage, but now the site remains and belongs to VP. No grenades for the plant, nothing, in fact, in this round, but a deagle. And VP just looking to make quick work of them. They might not get to. Nemiga might just save as they walk away from the site, away from their problems, realizing that maybe there is no solution. but to save. So 5 rounds for VP on this T side. They're building into the game. And, you know, this hasn't been the best map for VP and officials, but they've always made games close. Even when they've lost series, VP always getting 12, 13, 14 rounds, sometimes OTs as well. So while the wins have been more so available for Nemiga, they have been lower tier opponents. So right now, VP are really showing up in the server. 5-1. The one weapon they try to save doesn't get saved, and the one weapon that they don't really care about saving gets saved. It's a USP. Luckily, he can upgrade to the AWP around it. So 5-1, buy back in for Nemiga. What is the answer? Harry expects aggression, but actually, as we say that, double AWP in this round doesn't really tend towards that. We could see spawn picks playing a short peek, a ramp peek off of your spawn, but other than that, you don't want to hang around forever.
You could have a guy here picking middle. Okay, so we do see have one AWP going middle. You could also put one over here back towards A. Now, I say that, and that's exactly the way it goes sometimes. It's the way she goes, Bubs.
It do be like that.
Way of the road.
But it's a real passive round for VP, and one that Nemiga don't want to be passive. VP smoke in front of them. They smoke the bottom of ramp. They are that patient in holding this default. Box is going to push in front of it. Flash is good, and the kill still comes through regardless. It will be traded. Adren doubling down as well, finding MDS. Will they be ready for the AWP? Also in a similar position. VP, this is so painful to play against. How do you even react here? Because you're still holding if you're VP. You're still not even pushing this AWP. Finally, it's found a gap, it's found an angle, but it's only a fake as Adren offers up his life. B has already been taken. Buster got a pick here. The second AWP in position. Gio waiting for a kill.
He's in a pretty good spot for it, Harry.
Yeah, James going to be the man to try and run the gauntlet. As smoke falls and Gio has to hop on down. Now holding an even thinner gap here. Buster does manage to slip by and gets into the site. James planting the bomb. And I love that. James the man getting the plant, but Buster is the guy who crosses. And usually, you know, where he is where you see players getting that bomb down. That looked to be the angle that Speedak was looking for and wasn't ready for Buster to fly off on the back of that bomb getting put down and take his head off. Gio now looking to survive, but even that is a tenuous subject. Sanji on the hunt is about to come his way, and Gio did hear him making his way through the ladder room, so he's more than prepared for the ramp player. Sneaky beaky Buster, however, might have him dead to rights here from the short side. Gio is not ready for it, and that will be him removed. 6 on the board for Virtus Pro. They managed to remove everyone on the Nemiga side, and now it's probably just a force for these CTs.
Once upon a time, Harry, this Virtus Pro lineup, they made a real deep run in a major. What do you think?
Yeah, man. They did. They did. And they're looking to get back to some old form.
More than a run, if you ask me. Maybe a win.
Maybe a road. Maybe it's a marathon on a road. Like Forrest Gump running across the country over and over and over again.
He's just running.
Jedi. Lieutenant Dan, ice cream.
Wow.
Sorry.
Well, Trace, I always knew you had a bit of Forrest Gump in you, but never this much. Right now, it's going to be VP walking up A. Nice and slow. Slow and steady does win the race. And right now, they are in first place, 6-1 in the third map of this series.
Yep, and there's not a Bubba Gump in sight, but we do have a shrimp here. Hugo Byron, of course. Trying to tell you about how Nemiga don't have much going for them in this round, especially when you consider the buying power, the purchasing power. Just wasn't there from the beginning.
Well, let's see where these pistols find us here in this round. VP, they've invested in a fruit company, and that means they don't need to worry about money no more. Just one less thing, I guess.
I was running.
They got cash for days. And right now, Nemiga dazed and cashless. They're going to have to save these pistols, or at least try and get exits with them. VP with a bomb plant on the A site, a 7-1 scoreline.
Yes, indeed. Another bomb plant, another bomb explosion here on the A site. So Virtus Pro doing a good job, a consistent job, and albeit Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. That's what they say, Harry.
5 out of their 7 rounds have been bomb explosions, so more often than not saves or attempted saves, given that last round. This one will be a successful save, but really not one that you're going to be, telling your grandkids about. You got a Deagle and a P250. It's still not a whole lot for Nemiga, so a timeout called as they get into their next round, trying to figure out how and where to spend their money.
Yes, that is something right there. I think you are onto something. Yes.
It's kind of heartbreaking for Nemiga if this is how it all falls apart, right? You have one Mirage so convincingly to take us to overtime back on Inferno. They were looking real good.
In their hand
yeah,
as well.
they had that game at one point when they were 12-9 up. It felt like they could have got it over the line. And then to come into Vertigo, a map that you've been all right on, a map that VP are pretty good on themselves, and you're just getting annihilated thus far. That can't be a good feeling, especially considering how good Nemiga were looking in this series just moments ago. Can they recover? Can they bounce back? Lollipop, 21K. He was the guy who was stepping up in spades back on Inferno. While here, he's yet to put up a kill on Vertigo. That has to change. Something has to give here for Nemiga, or else VP are just going to keep walking all over them. Speedak does have the AWP out in this round, and he's trying to get an early duel down towards ramp. Deep Smoke throwing in from Virtus Pro to try and get them out through this ramp room, but for the time being, they're just going to be holding. The response from Nemiga, the way to try and fix this ramp play is through them pushing the AWP and this M4 up to have a crossfire between short and top ramp. Now that these smokes start to fade and no kills were gifted over, they'll fall back, take a bit more of a passive angle inside of the site.
Yeah, hopefully not constructing this boost right as VP get aggressive. That's been a problem in the past. Scoped up, heard. Speedak going to try and go aggressive, dodges the flashbang, but a peek follows. James misses the shot. It's Speedak with the first. The boost actually does come through, but this time it actually has results in favor of Nemiga. Peeks off the back of it. Trade available, and a Drain gets them both. He's been really good in this series, keeping VP in this round. Him and Buster now have to find Speedak, but the AWP is already on short side. The trade is also there. Buster in a 1-on-2. Max money, go for this every single day. But both players are on A. This is the perfect time, in my opinion, to drop B. I don't think we see teams do that enough. They always walk into what they know is going to be a stack, but you just want the fight sometimes. And Buster, he's looking for them. One-on-one on this site, he's gone silent. Lollipop has rotated. Geo hiding by the boost. Buster can jump across, or he can just stick the plant to fake first. 10 seconds, forces the fight. Geo goes out wide, and Buster gets the kill from the back of the site. He's now in a 1-on-1 with a molly, with a smoke. Lollipop running on rotation, not being quiet about it, but he will get the kill. His first kill in the map, keeping Nemiga in this game, really, because without that, VP just keeps streaking rounds together. They needed that kill. They needed that round. It's their first since the pistol.
It's rough out here, ain't it, Harry? Like John Wayne, rough and tough. Don't take no nonsense.
Perfect. Wow, that is certainly maybe the sentiments shared by Nemiga. Trace AWP in the hands of Speedak still. And a much needed first round arriving on the board since that pistol. You're bang on. Ever since that ever since the force buy was won out by VP, they've been streaking together these rounds. Now the money is still, ooh, that's a little gap there. That's probably the closest. I know it's old news. I know we saw that already from, I think it was Stewie doing it a lot. But that was our most in-depth look at what that angle was, because Stewie was never like giving us a close-up through it.
Ooh.
Buster, in with his second kill of the round, dominating this B bomb site this time around, RVP. They will look to go in, but will they commit? Because this bomb is still dropped all the way back down towards T-spawn. That's been retrieved by Kicker. And he's going to re-link up with the rest of the boys at B. The B Street boys, as they start to make their way up.
Ooh.
But, hang on a moment. Hit pause, because Adren, he's in the back line. He's coming in on this lurk. Now, the B bomb plant's still found, and this gives that much more waiting to Adren's flank. They discover him. They deal with him.
They're actually running
But
back
it's a
to save.
save.
Yeah. That was the call. Even as the bomb gets planted, MDS is like, yeah, I'm out of here, boys. Later. We've lost B.
We out. But also, this is probably the perfect time to remind you all then. You've tuned in and you're wondering, who the hell is Virtus Pro Perry Match and Nemiga Gaming? Well, they battled their way through the CIS side of things, and now after that, we're going to get a upper bracket semi-final for the ESL1 Road to Rio Europe. That's going to feature both FaZe and the Ninjas in Pajamas. FaZe Clan. Team that was hot, looking real hot, going through the groups. Undefeated, some say, Harry Russell.
Some do say that, and that's because that's what they were. So if you find yourself saying that, congratulations.
You're right.
Nailed it.
Nice.
But that's enough pat on the backs. Let's focus on the game at hand. Round 11 now. Who could forget it? 8-2 up. Virtus Pro in the lead. They flexed a little B play in that round there. That's not something they do a lot, so that was a real treat because now it might be back here towards this A side. At the very, very least, right, that's given a reminder to Nemiga that, hey, we're VP. We can go B if we want. We've got that capacity. We've done it to you once, and now you've got to start to stack that site a little bit more. You can't be affording this three-man A play out of the gate. And so that is very much the case for Nemiga in this round. They've reinforced B with 2. You're looking at Lollipop and Box over there. Holding on to mid is Speedak. Not Speedak, rather. It's actually Geo. I cannot read. That is something to bear in mind.
It did sound a little sad when you said it that way. Nonetheless.
Ooh.
Virtus Pro trying their damnedest to get inside of this A site. And that was a pretty sweet shot, all things considered, for a Dren. He's able to eliminate AWP right here in the situation. Speedak. No more. No mas.
MDS aggressing on short, but VP have done a classic and just stopped dead in their tracks. And the value of this, again, is it can make Nemiga think it's B still. They don't know how many players are here for VP. Good push from MDS, gets ahead of the flashbang and finds Jame walking up onto ramp. Buster looking for B picks. He hasn't cleared the corner, and he will regret that one. Box with 2. Should get wall banged out of this round on the reload. Kicker does find the kill, but Lollipop is still here, and he's going to respond. AK traded by Jame, checking the corner, but not getting the kill. And that's everything dropped to the feet of Nemiga. Weapons galore on an eco win. Big frags from Box on the corner, not cleared. And finding Nemiga 3. It's not quite back-to-back rounds, but they've got to get a few more if they want to break VP's economy. At one point, players at 16K. That's certainly drawn back since that point for VP, but they're not going to be, you know, complaining right now. 8-3 up. Okay, an eco win for Nemiga, not great, but if they can find another round here and reset them straight away, they will be back in the control of the economy. Fast play up A. This time VP go a little bit speedier than usual. Until they stop, of course.
Oh, wow, that stoppage time might only be temporary. Kicker is deep within this short smoke. He waits for it to fade, but he does get removed by MDS. A Dren now picking up the pace and laying waste to this A site. It's a Dren with a double. Lollipop and Geo left in for the retake, but a Dren is not stopping. 3rd in the round. Geo left up in a 1v4, and this might have to be a save here. Catches Sanji heading into the elevator room, and actually, this bomb yet to get into the A bomb site. VP floating around a ramp. I don't even really know what Jame is doing here with the bomb. He's throwing it into the hands of Buster, I guess wanting to set him up for the long angle with the orb. That makes sense. Him and Buster were just missing each other. It looked very weird on the minimap. That nade finds a good bit of damage, but it's not really anything to get too excited about. If you're Geo, you were hoping that was a kill, and it was not. So that there is just going to be the save, already decided. 9 on the board for VP. And a Dren with a great round. Those entries, incredible. Chains them together, kill after kill, makes it look easy. Yeah. And that's enough for 9 now on the board. He has felt like the standout player in this series for VP. The scoreboard shows that as well. 43 and 42 coming into this game, at least. And of course, top of the board now that he's here. So Adren has come to play today, leading by example. 9 rounds for VP.
Oh, Geo just gets away with this AWP as well. They don't want to fully commit to clearing ladder, and so no threat. The old 1-2 for Adren. Even shoots the legs of the AWP as well after the shot gets missed. 9-3, couple rounds left of the half here, 3 to be exact. Namiga still have the money intact. I'd love to see some more aggression, some of these ramp flanks. You know VP are hitting A. Try and cross ladder, try and get back down behind them. We haven't really seen any aggressive CT play from Namiga, and the A holds nor the retakes are working out for them. That's a nice start. MDS finds a gap, and he exploits it to take down Kickard on the ramp. But Namiga, they've had plenty of man advantages that they haven't been able to close, rather. That will certainly help as SpeedAct drops Adren towards A. He's been a crucial player for VP in this game. Jame now has to step up, but the barrel of his AWP gives away everything. The flash is good, and Jame hits a shot before it even pops.
What a gamer, man.
What a Jamer.
Yeah, basically. With that AWP shot, does begin to open a few more opportunities for Virtus Pro, who are down a man in this round. So the double op set up for Namiga. Jame not finding that one. It's at least going to let Namiga know that they are close up ramp. They did not forfeit that. They did not head back to B. In fact, they are 3 deep over here, and they have their sights set on A. Fast shot from SpeedAct. Now he knows the hit is on. Sanji crosses into sight to get traded out. Just Jame. And he gets wall banged. And surely that's going to hurt his feelings.
Yeah, that was sick from SpeedAct, man. 4 kills holding down the A-bomb site. We kind of really had yet to see this AWP feel like it was coming alive for Namiga. And that round there, boy, does it make its presence known. SpeedAct goes on a tear. He takes his first man down, repositions around towards short side to continue to put up these numbers. Everywhere VP go, SpeedAct was there and even cements it with this lovely little shot through the wall. Jame was trying to save. That's incredible, man. Like, just wild that he even hits it. Obviously, bit of RNG mixed in there as well. But nuts, it's like he knew. He just flicked through the wall. That's sick. SpeedAct, offer us up a bit more of that, and Amiga might still have a chance here on Vertigo. A real change in pace, but it's SpeedAct trying to put the brakes on them again. This time, it's him to get broken down, and the AWP of Jame rings on out with another kill found. VP, they are very swift in their response in this round.
Yeah.
I love it. Whenever they do play fast, it does feel like a real treat.
Yeah.
Box has just bypassed Jame in this smoke, so maybe there's a chance of something a little bit sneaky here. Oh dear. Oh no, but Box is going back to try and save the AWP. Oh, now we did a bit of a jump scare from Jame. He hasn't registered it yet. He's still going into the site. He's still looking. What's he doing? What Box got planned for us? He's looking around, but no one's giving him any more fights. And they hunt him, they find him.
A little ambitious. It was a little ambitious.
Really going for it there. Nice try, worth a shot, but you know, that would have worked if he didn't have to take that first kill, right? If he went silent for like 20-30 seconds and VP start fanning out looking for the frag. But no, they knew he was on the site. They weren't going to leave the bomb unattended.
He did skirt away from Jame pretty quickly, though, which is kind of a saving grace.
Didn't
there for
even
a minute.
turn back as well. He's like, oh, James there. Let's just run. Let's just leave him alone. I don't want to AWP him.
No, I don't want to play with Jame.
I like the pace there, Harry. You put it right. VP, you know, they can run these fast rounds. Great flashbang from Jame and double entry from Adren. He's just going to do it again. It's the exact same as the last round. A wallbang kill for Sanji, a headshot for Adren. It's just looking like deja vu, and Sanji's doubled up with 2. VP looking for 11 rounds at the end of the first half, and there's not much that can stand in their way today. If they walked B right now, that'd be the best call they could make, because Namiga are full rotated. They're going to hear this. They know that they are on the wrong side of the map, and Lollipop is running for the hills, but VP are going to beat him to the hills.
Yeah, in the hills, they do have eyes, and by that I mean Virtus Pro. All the vision, all the Molotovs dropped over here on this B site, and what is the last round of the half? Box is on his way over. Cavalry has been called, and of course, now things become quite dicey. You could save, I suppose. It's not optimal. Actually, you won't get to take those into the pistol round. Here comes Box. He's going to be the first victim.
Nice.
Will Buster find the second on the Lollipop? No, actually a trade, but all of it in vain. Jame coming through big. with the AWP. We go to a break. We finish out this half of play, talk it all over, and then, and only then, do we go to FaZe versus the Ninjas in Pajamas after this.
Nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide, and with the rhymes that make the dimes. I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire.
We're back, and we are going to take it to the edge and then come alive, Hugo. That is the only way that this makes sense.
In
We do
that
have
order.
Virtus Pro taking on Namiga. Plenty of ledges in this map. Of course, 51, 52 stories. Now, it has just occurred to me that this entire thing, the entire map, is built on the premise of the T's trying to go upstairs. That's it. They're just trying to get upstairs.
Yeah, just, you know, not allowed on the top floor, Trace. That's where all the cool things are. Like the bomb site. Sanji. Oh dear, that was a bit of a mess. Gonna get overwhelmed. Buster finds one. Jame at the back of B has traded places with the T's, giving them the sight, but fighting for his life. The bomb has been dropped, and he's found another one. Buster assisting in the process. Gio, oh, the Tech-9. It's a fickle beast. It's a cruel mistress, and it's Virtus Pro with a 12th round.
Quite the sandstorm that has been created here by Virtus Pro. Well, we don't want to get copyright striked by, you know, just how close you make the song sound to the noises you're making. So,
You know, I mean, musical sensation, some say.
yeah, sensations awry. Speaking of sensation, check this one out. Sanji's going to have one on his own, mopping him up, stopping them in their tracks. Just MDS. All he had was a Glock in his hands anyway.
Pop, pop. Get him.
So that's that.
Business as usual for VP. 13-4. Amiga with a bye. This could be one of their only buys in this entire half if they don't win it. As VP are just 3 rounds of pushing us over the edge and taking the series 2-1. Not even competitive on Vertigo so far. So this is the key round. This is the decider. Will this be competitive? Let's find out.
And let's do it with Harry Russell.
Yeah, let's see what Amiga have up their sleeve. Okay, this it would feel very, very kind of sour if after keeping this so close all day, they only get to play 1 rifle round in the 3rd map due to a very one-sided scoreline. So let's see if they can pull this back. Certainly not looking good out of the gate. Speedak does get deleted, but there's an equalizer courtesy of Lollipop. Boggs is gonna maybe have a kill there, but Sanji senses that something might be up.
Ouch.
The gun model blocks his own view of Sanji.
Oh.
It's an unfortunate turn of events. Flash didn't help either.
No.
But here comes the Amiga. They're coming through the mid gap. They're going to do it silently at that. Well, it was silent. Don't worry, Kickert's here, and he's got 2 with his name on it.
Yeah, Famas is pretty loud and proud in this round as Kicker is ready for that B play, and MDS, he's got to clear this close position. It can always be the worst, and even though he doesn't, it doesn't matter. Sanji comes in from the flank, and we'll find 14 for VP. No armor even in that round for Sanji. Doesn't matter. No need. No worry. VP. They get themselves back on the board. Good spray from Kicker. Getting 2 kills here is, I don't know how. Look at that. He just peels back and continues to transfer. Namiga walk right into it.
Hugo, how do Namiga get back into this game given this current situation? Or is it just doomed?
I think it's doomed, mate. It's 14-4. I mean, we haven't seen anything to go... Like, I haven't seen Namiga play the T side to go, oh, yeah, you got to fix this, or you can't do that. Like, we've seen 1 round, and they lost it straight away. So, I mean, you know, I would say take A, and that's what they're doing. But you don't even have the money, Trace. You're on an eco round up against 14. You're buying a bit. You're saving for that 15-4 scoreline. At that point, do whatever you feel is best. Don't do what I say.
So basically what you're saying is life is kind of like one big eco round.
Life? No, not really. I mean, unless if you're saving all your money, sure. But I don't walk around with pistols, Trace. I don't carry Glocks in my hands.
Yeah, man, that's...
Maybe life's like a game of CS, though. You know, like it's got its ups and downs, it's got its ecos, it's got its
its aces.
Well, here's Jay. His life is CS:GO, and he's looking for this kill. He's opened the round up with 1. Lollipop has come in and deleted the man with the deagle. However, this is still in the advantage of VP in a very, very big way. The bomb plant is certainly going to be helpful for Namiga in terms of allowing them one last hurrah before this map might come to a close. James continuing to lay down the pain. And James, he's like he's playing a game that's on rails. He just goes from 1 kill to the next to the next. It's match and series point for Virtus Pro. They're trying to lock in a semi-finals appearance versus the Team Spirit Gang if they pick this game up. And well, they are just 5 kills away from doing exactly that.
Well, word of the day is cringe. Oh yeah, that's the word every single day for all you chatters out there abusing it time and time again. You wouldn't know cringe if it slapped you in the face.
Okay, Boomer.
All right, kid, get out of my way.
Fast play of short attempted here for an Amiga. It will get denied by the utility, that of which VP had plenty of. Oh, and there's more.
Oh yeah, look at that. It's gonna land right on top of the smoke though. Unfortunate. That would have certainly blocked it out. They're gonna drop a grenade there. That does the damage instead to Lollipop. Just 1 more round here for Virtus Pro.
You what? I can hear the footsteps. Not really being quiet about it. Namiga walking up A. 4 players here for VP in the site. Quite the setup, quite the stack. Kicker's gone straight away. Oh, what a climb for Box. He goes above and gets a kill on the railing. 5 on 3. It's a good round for Namiga, and VP have already thrown in the towel. They've already called the save. They're going to be backing off and holding on for these guns for a rainy day.
Yeah, right. They know that the money could decide everything, so you don't want to let Nemiga claw your way back into this map on the back of running out of money. Now, VP, they weren't going to run out of money if they went for this, but a 3-on-5, they know that's an unlikely scenario. And you can afford to, like, write that round off as just some unfortunate shots connecting in favor of Nemiga and then just run it back in the next. MDS is nearby and might even uncover these players saving at B if he were to go any further. There is a man holding it, though. That's Buster. So MDS plays it safe, stays alive. 5 on the board for Nemiga as they're trying to claw their way back in to this series. Now, they still have a very long way to go. They need 10 in a row.
But it could happen.
Force an overtime, but it could happen. You know, that is just the nature of Counter-Strike. Anything can happen.
Yeah, especially when you're hitting shots and getting openings like that. Box. Nice little replay, nice little highlight of himself. 13 and 17 currently on the board here for the side of Nemiga.
Oh, Adren, he's had enough of it. He wants to force fights here. The deep smoke lets him push up, but he's not looking at it. And Box walks right through, catches a timing, catches a kill. Kicker catching flat here as bullets fly past him, into him, everything you can conceive. And he will concede the site, falling back safely. But I say safely only just because he's being hunted. He's being hounded down as he falls back into elevator on 20 points of health. This might just be another save for VP.
Yeah.
Amiga, 2 kills on A. The round's looking lost.
Yeah, everything that you can conceive. There's a fair bit throughout Vertigo that you can piece together. And for Nemiga, it's been another round. James going to stick around, looks to get some frags. He wants to take some weapons out of the hands of Nemiga, albeit the one-man show. At least giving it the illusion that there's more than him there. Now, they're not going to give him a pick, which is ultimately not going to prompt any sort of immediate spring to action by Virtus.pro. No call to arms. So 6th round on the board for Nemiga. And what is a quarterfinal for the CIS region?
These rounds are always a painful one if you're a CT side, right? Knowing you have very little say in whether you win the round or not. It's coming down to those first couple of fights. And with the way that VP are playing, not really going in their favor. Let's see if they have a solution in this round or if they're just going to fall back very passive and play retake because they've, in back-to-back rounds, lost the early fights towards the A site. 6 rounds. The grind doesn't stop. This can feel almost like a weight off your shoulders if you're Nemiga. You know you can just play loose, play free, because you lose a round, it's gone anyway, it's over. So if anything, the pressure is off in a way. But it's also very truly on. Buster taking a fight down ramp, getting some damage onto MDS, walking through a smoke, and they found a timing again. Box with a double opener. He is full of them. Adren is still here, though. They haven't cleared up this kill, and they might not be able to because he's dropped the bomb and a man with it. Oh dear, Adren has control over the package. Does he want to hang around? He's got a smoke for the Molotov. He can continue to fight, but Gio's on the site with a grenade, and good damage off of that. One more HE, none left, though. They've got to take the kill. They've got to take the fight. This spam will do it if he takes a shot. Gio doesn't want to rush it, though. He waits for Adren to make the mistake, and he's got the kill. Moving out for another. 2nd kill for Gio, and Buster in a 1-on-3 to save this map, to save this series. It's not happening.
Yes, it is.
He's looking to save.
Oh, no. This Nemiga comeback is happening.
Yes.
Whether you want it to or not, Hugo B. Byron.
Wait, they ran out of A. They had B, and MDS pushed up, but Buster's backed out, and he's realized that they've gone back. Now they've gone back to A. So don't worry.
What, mate?
Yeah, so
well,
they were going back from A to B, and then Buster heard them go back, so they went back to A
and
from B.
And Buster was B, so he's gone back to A to rejoin the site that he was already on, but he's not no longer, but now he is.
And now this is back-to-back rounds for Nemiga. They're starting to find these over on the T side. This is going to be their 7th, unless Buster can do something awe-inspiring to pick up this 16th and secure the victory for VP.
Hello.
That's a start.
Lollipop, and now just Gio left to
boy.
be. Buster.
This is it.
Tapping the bomb,
Oh,
but
he
he's made
jumped.
noise. Kind of giving up the illusion that he's sticking it there. Xiao peeking from ramp, hasn't fired a bullet yet. Now finally does. Buster swings on out, and he
Back to the
gets him.
future. We
VP
go.
in a 1v2. They find this series. They lock in that semi-finals appearance versus Team Spirit. Virtus Pro taking the series 2-1. They get the job done. Join us after a quick break. We're going to be breaking this one down and talking about what this means to the future of the CIS division.
It is the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel post-match, and I'm done playing with this snake for the time being. Maybe not the Rubik's Cube. That looked like a lot of fun. Also, kind of like the quarterfinal that we just got over there in the CIS region for the ESL One Road to Rio. Welcome back. I'm Trace. I got Harry Hugo here. We're ready to dive into this one pretty quick. We got another game on the way, so perhaps we do just that. Right off the top, guys, surface level thoughts of this game. And moreover, what you think about Adren as a person.
Yeah, I think he really fragged out today. He had a great series, top of the server at the end of things for his team and for both teams, really. But I love the game plan from VP there on Vertigo, right? I think you make a great point, Harry, when you talked about how the playstyle of VP that we see across this series really looks like it fits well on Vertigo. You know, the ability to just slow down and run these really safe rounds where you're just holding on A ramp, you're waiting for regression, you're waiting for kills, and then, yeah, just taking the round off the back of it. VP, they wait, they get gifted to, they commit, they win the round. Like just a really good T-side game plan for VP. It may have been dicey on Inferno, but they closed it out here.
Yeah, and you know, Harry, I know you have some very strong opinions about this man. So let's just bring him in so you can just tell him right to his face. His name is Adren, and he's ready to talk to us right now. What's up, buddy?
Hey, everything is good. How are you?
Pretty good. Lot of questions about your game, actually, and I think Harry could probably pick them up first, or I could just ask you. It seems like things run a little bit slower, Adren. Talk to me about running the clock down to the very last second, how terrifying that must be sometimes.
That was kind of stressful. We didn't know what has happened actually on this round. Everything went not as we planned, but I'm glad that Kicker won this insane round, because this round it gave us like a lot of energy and confidence. Like we knew that we're gonna roll up on the T side and we're gonna win a lot of rounds.
Adren, you guys are now...
that was super important. I mean, sorry, for us to gain the confidence.
Well, I mean, congratulations anyway, right? You're on to the semifinals. You're taking on Spirit next. You're in a position where VP are looking like the top team left in this playoff stage. To do with that is, of course, Na'Vi. They got grouped in your group, right? And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. I'd love to hear your thoughts on why you think Na'Vi struggles so much against some of these CIS teams.
Well, this is a CIS region, first of all, and second is online matches. So you can do it. You can handle with guys playing without any pressure. I mean, when you play on LANs and you have a lot of pressure playing against Na'Vi, like big names, you're struggling a lot. So when you play at home, you don't feel any pressure. You're just playing your game. You're just trying to do some crazy stuff, and that's working for them. Because that works for a lot of CIS teams in this region. So this is really different game between like LAN and online, especially in CIS.
So what you're saying is people are sitting at home and they're drinking Mountain Dew, and it's just real easy for them, you know? Like they're just kind of hanging out. That's what you're getting out of Adren?
Yeah. They don't feel any pressure, and you know, like sitting in one pants at home, drinking Mountain Dew, Coke, whatever, and feeling no pressure, just killing some headshots. What do you usually? So
just W mouse one all the way to the end for victory almost. So rush B. That's the only option I've got. I've got to rush us out of here. We're gonna go ahead and head into our next match. And in doing that, who do you have, FaZe or Nip?
My ex-teammates, FaZe, of course. I love them, and I'm cheering for them. I want them to win.
Wow, that was really wholesome. Thank you, Adren. I'm sure we'll be catching up with you in due time. Congratulations again to Virtus Pro as we continue to move on here with our show. Guys, that's a real great dude. Any last words?
Man, yeah, no, just that I always love talking to Adren. He's always great to get to speak to afterwards, you know, like, and he's nice and honest with us. I like that, you know, he never like beats around the bush, you know, he's just straight to the point. That's what we like about Adren. Yes, we do like Adren. He is a no-nonsense type of character, and neither are we. Believe it or not, these snakes, well, they didn't just appear here out of nowhere, which what that means is we go into the next game, FaZe versus North. And not North, I mean Nip, the ninjas in pajamas. Completely off kilter with that one, but don't worry, this is going to be a hot series, and you don't want to miss it. We'll be right back with more ESL One Road to Rio.
son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense qu'il a, c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's life in my soul. Feels like lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So much passion, baby, I can never get enough. So don't you try and stop me, dance until the sun comes up. It's been a road that's traveled all unknown. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I think I'm up in heaven, 'cause you were hell. I gave back my freedom, made me well. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's life in my soul. Feels like lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So much passion, baby, I can never get enough. So don't you try and stop me, dance until the sun comes up.
ESL One Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG.bet.
Well, we've taken it to the edge, and now we're back to life with the Ninjas in Pajamas and FaZe Clan. We have wrapped up that first affair. Of course, you might notice it might get a little chilly in here, so I put on just a little something I had laying around there. Anyway, Ninjas in Pajamas, FaZe, right here, right now, and what is a very, very important matchup. Now, I see that that Hugo is also donning some Nip apparel, and Harry's not. So
No.
what happened, Harry? How come you don't have anything?
I don't know, man. You'll have to ask NIP. They sent everyone else stuff, but not
Wait,
me.
no, you're telling me they
so-
sent 5 of the 6 people in the house.
all in the same house, yeah.
Oh, Nip,
It was
why'd
great.
you
We
do 'em
came
like
down
that?
today. There were 5 boxes at the door, each addressed to one of us.
Yeah.
Apart from Harry.
Apart from me.
Yeah,
Apart from
and
Harry.
you know we're repping the
I didn't
merch.
do
So
Well,
it
that's
feels pretty
unfortunate.
nice.
Harry,
It
and
looks pretty nice.
I realize this is a real forehead moment for you, but we're going to have to go over these picks, and it looks like Overpass will be the first point of contest that we have between these two teams. This is nice.
Yeah, it's a scarf. We got a hat as well. We got sweatpants. We got a shirt, trace. It's the whole shebang
Well,
here. at
you
the
say we,
broadcast.
you mean me.
I mean me. I mean you're
Well,
wearing
you
my
too,
scarf.
actually.
but,
Yeah, don't include
yeah,
me
not
in
him.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, so Mr. Beige, of course, shows up in his
Mr. Beige, yeah.
khackiest of ways. We do have the tackiest of ways out here, and now that's going to be Overpass and Mirage as our first picks. That leaves us with Train. Guys, without any nonsense, we got the vetoes out here.
Yeah.
We know what the maps are going to be. How are we feeling about this series now that we know Overpass is first?
I think it looks pretty good, right? Overpass is a great map for NIP. They actually opened up Pro League by taking it off Astralis. They've had some really, really good wins for NIP on that map. Obviously, FaZe picking into Mirage, go-to for FaZe, 9 out of 10 wins in 2020, a map that NIP don't really frequent. And then as a third and finale, we have a nice middle ground map. Train, neither one an expert on that, but both of them able to play it. So I think this is going 3, Trace. I think we got quite a series on our hands.
We just might. Let's get through this rather sped fast pace.
Yeah.
Hugo, who's your prediction?
Might need the one shot for this, but
Nice. Look,
if we cut
Hugo's
camera,
flexing for the camera for
there
you guys.
it is.
All right,
Nice.
then. Here's mine. It's FaZe.
Nice.
That's who I picked.
Not bad, guys.
Because it's a FaZe jersey that I'm not
Nice.
wearing.
Good stuff. Here, you know what? I'm going to give this back to its rightful owner and use my membranes here to tell you that FaZe Clan are my prediction, and that's who I think is going to win. Bastion goes for the NIP side. Of course, we need to have a house divided. We need to have 2 and 2. For some reason, unbeknownst to me, perhaps Bastion and Hugo can find themselves on the same wavelength as we go into Overpass, the first map of this series. Things are sure to be heated up between these two teams, especially when you consider the run that FaZe is on coming in to today's matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked unstoppable, right? And like with this FaZe squad, for the longest time, it felt like it was just a question of like, when will all the pieces fall into place? Because they have the talent, right? These guys are like a cherry-picked team from legendary years of gameplay all rounded in together. So it was never a question of like what they can achieve or what their skill ceiling is, because the results are there. You know, like we know these guys have stepped up in the past, and respectively, a lot of them have been the stars on their original teams. So we always knew that like eventually this FaZe squad would hopefully roar to life, and it feels like we're starting to see that now. Everything's starting to come together for FaZe, and I think, you know, that doesn't just set us up for a great game here, but like a great future, I think, if this FaZe squad can keep up these appearances.
Yeah, and I think you're onto something right there, because this is an upper bracket semifinal. The other upper bracket semifinal, well, that you're going to have to stick around for just a little while longer. We're looking at Astralis G2 for that one. That is the match that's coming up after this one, but for us, man, this could be a real banger. We're always expecting treats out of these players in the server, and we really know who's on FaZe Clan. But when we're looking at NIP, there's a couple of names you need to talk about, or knock about even. We've got Knock over here. We've got Plopsky, 2 guys that have been instrumental in the successes that NIP have found. Meanwhile, a pistol round. It's here. It has arrived, and it's time to remove the scarves and get down to action.
Yeah, getting a bit hot and sweaty here, wearing a jacket indoors, Trace, but I support the drop.
Looked cool.
I support the drop at the very least, right? So
yeah, you know, at least we're thankful for it, unlike Harry.
I'm feeling fresh, I'm feeling stylish, and NIP might be ready to go on the T side of their map pick. It's Overpass, and it's a long time overdue. I've been ready for this series all day long. FaZe Clan, do they keep up their flawless streak? 7-0 in the group, unbeaten. NIP, the only team they lose to is Astralis in a BO3 that they at least take the distance. So NIP not slacking at all, looking to pick up a victory here in this B bomb site. It's going to be 5 players grouped on Monster. Smokes and flashes going over, and here come the cavalry.
Yeah, charging on in. Lekro leading the spearhead on this spear, I guess. Plopsky down in the water. Does open up with a kill onto Brokey, no less. And this B site, well, now it's officially Swedish. They'll boost up into the heavens and they'll go hunting. Now, I said it belongs to the Swedes, and it still does. Olof Goes toe-to-toe versus his fellow countryman and comes up short. So now a 3-on-4 here. NiKo's getting boosted by coldzera. And NiKo, delivering both kills, has made this one feel doable. Plopsky is in heaven, and he does have Rez with him. And if you're FaZe, you know about this. Olof has already called it. However, Olof had the kit. He was the man up in heaven. So these kills are now going to come in. NiKo on for the ace, and he's going to get it. He gets 5. NiKo, all the kills, but no defuse for FaZe. Such a shame. A great round from NiKo. A great look from this guy in round number 1. And not enough to get the pistol in the bag. And it's all because of that kill onto Olof in heaven with the kit.
And that's just a little bit of an evidence or a tribute, as you will, to the last 7 matches that FaZe have played. Now, check this out. They've got a 2-0. They get another 2-1. They beat up on Copenhagen Flames. They 2-0 Godsent, 2-0 Mousesports, 2-1 the Movistar Riders, 2-0 G2, and then 2-0 North. Excuse me, 2-1 North. So that's quite a few wins in a row, if you ask me.
Yeah, not a bad scoreline at all. And NiKo has been at the helm of all of that as well, right? You know, I don't need to tell you this guy's sick. If you know his name, you know his game, and his game is pretty damn good. NIP don't want to let him get off to a strong start, though. Despite that, it's an ace and a pistol that is falling on dead ears. NIP, they've got a lot of rifles in round number 2, playing things safe, playing things secure. 1 MAC-10 on Nork to make the money. Brokey right now is scoped up on long, and NIP look interested. A smoke towards the front of toilets. They move out into middle. Taking time on this default. Bomb still dropped in T-spawn outside of B, so at any point, they can fall back to Twist, or he can pick it up and join them. That will be what happens as NIP move closer towards that A site. FaZe with no information in this round. They don't play anyone in the connector. They play double A site. Severely restricts their view over the toilet area, but with this 1 rifle, it might be able to find some success, especially with the rotate coming up. NiKo's now moved to the A site, and NIP are walking into a pretty heavy setup. The 2 best weapons FaZe muster, and the best player on the team with a deagle. So, good luck.
Oh boy, here it comes. That smoke's going to fade. Plopsky's going to be right on the other side of it. He might even think about walking through it. A flashbang comes out. That might be what it takes. NiKo wants to re-smoke that. He wants to shut the door on the bathrooms right here, but it's going to be Rain that falls to Plopsky's the first kill in this round. Sets us up for a real awkward situation inside of the A bomb site. The kills finally starting to come through, and so is the bomb plant. Look at Brokey. He's made a play. And just 14 seconds left on the clock. 2 players here in Olof and coldzera trying to thwart the plant. That's not going to be the case. Only 1 player going down for the Ninjas. coldzera backs away with his head armor, smoking a deagle. Meanwhile, Olof, he wants to run the gauntlet. He wants to play around a little bit. And you can't blame the man. He's seen things in this map that no one else can see.
Yeah, true. From heights that no one else has ever reached.
Or ever attained again.
That's true.
It's kind of like Olof climbed Mount Everest almost.
Olof clown.
Olof clowned Mount Everest. What's up now, Mount Everest?
He did clown on LDLC. That is one thing.
That was such a weird, because I remember that.
You were there.
I was there. I'm standing next to Sean Gares, and we're both watching this kind of like, in like this weird, disbelief. As to what the heck's going on
Is this
right
allowed?
here? Hello? Volvo?
Yeah, it was a weird one, wasn't it? But yeah, I mean, Brokey coming through the smoke and killing the planter. If he did that versus VP, he would have won the round. Because they would have had 3 seconds left on that plant. On the time, rather. But NIP, they give it enough time, right? They have 15 seconds left up. Doesn't matter. The Brokey stops a bomb. They can put it back down again with the right numbers this time.
And Hugo, Brokey's kill there on the planter is the only other kill that FaZe have gotten in this game outside of what NiKo did in the pistol round.
Yeah, not the strongest start for FaZe Clan, but, it is early days. We haven't seen a rifle round yet for FaZe. Rain had an M4 in that round, but nothing done with it. Grenades towards B. We have no one boosting right now. They're going to pop flash towards short, taking the water area. No one here for the T side. NIP hear the flashes as well, so they know there's at least some bit of foothold here for FaZe, and therefore numbers. And that's what NIP are trying to avoid in this round. They want to go into the empty bomb site if they can. And that will be A right now. Olof getting pinched in the connector. Both sides. Catches a kill. Good, almost double it. The deagle, good damage up close. If he hit them in the chest, he puts 52 the way of Nork, but an AK secured and a trade found. NIP will move elsewhere, move back up towards A. FaZe have decided to gamble with the rotation. They're moving all 5 of their players up from B as well, 4 rather. Oh no, a double guess. They don't commit. They come back out lower, and NIP set up smokes onto A. If FaZe committed, they would have had the perfect read. Instead, they are just going to be sleeping down with the fishes as NIP find a third.
Yeah, convincing start from NIP and a good start as well. So they go 3-0 up here, and these Pistols not able to find anything in the third round for FaZe. But this next one is where things will get exciting. This is the round that we've been waiting for. The rifles about to come through for FaZe. NiKo has already shown us a bit of a treat in the pistol. You like seeing NiKo starting strong. It always sets you up for a good series, it feels like.
Yeah, I think you're right, Harry. I think that's about bang on. Speaking of getting banged on, it is NiKo by Knock.
Oh.
And Rain. That one hurt.
Yeah, clean. Clinical stuff. Oh, there's a kill there. Oh, Nork was so low, but he gets defended by Twists.
That's a really hard fight anyway. It's kind of hard to see the head right there.
Party's always a good spot to save or wait in. You can hide behind the benches. Say you're in Party and you're looking at Connector, for example. You can hide behind the benches and they'll come out con. They just won't see you until they are like standing up in the entrance. At that point, you just have the kill, on a plate. Good spot to play. 3-0, NIP in control, but here's the buy. Here's what we've been waiting for, right? That ace from NiKo in round number 1. Well, it meant nothing, but now it could be something here for FaZe. Brokey peeks him in with the AWP. He spots them, but he won't hit a shot. The smoke is down. And NIP cross towards a playground. NiKo, you'll commonly see him spamming this connector area as well. They blow the door off from the B site. FaZe use a grenade to get that done, and therefore the wallbang does even more damage. A lot of teams frequenting that play. Oh, Nork. He just clicks NiKo, jump spotting on B. That's the ace player from the pistol gone. NiKo won't have a say in this round, and Nork isn't done with one. He's found coldzera on lower as well, peeked through the monster. What a nuisance.
This is a very awkward round for FaZe. They're desperately looking for any little edge of information they can get. Olof is trying to clear water, but as he peeked on round over here towards short, Nork had crossed into his little cubby. And they seem destined to meet. Two Swedes coming together, and it's going to be Olof to deal with the man in question. Nork gets the short end of the stick down towards B. Now the A play, the real bread and butter of this round for NIP. They try and close the distance, but to do that, you got to get past Brokey, and they do deal with him eventually. It's Lekr0 to get that kill. A 2-on-2, still attainable for NIP in this round. The bomb has been retrieved. Olof has been spotted, but it's Rain who's the X factor, the unknown quantity, barreling in. Twist is able to get the bomb planted, and desperate to navigate this 1v2, looks to isolate that fight onto Rain, but couldn't quite do the job. It's going to be FaZe finding their first round here in round number 4. 2 players staying alive. The AWP maintained as well. That's going to find its way back into the hands of Brokey. Not the end of the world for NIP. Still plenty of money as the result of those first 3 rounds being so clean. I say 3 rounds, more like not the pistol, but the other 2. The 2 important ones that actually build up the money.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, I think one of the reasons their success has really come recently is Brokey's finally gotten comfortable in this roster. They've moved him onto the main AWP role. He pretty much AWPs everywhere, every map, every half. And I think that's a great move for FaZe. We don't see the problem that can haunt teams of having to switch up AWPers, which can be a good thing, but it can also take away if you have a really prominent AWP player. So Brokey looks good inside of this roster, and FaZe's results have been there to prove it. 2 kills in that round with the AWP for Brokey. He's not got armor in this one. He's dropped over a gun, but he is at least armed and dangerous. Oh, quick flash towards B short. No one pushes with it, but Cold's got to be careful of his back. Luckily being covered by Olof. There are players in connector. Popsky not interested though, just going to hold it as a rotation point.
Yeah, just holding on. Slowly, of course. coldzera does get a shot off on a Plopsky. Starts to set up FaZe Clan in the right direction here on their defense.
Ooh, Brokey Another AWP kill, and he's hungering for a little bit more. Does actually overextend perhaps a tiny bit too far and offers up that kill to Twist. Now, what they weren't expecting during this exchange was for Nork to also find a kill down towards the B bomb site. And now, 2-on-3, still in with a chance. Oh, the Nips squad. They're going to go back and retrieve this bomb. That's now on the back of Nork. He's going to look to rejoin up with Lekr0, but while all this is going down, while NIP are rearranging the furniture, Rain, he's come in on this flank, and he's now looking to wrap toilets. This could throw a bit of a spanner in the works for NIP. NiKo is drawing the attention away, just baiting the Swedes into the bomb site. And while they will find the plant, this flank from Rain is something that NIP still have to consider later in this round. Olof has arrived from B, and Rain's arrived from his flank, and he'll deal with both of them. The defuse are now going to come on through. FaZe, a second round on the board. The AWP retrieved once again. Even the opportunity to go for a double AWP if they would like. They will decide against it, saving the 2 AKs forward alongside the AWP.
Yeah, and you know, we're looking at a monetary situation for NIP where they can purchase up, they could force up here, they could have something to show for themselves. Now, what's been shown on Twitter is a different story, and I've got to ask you guys right at the source here about what's happened. I'm seeing a scoreboard, I'm seeing Hugo, Harry tagged in this, but also Don Hassey.
It's a weak tweet. It's a real weak tweet, I gotta say.
I wish I could understand. It looks like you guys are teammates.
Yeah, we played a game with him once, and me and Harry got 27 kills each, and he got 30, and he called it a carry, but he's +3 over us, so...
Are you Don Hassey?
No, I'm actually...
Well, because there were 3 of us in that lobby there, so that wouldn't work.
Well, it might.
Your maths is off, Trace.
I know you guys got laptops. Anyway.
Busted.
See if we get Don Hassey.
That's it.
I got a
You've
laptop,
cracked the
I
case.
must be him.
All right, well, Trace has solved it in this one. It took everyone else years, but Trace has done it.
Figured it
it's
out.
the laptop all along. That's what Don Hassey is, nothing more than a laptop indeed.
Maybe
Great
we
deflection,
get
Harry.
Don
Good
Hassey
job.
to call in to the show. What do you guys
he
think?
wouldn't.
That's
he
a good
wouldn't.
idea.
Don Hassey, if you would call in, I would love to speak to you. Obviously,
do it.
We might want to speak before the show, but I think you can provide some real insightful stuff here, bring out some cool show elements, and ultimately put a voice to a name.
Yeah, every time we play with him, his mic is, quote, broken. So that's always an interesting one.
Sources.
Tempted the nade stack. Doesn't actually deal with Brokey down in B. And now Rain aggressed into the toilets, trying to hold this this forward position. Rez might sniff this out, however, and actually Rez goes in first. He had the bomb, and that there is disaster striking in the purest of forms. Rain, a second kill, and it is a rain of bullets over in the toilets. My goodness, everyone's been torn apart. Rain is on a tear. And Lekr0 so low, Rain's just got to finish the job, but there's the wrap from Twist. No one was watching long, and that's opened up an avenue perhaps for NIP. Thankfully, Brokey is there to plug the hole, and Olof comes in from the wraparound. FaZe 3 on the board. They tie this up nice and early. They're not going to give NIP room to breathe in this matchup. No money left on the NIP squad. It is just going to have to be an eco in this round.
And we've had both these maps between these teams, right? We had them back at Blast at the start of the year. It was, you know, favorable to FaZe in a big way. It was a 2-0 on Mirage and Overpass, 16-7, 16-8. So obviously NIP, I think, have gotten so much better in the last 4 months. And they've proven that here in Road to Rio. But I want to see, you know, what this rematch is, essentially. Are NIP going to be able to take it over the line this time? Or will it be a FaZe finish? We'll have to wait and see. Bomb moving out middle. NIP have Deagle and Smoke in this round. A lot of utility, considering it's a low investment, and they haven't even focused on Kevlar either, so looking for an execute, looking for a bomb plant potentially in this round. FaZe only have 2 on the top site, but NiKo has been very good with his early rotations, and he will actually go for it once again, already creeping up the stairwell. And this is based off of nothing but silence, and silence sometimes is the biggest giver of information, right? You know B is empty. You know NIP aren't throwing anything that way, so you can gamble on this top site. And boys, it's a gamble. 4 players on A and 1 in CT spawn. No one even playing the lower site. FaZe I have a feeling they know what's going on. I have a feeling they know where NIP are, and they're ready for the fights. Broky's dropped res on long. Now it's down to the short play. They're going to try and focus on this bomb plant. That's what NIP bought for in this round, but Lekr0's been picked up early. The bomb is on the site. The bomb isn't getting planted, sorry, as Rain sprays it through the smoke. He finds two. Nork with a deagle, gets some damage, gets a kill, but he will get put to rest. FaZe with 4. They take the lead. They take it right back out of the hands of NIP. 4 in a row for this European mix, and NIP coming back in with money.
I really love that Broky has just come into his own since being on the AWP, especially when you think about like the storyline of him picking up this gun for the FaZe squad, right? Like obviously, the AWPing responsibility originally when Broky was in this team lied with Olof, and it was Broky playing more of a lurk role, and then he became the T-side main AWP, and from then on in, it just grew to becoming him on the main AWP, both sides, 99% of the time. I know that Nico sometimes picks that up.
Well, that's the cool versatility of this lineup too, right? Because some lineups we look at and say, okay, yeah, they could double up. Some lineups could even, have more than that. You know, you could go triple, quadruple. I mean, the reality is you could just bounce it around, obviously shuffle it between the players that are proficient with it. But, it's not unheard of to see Olof pick up an AWP.
Yeah, when Broky joined this team, it was Olof and Broky swapping AWPs on, map dependent, right? Like, depending on who's playing where, what the case was, you would see Olof AWP, like CT nuke outside, stuff like that. So, yeah, you have that in a lot of teams, but I think in this team, it's good to have just one primary AWPer, and obviously anyone can pick up that second inside of his roster. But Rain, pretty much.
Well, it removes that little bit of doubt, right? Or excuse me, that removes that little bit of dilemma or discussion of it. Meanwhile, there's not much of a discussion being had outside of long A. It's going to be a flurry of kills. Lekr0 will be the last man standing, at least from that side. He's not the only one standing for the NIP team. A little bit of slip through the connector here. It's going to be Olof. He takes down Knock. And with a trade from Twist, this continues to go the way of FaZe. 2-on-1, Lekr0, 20 seconds. And that's just about all she wrote. I think he's realized it. Perhaps Broky has peeked off at A and seen him. He's going to hold the line.
Yeah, Lekr0 knows there's no winning this round, sad as it is to say. Cold's like so smart there as well, right? He runs up the stairs and it's just a fake that he's chasing Lekr0, and even that noise made Lekr0 flat out reconsider it, so he just turns around and Cold never even peeks him. There's never even a chance to take that gun away, at least as like a bit of a consolation prize for Lekr0. So 5 now on the board for FaZe, a very convincing CT side beginning.
This has turned completely, 180 from what we saw in the very beginning stages of this round. And obviously so. FaZe lose the first 3, net 5 in a row. I want to pose the question, since we do just have Lekr0 in the AK that he salvaged from last round. I'm going to pose it to you two, as well as everybody out there in the Twitter sphere using hashtag ESL1. What pro would you like to hang out with for a day?
For a day?
I mean, day or just like hang out, like go-karting, golfing, I don't know. Which pro would you think is the coolest, Hugo?
It'd probably be an ex-pro, or like someone who's played in the servers but hasn't, made a career out of playing Counter-Strike, more managerial. Maybe you're moved into broadcast talent.
Oh my God. Well,
he's on about you.
Someone like Sean Gares.
Oh, Sean Gares. Actually, that's a really good shout, yeah.
Wait, what is Sean managing?
Yeah, maybe
himself. Very well.
Of course.
Big business.
Yep, big business. I think Pop Dog even is his thing. I was going to say, like, Rain's a pretty cool cat.
Yeah, dude. Rain's nice.
I mean, but when you know players by first name, like Howie, of course.
Yeah, right. That's a whole different level. Look at this, by the way. It's a me playing. Well, it's all over. So, how on earth have they done that? FaZe, 6 on the board.
Took me a second there, but ultimately you're funny, Harry. And you're a wizard.
That's what I needed to hear. Both of those things in that order. And I'm rejuvenated now. FaZe 6-3 up, continuing to build up this CT scoreline. NIP yet to make a dent since that pistol round and the conversions they found on the back of it. They have to turn the tide sometime soon, or else they might get swept away with it. FaZe showing absolutely no signs of slowing down here. And connector control looking to be the aim of the game in this round. Plopsky Ready to go blow for blow with Rain if required. Instead, Rain drops a nade and gets out of there. Concedes this con control. And this is going to open up a world of possibilities for NIP. They're testing the waters over here in middle. They're going to see what they can find. And if they force FaZe back, then the option is open to go for a late B rotate or a late B to A rotate later in the route. So you can fake this kind of game plan out a bit now.
Yeah.
And you've got a lot more options available.
Speaking of options, Plopsky doesn't know that he is flirting with death. Rain, the coolest guy in the server, hands down, according to sources. It's gonna be right there on the other side of the divider. Most of you typing nothing, not really sure why. I mean, I guess he's cool. Not the coolest guy, no, but certainly is cool nonetheless. Rain is gonna be that nuisance, and Plopsky hasn't even moved. He held his ground there, but that gave Rain the opportunity to go around and look for kills of his own.
Oh, Nork, he's going to check this. The boost is up, but Nico getting damage, gets away with his life, and I think that's worth it, right? You get the info, you know NIP are at least watching and be sure. You know they haven't completely conceded this site, and therefore you shouldn't rotate off. You already have the advantage, and Rain is still pushed up at Divider, so you should know this is a B play. Well, that's more than confirmation. Olof kills coming his way in the B bomb site, and it might just have to be the save after all. NIP sneaking back in through T-spawn with the AWP. Looking to hold on to their weapons. They're not going to have money behind this, though. Loss bonus is pretty high, but without a bomb plant, they can't fully invest, and Twist might not even keep this AWP. They consider pushing. Olof doubles back. Won't go for it. And that's just going to be the full save for NIP. 7-3 for FaZe. Ever since NIP closed their conversions, FaZe have not dropped around. This is an excellent CT side. They've also had, you know, 2 alive in 2 of them, but 3 or more in every single other. So FaZe are rolling in it right now. They're printing them.
And the best thing about, you know, we look at this game and we didn't really have a whole lot of time to go over it beforehand. You know, this is an upper bracket semifinal. So either of these teams, pending a loss, will drop down and play Vitality in the lower semifinals. So
that's a cool game. I mean, I did want G2 Vitality. I'm going to put that out there. I wanted that because obviously French matchup. We haven't seen that game with the current forms of the rosters.
I mean,
with the current rosters, let alone the form.
We could get G2 Heretics instead, which would be like
that'd be kind of fun.
I feel like G2 would just, you know, the fact that Vitality made quick work of Heretics would make me, you know, think that G2 would make even quicker work, right? In theory. That being said, any French matchup like that is going to be fun, so we'll keep our eyes on how this bracket goes. But right now, neither team wants to go to the lower bracket. They want to fight their way to that upper final. Because, of course, we're expecting, I imagine you guys are on the same page, as expecting Astralis to show up today over G2.
Are you assuming?
I don't actually know.
That would be my expectation.
I think that's a very even matchup. And I honestly think G2 could come out ahead. They've looked really good as of late.
Yeah, they have looked very comfortable in sort of the path that they've created for themselves.
Yeah, and even that like head-to-head of Kenny versus Device is an interesting one. We brought that up at the start of the show, and just how Kenny has looked incredible these last few months, whereas Device kind of started slow and it's like building back into it. So that's an interesting talking point. But let's focus on this round at hand.
Let's do that.
11 rounds of play. And NIP hoping that an A play might find them success here in this round. They go over here towards Long. They boosted Twist to give him an angle. And as he falls down, there was a peek made available. Rain gets the info that an AWP lies at Long. And a smoke now complements that by falling into the toilets. That's going to slow down NIP on their approach.
Oh dear.
They decide to try and go through it. They try and pick up the pace, but Rain has not been missing a beat at the toilets. Nico spamming away actually does get bested. Norks Deagle arrives, and in the blink of an eye, he's brought it down to a 2-on-2. The Deag has a lot to answer for on the back of it. Nork now upgraded onto an AK, taking up position in the bank, but he's not looking to withdraw from this round. Instead, just holding the line. Twist with the AWP, shutting down another. It's all onto coldzera in a 1v2. Twist continuing to hold the dumpster. And he will lock in a 4th round for NIP. Norks Deagle, my goodness, where did that come from? This kill spams Rain down, follows it up by charging on into this site. Look at this. Nice one there onto Nico, but he's out in the open. That's the impressive one.
Yeah.
The third shot onto Brokey, because at that point, you've chained together two. You've already done a lot if you're Nork. And then the pre-fire onto the AWP truck. Incredible.
I like how Popsky gets pop flash through that smoke in front toilets. FaZe have been really, really good at re-smoking the toilets as NIP set up for executes. And someone on the A side throws a re-smoke towards Divider. And Popsky hears that pin go, and he just goes, yeah, I'm going. I'm pushing. I'm going to get this kill. Catch a player with a smoke in hand. Or, you know, worst case scenario, just get into the site. You don't want to just sit behind the smokes, because then FaZe not only will rotate A, they know you're there, but you'll run out of time. As it was down to the 30-second mark. NIP, they make it work though. They win that low economy round, and they put FaZe on the back foot when it comes to Muddy. This buy has no issue, but there will be issues if FaZe don't win it. So Brokey needs to be very careful with this AWP. He's going to fall back to the site, reposting for Connector. Flash out though, he misses the leave. NIP get out of this position. They're going to reface back in, but Brokey again, timing is a cruel mistress. He falls off as they peek him, and the flashbang sends him back. He fires a shot. So NIP know the AWP is here. Will that send them down low? Will they go back through Connector? Because the whole time they've had a man outside of B watching, trawling the perimeter, rather. Making sure no one gets aggressive. And I think there's a bit of a spot there. Nork has to go through the Molotov. He's committed. He's pushed through, and he's not going to last long. Oh, Cole makes quick work of him. AK picked up. His teammate gone. Cole has to hold the line, and they line up for him. Two more before Nico dives in as well, leaving just Twist alone late to this site in a 1-on-3 with 20 seconds. He has the bomb, but already a man from upper. Rain's gone.
Nice.
Twist has a chance in this round. Is he ready for Nico? He's reaggressed. The timing is good. And, oh, Twist looks away. Doesn't get more unfortunate than that. Nico will close it. Him and coldzera make it happen.
Man, timing in this game, just about everything. coldzera with 3 kills in that round ensures that NIP will have no further say as to how it pans out. Good stuff there from the Brazilian.
I will say, man, like, it always feels like if this FaZe squad were able to start to, like, find their form and play at the level we expect them to be able to play at, I think they could be one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah.
Man. Like, with this combination of players.
Of course.
And that's a funny thing.
And
Like,
that's
that
why
doesn't even sound unreasonable.
No, exactly. And,
right?
and that's why I felt like everyone for so long was, like, disappointed with what we were seeing from FaZe, just because of the names in the server and how much weight they carry. And especially because, like, it always felt like you would get a great game and, like, a great game plan out of one of them at the very, very least. It was just everyone showing up at the same time never seemed to be there for FaZe.
Right.
But this kind of system of having, you know, Olof in his position, you know, playing this kind of lurk role away from the rest of the team in the T-half, Brokey main in the AWP now, it's all bred a lot more consistency for this FaZe squad. I absolutely love what we're seeing from them, and it has just been improvement to improvement throughout this online play.
I do think you are nailing it spot on when you say disappointment, right? Because that is not something that you would expect out of a lineup of all-stars, albeit what I don't think a lot of people take into consideration is you don't just mash these things together. You don't just, you know, expect it to work right out of the gate. It's not a plug-and-play sort of scenario. Meanwhile, a plop twist here as we do see the B bomb site falling down, falling away from that of the FaZe clan.
Ooh.
And now that leaves us in a 3v2. Brokey taking damage over and over, finds himself stuck at Graffiti. Out on the island, and there are no water reserves.
But plenty of water, and it's surrounding him, it's drowning him. Rain has come through the water position. He's looking for the kills, and he's found one. Another man pushed up in the pit, though. That's Plopsky. Rain got him dead to right, and it's a wrap from Nork from Monster to shore. He's looking for that bomb defuse. Rain checks it, but he's dead, and now it's up to the AWP. He's yet to tap the bomb. Nork is playing the time. He is playing the clock, and Brokey, he's got to force a fight. He's not going to. Nork is just stalling it, and he's even going to perfectly pre-aim, taking down that AWP, picking it up, and taking the round for NIP.
And you have to give credit to Nock there. Really well played, especially when he finds himself just trapped and tucked into the sandbags. The timing was right for him to get up there and be that unbeknownst force that was going to stop a defuse. Lo and behold, Rain, you know, after having come through that area, has no idea. So Nock plays it to perfection. Brokey does what he can, but ultimately, it doesn't quite matter now, does it? 8-5. We near the end of the first half of play here between FaZe and Ninjas in this upper bracket semifinal for the SL1 Road to Rio.
Pistol stack for FaZe in this round. They really don't have any more to offer. They're focusing on getting an investment into round 15, and this might guarantee a 6th on the board for the NIP boys. Nork holding on to B while the rest of the gang are slowly but surely working their way up through the toilets. Now, the moment Nork spots a stack here, that pace is sure to get accelerated. Still only seen one thus far. But the rest of NiP are already inside of the A site, so they know what's going on. Nork's actually kind of prioritizing getting the hell out of there. I think he's realized, like, B is not where I want to be at right now. I'm chill. You're chill. We're all getting out of here. We'll all just get on with our lives. And that seems to be... Oh, dear. That's not where you wanted to go, Nork. You are in the lion's den. And unsurprisingly, that is where the lions are.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, that is quite a phenomenon you have there.
Phenomenon.
A phenomenon. Phenomenon. But anyway, the big toaster. He's not going to have much success in this round. It's going to be the Ninjas in Pajamas that put one up on the board. In fact, I say the big toaster. He loses his head. He becomes unplugged.
I'm trying to get...
No, don't worry. If you have to ask, man.
Okay.
You know what Angelica Pickles would say. So another round for the Ninjas. They look to make this last round of the half theirs as well, to keep this a very close scoreline, a very tightly knit scoreline. But again, that big toaster, someone to really look out for.
Yeah, NIP, this is a great recovery, though, considering this was 6 in a row, or 7 in a row for FaZe at one point. NIP have put some rounds on the board at the end of the half, 6 or 7, no matter where it really ends, they're going to be satisfied. 7 would be nice, though. Put a hurt the way of FaZe, see if they can do it. FaZe have taken their mid-spawn. That's not an AWP, though, that's Rain, just having a lookie, and he won't last long. The flash pushes him back. Goes back to Divider. It's been treating him well. Brokey's got the AWP on lower, and they walk right into it, but he misses a shot, just over flicks there. Oh, Rain turns around as they contact through the smoke, and he peeks back into a flurry of players. They are just going to fast-pace push this A site. Lekros flashes team up. Nico is trying to rotate, but he knows that he might just have to dive through and take fights here. His teammate's gone through the wall. Rez has followed up, nailing bullets to the face of FaZe. They can't save. It's the last round of the half.
Olof and Cold, 2-on-5, and not an easy 2-on-5 to win, especially not with Coldzera somewhat trapped here in the connector. As he tries to get up, there's 2 players holding this. Now, Nork has just migrated away. So Twist is the only line of defense for Con, but that's a shot he's got no problem hitting. Olof, there's still a lot of utility here for NIP, so Olof is pretty much screwed. Like, I don't want to I don't want to prelude the event too much, but it does all draw to a close. And NIP, they get some rounds on the board. This first half is close as ever. This series is sure to be an exciting one, so stick around. We'll be back with the second half of Overpass in just a moment. I almost nailed it, but not quite.
Feel alive, now I'm feeling like to define will it stand the test of time. Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? Your heart for your mind, probably we should start over.
Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. 8-7, FaZe Clan running it here by one round, one singular round, not to be confused with the pluralization of one, which doesn't exactly exist. Either way, we're gonna see a quick, fast, and a hurry take here from the side of FaZe. They wanna get up into this B-bomb side. It's Plopsky that has put a halt to that as it stands. And now in a 3v4.
Yeah, Brokey's still here to commit. He swapped out to a USP, but remember, NIP is stacked in his site, and they've got the backline cut off as well. Rez is in connector, so there's no escape here for FaZe. If they try, they will die, and so they're going to commit towards B with a boost first to get a kill. That's not going to be available. Olof is still in the pit, but there's no utility to assist him or get him out of here. The drop gets heard, and so that's further confirmation to Rez that two players are in the short water. He's going to go for the full wrap round. I like this. It's a bit of a danger. It leaves Con open, but at this point, I think NIP should know FaZe are committing. If they were going to back off, they would have already backed off. So this flank from Rez is taking its sweet time, but it is there. It is available. And he's hanging around at the choke point so he can just stop the rotation rather than force the kills. That'll be down to his teammates in B, and Plopsky's waiting for it. Nico pushed up very deep. They haven't cleared the pit, and Plopsky is waiting in it. He's got one, looking for a little bit more, but overwhelmed. 3 in the round. Olof does take him down. Now it's a flank from Rez. A little bit late maybe, but he is here to play. 1-on-2, Kit in the pit. Very doable.
Kit in the pit. Nowhere to sit. Rez completely catches Brokey off guard, but now the jig is up. Sweet on sweet violence, and who's going to come out on top? It's Rez. He's not going to grab the kit. Doesn't necessarily need it. That should be completely fine. Taking this second, though, to give a quick shout out. We got a tweet in here. I actually invited all of you to get a tweet into us, but this lad by the name of @LinusPeacock101. Some good old British tea with the boys at #RoadToRio, #ESL1. Sip away, lad. Sip away.
Sip away. Sip up, my sippers.
Zip up, my zippers.
No, that's an S, not a Z.
No, you'll have to do that yourself, Trace. I'm sorry, I'll deny that offer this
good.
time around.
Good to go. All right.
We're zipped up, we're strapped in, we're ready to go. 8-8, NIP tying this one up. Keeping it competitive, keeping it close.
Keeping it real.
And that's the most important thing. Now down here in Connector, there are a bunch of dudes who you might recognize. FaZe, pretty much all here, with the exception of Brokey, Nico, and Olaf. They've actually headed up in towards mid, away from Khan, leaving this to Rain. And Nico, and he might not fare too well here as the door swings wide. Nork's going to delete him. These Deagles now left up in a 3-on-5. Not expecting much. You know, the main focus here for FaZe is when these rifles come out in the following round. If you're able to find anything here now in a 3-on-5, you're pretty content with it. Real passive stuff from NIP. They don't really want to throw anything more than they have to. Lekro's getting curious, but he probably, man, you can see it in him. He's getting bored of waiting. He's not liking it anymore. Lekro, he's a man who likes action. And that's what he might get if he continues on this path up through Connector.
We got a few action men on the other side. One of them being Twist, and there's Lekro saying hello and good night in the same sentence. Just like that, the round is over. NIP keep 5 alive, 9 to their name, and leading in the game. It is their map pick, of course, in this series, and so NIP on the CT side now where they should be most comfortable. But of course now FaZe get to direct the pace of the game, and that's what I'm most excited about. Brokey on the AWP, we have full buy in for FaZe, and still this essentially what is a bonus round for NIP, but not big holes, not big gaps in the buy. An MP9, couple of FAMI, but it's all right. You can get the job done. Molly's in middle. Two of them, in fact. Cold's going to smoke the first, but he doesn't want to cross towards playground. With that smoke, or with that Molotov rather, it's often used to let a long player get aggressive because teams don't want to waste two smokes to get towards a playground. One is fine. Two, now that's just a bit much. So no one pushes long. NIP still take a safe, passive round with the exception of Nork. Pushed up in B water. He might get a fight here as well. Rain's coming in through connector. And at any point, Nork can call for a grenade or throw one of his own that will blow open the door and give him a little bit more information towards his stairwell. Doesn't want to do that himself, though. Rather let FaZe make the first contact happen, and they'll move towards middle with 4.
Bomb's going to go back and rejoin up with Olof here. It's going to be a B-side play from FaZe. They completely relinquish all their A control as they set up to go for this play in the B bomb side. But do keep your eye on Rez. He's getting a little bit curious as to what long and mid have in store. And as he's spread out, he's kind of secured a front line again for NIP. Now with that kill onto Plopsky, it should become obvious where this play is coming to a head at. Lekr0 dropping a smoke, trying to play close to the pillar, but he gets bested. It's NiKo and Olof giving the entries over to FaZe and securing them this B bomb site. Rez and Twist. They might just have to save on this one. The nade finds good damage combined with Twist's spray, but not enough to get the kill. And, you know, maybe if it had in a 2-on-3, we might have seen NIP look to attempt this round, but that's no longer the case. They decide if they hold on to this, a reinvestment in the next sounds a lot better than just having to partially invest. And so they bow out of this round. They concede a 9th to FaZe. This game still neck and neck as FaZe are not ready to give up this lead to NIP just yet.
He wasn't ready. Yeah, we're going to stay tightly packed here in this upper bracket semi. Loser is not eliminated from the road to Rio. I think something very important for you to keep in mind. But for FaZe Clan, they want to keep this streak alive of, you know, basically being undefeated.
Yeah. No reason to stop now, right? Like Furia, who didn't drop a single series until the grand final. Bit of a shame, but that was how NA panned out. Gen G won that over there. Of course, there's a first place prize of 1,600 RMR points for the top team in EU, 1,500 for second, so division is close. These two teams are going to be gunning for those top spots. They are in the top 4 right now. One team's going to get knocked to the lower bracket, of course, and so let's see who it will be. Boost up. NiKo gets spotted there. He's still going to commit. Noise made, but they're watching from the barrels. Plopsky gets pushed down, and NiKo, he's on 1 HP, but he will live to fight another day. He will live to tell the tale. Might want to stay away from B, though, for the time being. Spam, grenades, even flashes. Pretty common occurrence, and you don't want to get pushed with 1 point of health to your name. You're more here to win the clutch. Let your team do the rest of the work in the short term. Now, another jump spot here, but you'll notice nothing gets seen. Rain is playing so safe, so passive, that NIP don't have the info. The info they have is misinfo, potentially. They see the B's clear, they rotate up in towards A. Actually, I say that. That's where FaZe is going now, as they've taken the bomb back through spawn. But again, at any point, they can drop down connector and go to B. That's because of Rain in this position. So if FaZe spot a couple of players here, they might go elsewhere. But right now, there's 3 on A and 1 on that B bomb site. Rez with a double setup in the toilets. I like this. Rez dies, and then you assume FaZe will not check Nork. Let's see if that's the case.
Oh, the lineup. Oh, my goodness. It was all there for him. Nox going to be there, though, and they're not going to expect him whatsoever. Rain. He's been toasted, but he's also been avenged. It's Brokey. And now we're left in a real awkward situation. NiKo on 1 HP. That's going to leave some playmaking to try to be done here from the side of FaZe, but that's not going to be the case. And on this op, with the 1 HP, with no time, and a failed attempt to get inside of the save bomb site, it's FaZe Clan tucking away. NiKo is going to have that AWP for another day. I might just say, lay by the bay and eat some hay.
You going to do that all day?
I just may.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you know what they say, and that is that NIP currently leading the way, 10-9.
Here to play.
Of course, a short tactical pause before we get into the fray.
Into the fray.
FaZe, they have been waiting for payday, and that day is here, so investment coming through. Somewhat. I mean, you know, it's payday, but it's certainly not millionaires, not right now, right? Saved AWP on Nico. He actually has the money to buy up a gun around it, and Rain's the only one taking a hit, but with Rain on a Deagle, is that really a hit? Not really. He's pretty good with that gun, so we'll let him be. 10-9 though, NIP holding a close lead. Very close indeed.
Now, before this game, and of course at the conclusion of the previous series, which was Virtus Pro and Amiga, we talked to a Dren from the Virtus Pro side who did win, and he wished his former teammates good luck. He actually kind of gave them his blessing, and that's because he stood in for this lineup for about 5 months in the early part of 2019. I think he even played in Sydney with them, if I could be mistaken.
Yeah, FaZe have really, you know, FaZe have played with everyone, pretty much. They've given everyone a go. You know, it doesn't really matter who you are, where you're from. Welcome to FaZe. And right now, this seems to be the 5 that can make things happen, but depending on Nork's performance, we'll see, because he's going to stop them in their tracks coming out the monster, getting 1. Nico trades, but he doesn't want to commit on 10 health on his own, so he's going to swap out for the AWP. FaZe go elsewhere, NIP rotate back up, but they don't believe it, and that's a good call to make. Twist is still on this top site, alongside Rez, who has aggressed, and Lekro is down lower. FaZe still undecided as to where they want to go. They're watching for B, they're hoping for a kill, but nothing is presenting itself, and with Cole clearing out the back line and making sure no one's flanking, they know, okay, a bare minimum, a guarantee at least that we're not walking into a 3-man stack, right? But right now, as I say that, rotates are coming through and info's being gained. Rez has pushed up toilets. He knows it's not A right now. He knows it has to be a B play, and so Twist has dropped off that top site. Just the difference in 5 seconds and what it can do.
Yeah, look at Lekro's spot right there. You do love that. Meanwhile, he's flashed away from committing to that fight. That 3v3 is now going to yield a bomb plant to the side of FaZe Clan.
Rez has somehow left this all in the arms of Nico. He's got to ace it if he wants to pick the round up, and Rez will respond with 4 kills of his own. NIP grabbing that defuse, 11 rounds to their name, and the good times continuing to roll in on Overpass for this squad. Now a bomb plant found for FaZe gives them a little bit more cash injected into those bank accounts, but really it's going to offer nothing more than a force buy here, or a partial buy rather, for FaZe. They're not in that situation yet where I think they would risk the force in a round like this, even though it could be tempting, right? With only a few players surviving for NIP, you could have a chance to break money, but I don't think you're at that point of desperation yet. If you're FaZe, you want to be playing for these rifles. And so yeah, it is just a partial investment. They can still do damage with this. They can still keep NIP in a bit of a rough spot in terms of the money.
And you can even win this round if you're FaZe, right? Like, obviously the lack of armor, I think, is the biggest issue. But you got 3 players who could potentially do something big in this round. You got 2 players that could potentially do something big in this round, as Nico is found through a smoke.
You got 2 players that could potentially do something big in this round.
Yeah.
And I do think like a real big swing factor for FaZe are these 2 players that could potentially do something big in this round.
Well, now
so
at least they have 1 player that could potentially do something big.
Let's see Olaf, man. Oh dear, no one's checked Plopsky.
And
hanging up in the cobwebs in the corner. He slips on down and deals with them. And now Olaf trying to get this spin to win. Olaf, spin to win.
Pros don't
and he gets it. Bomb planted. Olaf, it's his lucky day. Lucky time there as he gets the bomb down. 12 on the board for NIP as they find themselves another.
And it's because of those, you know, 2 players that could potentially do something big in that round that really things get to the point that they were in. You have to look at, you know, a plant there as a positive, a silver lining, a solace, if you will, sort of, for FaZe Clan, who are currently down in this map. And yeah, not checking for the plop. Well, he drops right on into their face.
Not pretty.
Plopsky, the spider, hugging the wall. You should be nice to spiders.
Why?
I hung out with
Or
one the
not.
other day.
Yeah.
He was great. He was
Yeah.
a web
More
designer.
than one.
Nice,
Oh.
nice one, dude. Did he have ambitions to be a web developer by any chance?
Maybe, man, maybe.
Huh.
I thought that you were talking about the fact that your room is invaded by flying ants, but you know.
Yeah, that's also
works
something
as
else
well.
I've been dealing with. That's pretty cool. That's like one of my favorite things. Here's an aid stack, though, and that's pretty cool as well, but it hasn't really done much damage onto Nork. A stray bullet firing through the short side certainly will.
Couple little friends hanging out with Harry. In
Yeah,
his room.
what's the scariest part? Is it the ant aspect or the flying aspect? I don't know what's worse.
Well, because there's not just flying ants, it's a mixture. It's a
Oh,
whole
got a nature.
society.
It's
They
a whole
have-
ecosystem.
They have,
Yeah.
you know, non-flying ants, because that's the original, and then like the
OG.
remake,
Okay.
the flying ant, there's that as well.
So they've been actively mutating each other inside of your room.
Yeah, well, you know, that
Weird.
tends to happen when there's such a big population inside of one place. Like 10,000 ants is going to lead to some interesting anthologies, perhaps.
So
Plopsky over here, well, under a magnifying glass is where he puts Olaf there. He roasts him, he toasts him, and now a man advantage taken for NIP.
FaZe are looking for a pick on B right now, but losing that man to Popsky, and Nork rather, is not done. He will take another kill, dropping Nico off the boost. NIP have been very ready for that. They know FaZe's tendencies in this map. They know what FaZe want to do. Oh, nice responsive kill through the wall. Keeps FaZe in this round. It's actually drawn the rotate down on B, but that's not a good thing because look at Rez. He is creeping. He is crawling. 8 legs on this man, and he's coming in from the back line. He knows it's a B play, and 15 seconds left for FaZe. They've got to go. They've got to commit. They're taking their sweet damn time. They may not even get into the site because Rez is already putting a bullet in the back of their head. Brokey with a kill, but it's all coming too little. It's all too late, and it's 13 rounds for NIP. In control of Overpass, their map pick in the series. Mirage may be next.
And you really have to reflect back now to those, those two players that could have potentially done something big in that round. And ultimately, for the side of FaZe Clan, it's starting to slip away.
Is that going to be your go-to forever now, Trace?
You guys started this, not me. So
Hey, it was originally 3 players that could potentially do something in this round, but you know,
yeah, whatever,
sometimes,
dude.
sometimes
Anyways.
not.
So FaZe Clan, they want to try their luck over here at the B side. Again, it seems a flurry of grenades is going to leave Rain on 42 HP. He's already made his way up here, though, pretty quick with it. I think Plopsky realized that the timing could be there as a smoke burst out there in the monster tunnel.
Ooh, quick execute though. Here they come. Popsky with a grenade, but it's actually the blind Lekro that gets the first blood. Nork drops the bomb, and this is falling apart for FaZe. If that wasn't clear to you, Nico gets a kill. This second one could be huge, but he's out of ammo, and it could be a quick tap back. It's actually Lekro stealing the kill from Plopsky in the monster, and now Brokey needs to be a monster with his P250, but double flashbang doesn't get a chance to see. Eyes are overrated anyway, and Olaf, he'll lose his too. 14-9, NIP. This is a great map for them right now. Of course, you know, long term, it's looking like a 3-mapper if they take this, because FaZe's pick is Mirage, and they've lost it once this year. Like, they have been so good on Mirage. And that's one of the reasons FaZe have been almost flawless, you know, they have been flawless, sorry, in the road to Rio. You know, taking it over G2, taking it over Mouse, Na'Vi, Fnatic, OG, just everyone. So, yeah, that's a bit of a worry in the back of NIP's head, but, you know, it's a best of 3. You've got to be prepared to play that 3rd map, and right now, this is where NIP are looking to take us. Picking up the first 14-9, tactical pause coming to a close for FaZe, and now everything to fight for in these, what could be potentially last couple of rounds.
Man, and since getting onto this CT side, this streak for NIP has just looked unstoppable. FaZe desperately clutching on it to a map that might elude them here. Bit of damage exchanged early on. Lekro finding some chip damage in through the connector. FaZe do at least have a foothold in this side of the map.
Oh my, this guy's a beast. Plopsky just out-duels Olaf with an M4 from across the map. Lekro is getting banged up through a wall. He will actually fall off at the right time. Rain dinked as he takes down Plopsky with a trade. Damage has been spread across both sides here. FaZe have been very focused on B in this T side, and it hasn't really gone their way. I mean, you know, obviously not the rounds anyway. They've only got one in this half, but yeah, I'd love to see FaZe work A a little bit more, throw some XX, because NIP have had the flanks every time, and once again, look at Rez. He's just pushed long. He's just cleared this entire area, and now he's making the call. Guys, get ready for a lower play. Twist is going to be the first point of rotation here because in come FaZe and NIP, they're one step ahead. They already know it's coming. They pushed up into the fight. Ray taking down Nork after a trade. It's going to be Lekr in the pit, but the spray, it won't connect. Cold finds him. There's still a chance for FaZe in this round. He's got to stick the bomb, but he will burn with it. Planted, leaving Brokey in the 1-on-2. He doesn't know that Rez is coming from the short side either. He's been silent in getting to this position. They haven't found Brokey. They're waiting for a wrap. They think he's Monster. Well, they are close to the issue, but he's close to the site, and he's looked away as they peek him. Rez finding the round for NIP. Great retake, team ace, and good information from Rez. It's all him, right? Without that knowledge, without that little mid-round push that he's been going for every single time, he wouldn't have, you know, been able to call that for NIP, and they wouldn't have been stacked towards a B-bomb site. So, map point, NIP's pick going their way. Look at all that blue.
All of it. Round after round, stacked them up. Like a good game of dominoes. Well, actually, you know, the dominoes don't fall in the game of dominoes. It's, you know, only if you set them up that way.
Wow, I've lost that.
But anyway, yeah, in this timeout, if you're the Ninjas, you're right here. You're right here ready to cross this finish line. That is FaZe Clan on your own map pick. Now, that alone, something to consider there, especially when we start to look towards the second map of the series, the Mirage. The pick of FaZe doesn't get any easier for them. Doesn't seem like they're far off their mark as of right now, but for what it's worth, not winning the duels, not winning the fight here on Overpass. It's going to be coldzera that falls first to Rez with AWP. As an unlikely sight, that op is going to get passed over to Twist.
Oh. Yeah, finally getting punished for the monster aggression, right? It's about time. NIP have been very key to push on the CT side, and it has often worked out. So finally a B push. They think that maybe FaZe will finally go to this A site, and that does seem to be the play, but B is at least being watched. The default is good for FaZe Clan, and Olof finds that kill. He's going to pick up the bomb and go and join FaZe late up in mid. Putting a lot of pressure on A right now. This is actually going to cause a full rotation for NIP. No one playing lower anymore. Rez waiting for the drop on Brokey. He's going to walk into it. Good spray. Rez gets the kill. And oh no, it all comes tumbling down. Twist, he finds another traded, but it's a double setup again for NIP towards long, or short side rather, that FaZe might not be prepared for.
Yeah, Nico's got to check it, and if he doesn't, oh dear, this one could slip through the net. Olof in a 1v3 alone, and at B, there is Lekr rotating in from heaven, and he'll seal the deal. NIP take Overpass 16-9. Since moving on to the CT side, they drop but one round. The Swedes are looking good. You're gonna have to join us after a quick break to catch the remainder of this series, so stick around.
Heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go.
house in the server and right here in front of me. Believe it or not, this place is a zoo. It's a madhouse because we have a matchup on our hands that is certainly one to remember. Right now on Overpass, after it's all said and done, after the dust has settled, it's the Ninjas in Pajamas that prevail on their map pick over FaZe Clan. And of course, we do have one NiP fan in attendance. Of course, can't really kind of forget those guys. And then there's Harry, who's a fan of Khaki. So guys, what do we think?
That was a really good game from NiP, right? Like, you know, super equal, super level in that first half, but you could just see the comfortability and the preparation for NIP really show through on that CT side. They drop one round, it's the third round, it's a you know, low economy round for FaZe, and they just don't get anything else done. And that's because FaZe, they put a lot of focus on the B side, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but what that did mean is NIP were like having the reads every single time. Rez was pushing long, he was pushing mid, he was flanking Connect, he was going T-spawn, and even when he didn't have kills or even win the round, he would have the information, and that allowed NIP every single time to stack lower. It felt like when FaZe were committing for an execute, they were walking into 4 NIP players, no matter where it was.
Yeah, and it's kind of wild, right? Because originally the FaZe CT side was looking like it was going to stock up really, really well, right? That first half looked stellar from them. And then they go into the second. They only managed to put up one round the entire time. And you just felt that swing of momentum go in favor of NIP. I think now they're probably in a really good spot for the rest of this series. You know, for FaZe, it is like a little bit weird because whenever I think of this team, like finding entries, for example, on a T side is what I would imagine these guys are sick at, but that's just not what happened in the server. NIP seemed so prepared for everything that was coming their way. They had like near instantaneous reactions. The setups were great to just counteract everything that FaZe threw at them. And even towards the end, there was like some uncharacteristic errors. You know, I think about the round where they don't check for Plopsky hidden in the corner down in Monster, and he gets away with what, 2 kills from that position.
Could have been 3.
Yeah, it could have been 3.
Probably should have been 3 even at that point. But you know, Harry, we look at this, and just to kind of go a little bit further with your point, you're talking about winning entries. Well, in this notion, it's just the opening fights straight up that are going in the way of NiP, but not by a huge margin. We're talking like it's some 13 to 12 almost. So it's not that they're, you know, massively disparaged, but the fight is still there, and it seems like it goes the way of NiP.
Yeah, NiP were kind of doing like the classic of like giving with one hand, but taking with the other. And it's like, you know, the moment you would find an entry, there'd be some re-aggression on the other side of the map to come in and immediately pull it back into some equal scenario for NIP.
Just one quick point as well is I feel like, you know, one player we've been talking about for FaZe that's been so good in their lead up to this road to Rio and the 7-0 that they found in this group is coldzera, and he was just absent in this game. 9 and 17. Overpass has never really been his map though, to be fair. You know, so there's always a chance to bounce back. Mirage is around the corner. If Cole can show up, FaZe have got this, and FaZe will be taking us to a third map. If Cole remains silent, I think this might even be a 2-0 for NIP, but right now I'm holding out for the full 30 Trace going all 3.
Of course you are NiP fans like him, and you out there might be thinking the same thing. Me, I'm Feel's birthday man, because happy birthday to James Banks. Now we're going to be going to a break. When we come back, we jump into the second map of the series, and we see if FaZe Clan have a little bit more fight in them and if they can turn this series around. BRB, everybody.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Every single line, every single roadblock
got two hearts that beat in time. And the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun up in here. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back.
ESL One Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Well, Source 2, absolutely nowhere in sight, but Mirage is. And that's where we're going to be going next, and that's exactly what you should fixate your attention on, because we have FaZe Clan taking on the Ninjas in pajamas in what is an upper bracket semifinal best of 3. The second map is upon us, and should we need it, we'll decide this whole thing over on Train. But as of right now, 16-9, NiP not really leaving anything up to the imagination there, as they are pulverizing the FaZe Clan on their first map pick. Now we switch over to Mirage. I also switch my attention to Harry and Hugo, who have tons to say about the matter at hand.
Yeah, this is where FaZe should bounce back, right? This has been a really good map for them. For NIP, it's been a bit hit and miss. You know, they had a victory over Fnatic on this the other day. That one did feel a little bit uncharacteristic, right? And then they go on to actually take that series. Things were looking up. But then we've also seen them fall just as one-sidedly as they've kind of risen. And, you know, they've had a few close games here and there, but for the most part, NIP haven't looked that hot on Mirage. Definitely not as in control as a FaZe Clan lineup are.
And Hugo, I want you to pick back up on that point in 1 second.
Okay.
But before we do that, I just want to remind everybody out there as to what's coming up after this. The Super Series. We're talking Astralis. We're talking G2. And that is the Super Series right here on Super Wednesday. Of course, today being Wednesday, I didn't necessarily know that, but now that I do, that is going to be what comes up next, guys.
That provides a lot of help, doesn't it, Trace? That really contextualizes the match, doesn't it?
It kind of does put it into perspective here. This is a Wednesday, and with the matchup at hand, FaZe and NiP, so far, I feel like the deliverance is on time. The package is here.
Yeah, and, you know, Super Series, but we got two of them, really, if you want to count this game, because these are both upper bracket matches.
Of course.
These are both top of the group versus second in the other group, respectively, right? And NIP just below Astralis, number 2 in Group A. FaZe, top of Group B, flawless, as we've already said. And, well, looking at FaZe's wins, boy, have they been flawless. The last 8 times they played Mirage, guess what? It was a big old W. And that's going to bode well for the FaZe Clan as they head into this bout versus NIP.
And I think that song, I think this is the one, Harry.
Yeah.
I think if we play this one out to completion, then we're going to get that Pepe Jammer that we were looking for. That's right. You out there, this is the only way that this one can be raised up. The only way that the hypers can be brought to the attention here of the commentators. And of course, those being Harry, Hugo, and myself, FaZe Clan Ninjas in pajamas on Mirage. Are we in for a Mirage Etoile or just 2 maps? We'll be right there.
Nice.
Yes, indeed, Trace. FaZe with the T side beginning. Plenty of utility. They're going to go for an A set piece. These smokes go over. One for stairs, one for jungle, and one on Cold Zera still floating around. I was curious if CT was going to be a part of this smoke setup, but it is not. Nork and Lekro delivering in the pistol, and boy, it's set to continue. Cold left up, and he does manage 3 nice little kills before they deal with him. Good attempt, but ultimately the pistol round falling in favor of NIP as they look to get off to a good start here on a bit of a FaZe classic.
Yeah, I will say that pistol bodes well for Cold. As we said, he needs to step up in this map. He was silent on Overpass, and that can't afford to happen here today. Not on a map that FaZe have had such success on. They don't want to be knocked down to the lower bracket anytime soon, especially not with a 2-0 victory the way of NIP. FaZe at least want to fight.
Yeah, they don't want this to be that first L they've taken throughout the road to Rio, right? I mean, they've dropped maps, but whole series, no.
Ain't happening. Well, it might, but let's see if FaZe can stop it. It's going to be full Glocks here, so yeah, it's happening here at least. NIP shouldn't lose any players. They can even fight mid with USPs if they want. It's probably safer than the scout at this point. Twist checking under. Connector covered, so he doesn't need to worry about his back line. FaZe are really just playing patient, using this almost as a tactical pause.
Yeah, it really does kind of have that vibe to it, especially considering with the 4 Glocks, no nades, nothing really. Hell, I don't even think they have marshmallows around their campfire up there at top middle, so really didn't come into this round with a whole lot. Probably won't be leaving with a whole lot either.
Bodies in bags.
Okay, well, we got our excitement out for today, so glad we could do that.
Yeah, I mean, Nico and Berkey, they're having a bit of excitement
really
right now.
Close to
yeah,
each
these
other.
guys are loving it, man.
Ooh,
it's nice. Nico's just going around,
Olaf,
like checking on everyone.
Olaf?
Olaf, come join. Or Cold, rather, maybe even.
Dude, if you're NiP and this is what's going on, I mean, you're probably
about to get four full Glock kills coming your way.
They're thinking like, right, guys, they're probably doing something really serious right now.
Oh,
they're probably
no.
Goodness,
Oh,
Nork
dear.
could get caught. He turns around, and here it is. Oh, in from short they go. And Nico has just had to watch the teammates. He's so meticulously given some love to over in top mid. It gets shut down on the cat play. 2-0 lead for NIP. They get that conversion in the bag, but now the buy round comes in. Nico, hopefully that little speech, that rousing speech, maybe even a rousing speech over in top mid, has gotten the rest of FaZe feeling pumped heading into this 3rd round.
Those Glocks were throbbing. That's all I know up there in top middle, okay? So Nonetheless, the round really wasn't going to go any different than what we kind of forecasted, but with these weapons on the table now, anything is possible.
Anything is possible. In FaZe, they want that A site. Is that going to be possible? As NIP have actually given it up, so the answer is yes. More likely than not, FaZe should be able to get out of the Palace here. And a quick fight taken. Lekr0 spots him, but he's not got the gun for the job. It's up to the scout to do the damage, and Twist does that at least. Can't follow up, and he's pushed back to 40. Might want to tuck here in jungle, as they're already on top of the stairs. It's going to be Nork dropping a man down middle. Olof can't come in on that lurk, and this A-site play is getting stripped apart.
Yeah, that's a really big kill onto Olof. It's really freed up these NIP players to have a bit more movement on this rotation, and now they group up in con, but Nico is ready to go through, and he's joined them in the connector. They're not ready. He is so close, and he could strip this whole round from NIP right now. Nico in with a double. And he's caused some trouble. Plopsky 1v3 is required here, and they're not giving him a lot of room to work with. Not able to catch Brokey on that peak. And so FaZe, they will be delivered their first round, courtesy of that little smoke play from Nico, kind of bailing them out of the danger that was represented at one point in time with that con threat looming. Investment coming through from NIP. But this little chance of a good start might get wiped off the slate soon.
What a play by Nico. You can see him next to the smoke, just listening to the footsteps, figuring out where NIP are and which side he can like sneak into. Gets on the box and just mows down two players. Great work from Nico. Puts FaZe's first round on the board, and they want a little bit more where that was from.
And it's rounds like that that'll make NIP really question every smoke and every turn. They know now that, you know, once you get someone like Nico up there just holding the line, unbeknownst, like not even tracked. No one had any idea it was there.
Nothing is safe when you're playing against FaZe.
That's what they say.
Look at these smokes. FaZe have thrown the execute smokes, but they've got a second volley, I would imagine, available because no one commits with it. They were hoping NIP would use their Molotovs, but that's implying NIP had Molotovs. They don't, and they won't. Now it's down to the guns. The AWP, he could get pinched from the Palace. There is cover on the site, but Twist is very exposed in the open right now. No cover. And yeah, I'm not sure about that setup there. Lekr0, he's going to trade, but that's not worth it at all. The AWP is going to get nothing in this round, and Lekr0 follows up with damage, but nothing more before he dies. Nico's down low. Olof fighting Spawn, the second AWP here, and here to stay. Plopsky's got a kill. FaZe now have to stop. They have to tuck in on the site. The bomb gets cancelled. Nico's stuck on low HP. The Cole catches a flank, though, and that's going to open up a world where FaZe can win this round. Cold doubling down. Nork might want to go back for that gun. There's an AWP behind him. He's still using the Deagle, and he's just feeding the kills to Cold. It's a repeat from his team, and Nico and one can get it done. FaZe finding 2 rounds. They don't save that AWP ticket. It's actually on top, but that's still going to be a round locked in. This kill on the flank is massive as well, as they often are. Rez could have put a stop to that entire round. Instead, Cold makes it happen for FaZe. And look at the ramifications that's had to the money of NIP.
Oh. The Toaster himself is going to have this AK out. No one wants to play with the Toaster. Believe it or not, you're not supposed to in the first place, so would make the most sense. He's come to a very creepy halt here. Smoke towards the top of middle. That's going to allow us to crescendo into this round. Now with that smoke down, it's giving a considerable amount of coverage up the catwalk. It's going to allow FaZe Clan to maneuver in a way that puts Nico yet again in a hidey hole. That could prove to be a big flaw. It could be a fatal one at that, Harry.
Yeah, this is a very advanced position for Nico to have, and NIP, on the back of seeing him skirt his way into ladder room, they've positioned over towards B. They've anticipated this is going to be a B split, and that is not the case. FaZe setting up with 3 players back at ramp, and they are selling this B fake well. Olof throwing in utility. Nico arriving from catwalk. NIP, they're rubbing their hands together. They're thinking, guys, we've nailed this. We've got them. They're coming our way. And then any moment now, we're going to hear the iconic phrase that is... And now, of course, for NIP, 4 on 2 on 5, they've realized a little too late that Sadly, this was all a ruse, and FaZe going to be finding this third round. And they probably would have regardless, but, you know, these USP stacks can still get out of hand. We have seen that many a time here at the Road to Rio and back in the Pro League. But this time around, the USPs get mopped up and dealt with very, very well. A nice little fake. Ooh, nice, Let Crow. Got any more in the chamber? Come on, bud. 5 bullets. You don't need the reload. Land them all. Oh, there we go. Come on. 3 bullets. Oh, 1 bullet. Now maybe is a good time to reload. There's still pressure at him. Wow. And finally, they deal with Let Crow, but he does a good job of making that one, I was going to say expensive. He could have made it expensive if he dealt with Olaf. Still taking down Nico's fight and getting away with that much damage. Now the reinvestment comes through. And this is where things get exciting once again. NIP going to have rifles out across the board. Notably, not going to feature an AWP. The money isn't there. And, you know, when you have players like Twist and Nork both in your team, both proficient with that weapon, that's something that you are going to be feeling here for the NIP side. As you look down the barrel of round number 6.
Smoke in the window denies Twist the vision here. FaZe have been over middle in these last couple of rounds. This one is no exception, but it will be after just a moment. Drain gets picked up by Rez's aggressive play through the connector with a flashbang. And FaZe, they wanted a B split here. They also wanted a cat flank, but Rain is not going to be enabled. And now hitting B. It's only one man. NIP have gambled and not the right way. It's Plopsky alone in the site. Nork needs to come out of ladder and try and help, so he is tasked with doing that. Gun in hand, and Plopsky hiding in the corner, waiting for them to come his way. He's got one, dropping more, banging through the wall was Nork. He finds a player on the bench and even kills Nico to clean up the round. Great work from NIP. That 2-man setup is there in the nick of time, and FaZe, they walk into the Warriors at the B-bomb site. 3-3. Not the end of the world for FaZe. They have a bit of money left up on some of these players. But heroic move from Plopsky. That was a very dangerous play as well, going out so wide, being exposed to the apartments. But he works wonders. Brokey on a Deeg, AK's elsewhere. FaZe looking for a 4th. Ooh. That's a great play. The little pop flash to follow as well. Even gets Nico. The issue is now you're stuck in under, so he needs to get out with the flashbangs. Oh, he's so blind. He's even going to get another kill. There's no way he should get away with 2 there. Brokey dead. Only had a deagle, but even so, FaZe now down a man in this round, and NIP have just conceded middle. No interest, no need. A man up. It's FaZe the one that is struggling for frags.
Yeah, there's no real reason to kind of put yourself out there more than you have to, especially with that man up. Lekro being the only casualty for NIP in this round leaves FaZe a little bewildered. They do have mid control, but even in that, they're not able to flex too far off of it. Rez has got his eyes set towards the catwalk, and with Twist positioning, he's able to pivot, should not make contact off through jungle or through the connector. But Rez wants to get close. They're going to smoke top con. Smart move from NIP. Now, will that pressure FaZe Clan? Will that tempt them to walk through it? Looks like a little bit of a window boost instead. Rez is aware of that possibility. He backs out so that he can see all the way through to jungle. And as much as this is set up, they've really kind of only given themselves the opportunity to go towards A for FaZe Clan. There you go. Coldzera in the window. Does end up finding a frag. That bomb down in the connector still. Olaf's going to grab it.
Where do they want to go with this?
This round is kind of hinging on the Plopsky re-peak, and I think that's dealt with, and the timing on it couldn't be better. Catches them in the connector, and now they know that both players were here. They know where Cold is coming from. This crossfire is set up, and Cold gets sandwiched between the two of them. 4th round on the board for NIP, and Plopsky, perfect timing on that. If he peaked even a moment too soon, there was a chance that that play could have all culminated over towards B if they deal with the short player.
Poor Olaf, though. Poor Olaf. Like, he's holding that for 30, 40 seconds, and Plopsky peaks because of the Molotov. Cold throws it, and Plopsky hears it coming. He knows, okay, this is the last thing they're going to expect. FaZe aren't going to be looking here. Rightly so. Olaf turns around as the molly lands, and then Plopsky peeks into it. Like, ridiculous stuff. What a crazy move. But it's put NIP back up in the lead. 4-3. And more Glocks for FaZe. Nico just jumping and bumping, practicing his slides. I do this a lot on curved angles, you know, like the overpass tunnels. If you're entering out Monster.
Iconic.
Yeah, stand on the left, press space when you get to the end. Boom. You're gonna rock it.
What are you pressing space for?
I mean, or mouse scroll. whatever.
Spacebar users to jump.
No,
My God,
no,
Omega
absolutely
lol.
not. Trace,
Omega lol.
Trace, I'm on your side here. I've been a scroll wheel user forever. I've just never unbound it from space.
Well, don't
either.
lead
Scroll
these
wheel
sheep astray.
users fighting in amongst themselves. Iconic scenes here
Yeah,
from the road to Rio.
it's fine because, you know, spacebar users don't usually fight anyone because we don't see them in matches. Oh, this
Yeah,
time.
nice.
not at our level. We
No,
play.
no,
Oh,
no. Tier one.
okay, right. That makes a lot of sense now, right? Okay. Well, Rez here.
Oh, dear.
What's up now, spacebar users?
Woo!
Easy as that.
Rez doesn't know it, but there's a lot of danger in the connector. Oh dear, how's he going to deal with it? How's he going to respond?
He's not alone.
Answer is that it actually falls to Lekro, this responsibility.
Nice.
However, he is ready and waiting. Predicts that peak from Palace. Olaf going to win one fight, but that'll be the only fight he wins before getting dealt with by Plopsky. So 5 on the board for NIP. And now FaZe back to the drawing board on this one. They took an eco there. They bring the AWP out on Brokey, so they've got that to work with still.
That Super Series coming up next. Please do not forget Astralis versus G2, which is the corresponding game in this bracket, where
Okay.
FaZe and NiP find themselves. Winner of this goes on to play the winner of that, and that's how brackets work. Shout out Hugo Byron.
Thank you, Trace. Please don't forget, guys. Please, my boss is counting on it. I'm going to be in a lot of trouble if you forget. Ooh. Ouch. Brokey. Oh, dear. He might want to forget about that round because the repeat from Nork off the back of the tag on Plopsky, and it's an AWP down and out. Biap still has the bomb, or at least the exit of it. 3 alive here for FaZe in this one. And barely any util to play with either. Olaf's got a bit of a set, but that is it. It's time watching for the cat play. It giveth and it taketh away. So Olaf doesn't want to hang around there for too long. He can always flash Nico into position on catwalk, but Nico don't need no nades. He got his gun. That's just okay. He's got a kill, and he's going to jump to window. Plopsky sees the timing. He knows Nico has to be here as a result, and Nico jumps over the AWP, looking to fight it in the market. Bit of a dangerous one, but it works wonderfully. Plopsky's pushed cat. He's got that kill as Nico backs up, but Plopsky can't escape from this fight. Olaf has gone back to get that bomb, but it might be A after all, and NIP have no reason to believe it's A. Cold is sitting on ramp. He's coming through at the perfect time, and if he gets this kill, that could have been the round. Now it's Olaf on his own in a 1-on-2. The world is his oyster. Either site is available, but we got a CT at each site.
Yeah, them oysters here. We're going to see what Olaf can do with it. Trying to walk up catwalk. And Harry, with 20 seconds, there's really not a whole lot of options for him at this point.
Now he's going to try and hit B, and there is a chance he can get past this AWP of Twist. Alone off Meister. 1v2, and he's got to try and run the gauntlet. He does get past, and now... Oh, Twisty Lloyd, dearie me. Olaf becomes the shark in this game now. 1v1, and he smells the blood in the water. Lekro, the last hope, the last man alive for NIP, and what was a 2v1. Olaf is playing this to perfection. He's repositioned onto the car. And he's not given anything up, looking to drive away with this round. Is Olaf Meister, Lekro looking for him, but sneaky, beaky little Olaf, ready to flick, gets the info, and now he's playing for time. Lekro needs this kill, and he needs it now. Olaf not offering it up. Wow. Comes in clutch with the 1v2. 3 kills in the round for Olaf. AWP carried forward, and a 4th on the board for FaZe.
Alone off Meister. Well, he's good enough alone. Trust me. He gets it done right there. FaZe Clan did need that round in a big way, not just because of the scoreline, but just to stay, somewhat head above the water in this game. You don't want to let NiP run away, double-digit half it. You don't want any of that.
Yeah, NiP had 3 rounds in a row off the back of that, so if they kept streaking, things could have gotten bleak for FaZe. But now, well, the money for NIP drawn into question again. It's this AWP, and we're relying on it. He needs to stop this mid-cross. It's done that at the very least. Olaf dead, and it's all down to the A play for FaZe. Walking into a low economy round, rushing A is such a risk, and you can see why. Those SMGs up close, and an M4 as well. Rain on the ladder, hits a shot. Brokey's dead, but Rain is not. Now he is, and the round is going to come to a close with it. Without that mid-split, that's how A plays often go.
Well, Hugo, let's look at this now. Let's re-examine this situation, because obviously Olaf wins an amazing round by himself in a 1v2. With the bomb plant, salvages an op, then FaZe lose the following round.
Bam.
Talk to me a little bit about the situation that FaZe find themselves in.
Say goodbye to your money if you're FaZe. I mean, that's no surprise. You can see it there. 2,000 to 3,000 a player. They are working off of loss bonus and fumes. And right now, that is not a lot. And that's, of course, because they win a round, right? It takes a notch off of their loss bonus so that when they eventually do lose the next, well, their notch is lower, Trace. And that's the thing. You always want a high notch when you're talking about loss bonus.
True story.
Right now, not a notch in sight. FaZe are on Deagles and Glocks. I pluralized Deagles. It's only one, and it's out the ramp. The rest are rid of in mid. Oh my, Nork.
Go on, get it in there. Olaf, not good on the catch. He's actually dodged that one. However, Olaf setting up to receive the ball again. Actually, just making sure, you know, like you don't want any CSGO zombies coming back into the fray.
No, you definitely don't want that.
It's the responsible thing on Olaf's part, I think.
If there's one thing that Zombieland taught us, it's what, fellas?
Double tap.
There you go. That, of course, against the rules of war and the Geneva Convention, but of course, here in Counter-Strike, no such thing exists. And we'll continue to march forward. Ninjas, moreover, knock in that round. 3 kills, great spray control.
Nork has been sick in this team, right? Like, and I think the biggest surprise for me watching this guy join this team as someone who'd always watched him as an AWPer in his previous rosters, I was worried about his rifling. Not that I thought it was bad, but you know, how ready was his rifling for this tier, especially in a team with Twist who can run this AWP to great effect, and we've already seen that. We know that. So yeah, Nork, he's great on the AWP, but when he doesn't have it, he's still very versatile. He's still very available and is often a key player for NIP. When Nork is playing well, NIP are often playing well. So right now that is showing. 7-4, 2 in a row for NIP, looking for their third, but this is a buy for FaZe.
Yeah, and again, another pivotal round. FaZe Clan are going to start to run out of these soon. And they've invested into it, Harry.
Yeah, the utility usage has been great in this round from NIP, right? Like, FaZe haven't even seen anyone on the NIP side yet, and they've already got Nico at 12 points of health. The other 2 are tagged up. Now they try and make this A play happen, and to begin with, it is FaZe winning these trades out favorably. Cold on his Palace flank has worked this one to great effect. Olaf snuck up close. He's drawing the attention away. I love that bait and switch from Olaf and Coldzera. Olaf tucks into the corner, sprays the AK. Twist is staring at him. And in that moment, knowing that he's scoped up with the AWP, they throw the flash over, time the peek with Cold. Twist is blind and just hung out to dry in the open. And that was a great bit of team play between the FaZe guys.
And for FaZe, again, a round that they needed. Crucial here. A 5th one on the board for them. We're going to see Plopsky and Knock. Safeski in the B site.
Yeah, I kind of want to see NIP try and work a bit more aggression, perhaps, over towards Palace or Ramp. Just because I think whenever we have seen FaZe go for these A splits, it's always been like the one lurk player in Palace, and that's usually Cold, getting away with a hell of a lot. Like, even if you think back to the pistol round, right, where NIP, sure, they picked up the victory, but Cold on a Palace flank was able to net himself 3 kills. And he's been great in this position. I think, you know, if you were to maybe try your hand at like a bit of aggression early on, you might risk giving away that man advantage, but it can give you like a bit of an early warning signal as to what FaZe were planning to do in this round. And there's definitely ways you can set players up to go for this Palace peak, you know, with supportive flashes from inside of the site. So maybe that's something we see NIP look to explore. FaZe have been very explosive in middle, and sure, it's like worked for Nork in the rounds where it's been anti-eco, but that's what you expect. I don't think he would be able to have that same success versus these FaZe mid takes in the buy round.
Yeah, like the fast cats and the fact that Nico's getting up into ladder in 20 seconds, like stuff like that is a nuisance to deal with in the mid round for NIP, especially if they don't, you know, realize it, if they don't catch it. And FaZe are often denying that info by smoking window. They've done so in this round, and so Rez has no knowledge as to what's working in middle.
Well, catching it is one thing, and then, you know, actually grasping it full on and having a sort of, I guess, a response for it every time and denying it a couple times just so FaZe Clan don't feel as comfortable going for it. Nonetheless, Knock holding one of those real tight angles, and he's going to see a player jump across. Now weary that mid is compromised, as it is. There's no eyeballs on middle.
It's only a bait and switch, though. The reason he doesn't hang around is because Plopsky's pushed, right? So he's hoping they saw him. But if anything, if FaZe saw that, they don't want to walk into an AWP in the apartments. It's a nice choke point. It's favorable for the scope, and you can easily drop off. So FaZe are going to go elsewhere. That was their plan anyway. Bomb outside of A. Olof on this mid lurk. He got shut down coming down Cat the other round, but this time he's come through under, so a little more safe, a little more silent, and a little more unknown. NIP, they've got to watch their backline as the execute comes through.
Yeah, and here it comes. It's going to be on A. It's going to be 3 deep. Make it 4 with 1 in the Palace. Rain and Nico are absolutely decimating the Ninjas right now. They don't even have a chance to shoot. Not going to fire a shot off from Ticket, but realizes it's too far, too gone. Where's Olaf Meister? He's up to no good here in the middle. He wants to take some of these weapons out of Ninja's hands. Nico now hanging out in the fire, burning down to a crisp 12 HP. But a clean round other than that for FaZe.
Oh, no. He got spotted. Nork. Ooh. Plopsky's pushed as well. Rain wasn't ready for that, and Plopsky's got the spot on the second. This smoke will buy time, but it won't buy the entire post-round time. That's going to fade as the bomb goes off. So FaZe can still get these kills if they want to dedicate, but how much do they want to dedicate?
Yeah, eventually you just have to tuck in and accept. Of course, the money, not awesome for FaZe, so...
But the key, you know, I don't think they're worried about the money. The key is these rounds, right? Like, they found 2 in a row off the back of a great half for NIP, and FaZe, if they get 7 rounds, 8 rounds at the end of the half, that's so favorable for them. Right now, we're also watching the best sides for both these teams on this map. NIP are better on CT, FaZe are better on T. And so, you know, this half does hold that much weight as a result. So let's see what FaZe have got for the last couple of rounds of the half. They've come alive, at least as of late. Boost up in the ladder room, putting Nork in position early with the AWP means he can fight middle. He can fight this top mid smoke that often has a gap to the left side, but he's just going to sit back in ladder and wait for them to come to him.
Oh my goodness. So close, it got so uncomfortable. The toaster is in the water, it's fried, it's done.
Even gets out as well.
Yeah, good play.
Yeah, I like it. The immediate reposition over towards the A site. And that's because FaZe has been hitting this A side of the map a hell of a lot, especially with this mid presence. But this round, that is not the case. Smoke now falling in connector might telegraph this to NIP, as it has blocked off vision over towards Catwalk, but no rotations coming through yet. Another kill going their way. But all of this could be in vain if the B play comes in, and say like Plopsky just dies instantly. This round could still very easily fall apart for NIP. So it's very paramount that Plopsky has a bit of a hold here and can buy some time. Brokey has cut down res on rotation. And so that much more pressure is kind of applied to Plopsky here. The fact that he falls now leaves NIP in a 3-on-2, but this is not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. Brokey comes into this round with 3 kills, well now he's doubled up, and he's been a real key player here for FaZe, but Cold isn't able to tame the beast on NIP. It is the round going in favor of the Swedes. The defuse comes in, 8 on the board for Nip, a bomb plant and money saved on the back of that previous round. Still cash available to FaZe heading into round 15, the final round of this first half of play.
That is a massive round for Nip, though. If they lose that, FaZe probably 8-7.5 because they would have broken NIP's cash in this round. And, you know, that's not fun. But luckily, both teams can afford for 15. And that's really what you prefer, regardless of the scoreline. So, all back in the hands of Brokey. And double AWP here for NIP. That's a deep apartment smoke being thrown by Nork that will land past the kitchen where Plopsky was playing the other round. So we might see some more Apps aggression from him. We got a double B set up early to support that. Deep smoke does land. Now Plopsky can push. And this just offers more info and more versatility to NIP, right? Not only a quick flank available, but they're going to know ahead of time if FaZe are hitting that B bomb site. And as you said in the previous round, Harry, all it takes is to get a plant on B. Like, you know, you can win those rounds even if you're disadvantaged. So, as B sites often are, can be difficult to retake. Right now, the AWP is trying to bait Olof in again as Plopsky's pushed, but Olof ain't falling for it. If anything, he could see Plopsky continues in this position. FaZe grouping with the bomb back through T-spawn towards A. Plopsky finds nothing, and he might want to rotate off the back of this. Olof is again coming in on this con lurk, and it's down to the A players once more for NIP. FaZe have been explosive on this site, and when they've gone for these commitments with smokes and flashes, they've often found a lot of entries very quickly.
A critical thing to note, though, is we do have Palace aggression. Twist has gone to this side of the map and is ready and waiting for Cold. I've been waiting for that all first half long, and we get to see Twist execute it here in round 15. He finds an opener for NIP, and now they don't have to worry about Palace. Twist is given that much more room. As a result, Olof will remove a man down in the connector. The rotations have already come through for NIP, and Twist has been wall-banged out of the round. That's where Lekro goes above and also beyond. Helped out by Rez, it's 9-6 for NIP, 3 ahead of FaZe Clan at the end of the first half of play. Join us for a second in just a moment.
Well, I'm ready to get back into it, and I hope you are too, because we're well on our way into a pistol round. It's Nip showing a lot of face here on this ace site. Rain playing from the ticket. He's by his lonesome, and that's going to leave just isolated over there towards jungle as Brokey's going to have to back off and reconsider. But in the meanwhile, it's Rain that has stopped this hit for the time being. Welcome back to ESL1 Rio, everybody.
This has left NIP in a very weird position right now, right? They do get that bomb planted, but Rain continuing this tear. This man is a menace with the USP. All the pressure on Nork and Rain. What a round of Counter-Strike there. What a time to come alive. 4 kills in the pistol. FaZe get off to a good start here in the second half, and I don't know, man. Whenever you see Rain sat back in CT with his crosshair like that, you know he's on to something great. You can just feel it before it even happens. Look. And then another. You think maybe that's it? Nah, lines it up again, makes it look easy. And then you think, oh, well, he's probably done. Nope. And then you're like, oh, well, 3. You know, that's good from Rain. Pretty sick pistol, but he probably doesn't get any more. But then you're wrong again, because there's number 4. He just kept on going. Now, there would have been a 5th if it wasn't stolen, I imagine.
By those middling kids.
Shout out one time, Brokey, for doing that.
One time for the one time.
Wow, 7 times FaZe have found a round, and with that pistol, they could be into the swing of things here on the CT side. It's a full deco for NIP, who have Deagles, nothing else. Can certainly make this round dangerous. Can also get cleaned up pretty quick. We'll see which one it is, because already Popsky's gone down in the Palace to the SMG of Nico. The one SMG in this round.
Yes.
NIP just spread out. Oh, Rez, he's actually in the window. He's been thrown up into position and pushing back Brokey, but he won't get this kill and looks to just stall out his life as long as he can. Unfortunately, his team, not quite the same in mind. Nork has already died on the ramp. And the bomb is going to leave A, go back towards B through spawn, but look at the stack on that side of the map. FaZe have 3 players here. If you count Brokey in the market, he's going to be very quick to rotate into B. And he will be needed. Oh. Nope.
Nice.
Denied.
FaZe want to keep this streak alive. Got a lot of weapons in this one. Not a whole lot of room to run for the ninjas of pajamas for Lekr0 and Twist.
Kind of know what's going on as well on the FaZe side, right? They've rotated 4 players over to B, and this isn't just a chance. This is, you know, them having the read, having the info, and so it should just be a slaughter here. The fact that Twist and Lekr0 get 1 each is actually impressive. I didn't think they were going to be able to do anything. So, you know, they walk into that crossfire with a USP and a Deagle, and they actually get a kill on the back of it. 8-9. Counter-Strike time. NIP in with the buy. It's AKs across the board. FaZe. Pretty much the same, but not AKs. Their version. M4s. And that one FAMAS. Can't forget about that.
As much as we try. Back into middle for NIP. They've got the smoke down. They are sincerely taking their sweet time, maybe expecting some more aggression from FaZe, but the flashes will find them some salvation here in middle. FaZe don't really want to test the barrier just yet, but they do stand eagerly waiting on the outside of middle. Nico actually fighting towards Con. Trades damage with Twist. Receives more of a beating than he gives, and Twist may be annoyed that he didn't get the kill when it could have been his. Popsky even flashed into Con as well. He's going to smoke it off to give that position away to NIP. Meanwhile, FaZe on the ramp getting aggressive. They're going to push up. They're going to clear this part of the map, and that's big information for FaZe as they think they're fine on this A site. That could not be further from the truth. Not only is there a man Palace, but Twist is coming in through the spawn. He's going to check it, and he does get the kill. Very heads-up play from Twist, but is he ready for Nico as well? 2 for 1? Surely not.
If he checks this, Twist is big-brained. Unfortunately, he hasn't checked it. And oh dear, Nico playing the trigger discipline.
This is brilliant.
Trying to get as many kills as he can. He's only good for 1, and now they know he's here. Oh dear, Nico.
No.
Not able to convert that into multiple kills, and that's what FaZe really needed for it to be worth it.
Yeah, I feel like he played that so well, though, right? He even lets that player jump stairs just to guarantee the Palace kill. And while he gets that, it's just nothing more. NIP were already out Con. They were already facing him so close. And he didn't really have the room, nor an immediate second kill, right? When you play that trigger discipline, what you want as Nico there is you want 2 players on your screen at the same time. And then you kill, typically, the furthest player away, because that's the hardest shot to hit, right? You want to get that in first before your gun is inaccurate. And then you can transfer, you can, stop shooting, shoot again. Obviously, that's the risk because your gun is going to lose accuracy if you don't give it that reset time in between shots. Regardless, it's the 10th round for NIP in the lead, holding it against FaZe and looking for this 2-0 that, remember, coming into this game, none of us expected that. FaZe have a 90% win rate on this map. They are on an 8-map win streak with victories over Fnatic, over OG, over Na'Vi, some top-tier teams in the European region. So right now, NIP are making them work for it.
And it's not to mention the fact that, yes, they did come into this undefeated. Not over all maps, but, of course, in series terms,
series,
which is insanity.
this might be their first, and not only first loss, but at a 2-0 as well. FaZe don't want that, and I don't think they're giving up without a fight. They know the CT side is more doable than ever. It's just not going to be easy, especially not with the Swedes on the other side making things difficult. It's a double rifle buy for FaZe. Of course, saved from the previous round, but we've got Deagles beside it. NIP painstakingly slow, holding for Palace pushes, working the top of middle. Twis's delay coming through T-spawn to check ramp. There's the info. Oh dear, Norg gone with the wind. Nico's going to quickly tap him down, and now it's an AK on the A site as well. FaZe are very well armed, and they're already beginning rotation towards B, an expectation that NIP will try to avoid that weapon. They're right, but right now, NIP, they can't avoid the bullets.
Nope, Lekro probably taste that one. For Plopsky, well, we saw Nico very, very crucially hold on to that position earlier on the T side, but will the same thing be said for when he's in CT? He's playing a tucked angle very close. He's able to take down Rez, which still does not help Nip. Now that does. That starts to change the face of this round.
Yeah, time is a problem though. 20 seconds, and this bomb right now is all alone. It's trapped connector side. Cold doing the damage. Might just end this round here and now. 10 seconds on the clock, and Plopsky, this is a very tricky 1v3 to navigate, and he knows it. There's just no time for a bomb plant. This isn't a doable round, and so FaZe, they get it done with this partial investment around the saved weapons here. They find themselves another, and they look to continue bringing the heat. NIP, that round falls apart for them.
We do have a pause.
I would love to see that.
You don't love to see that, but I can't imagine a better time to tell people what's coming up after this game. Would you like to do the honors, Harry? Would you like to sell it?
I know you like talking about the Super Series, man.
I think you should give it a go. It's a Super Series on a Wednesday. Fine. I'll do it for you. And that is Astralis in G2 coming up after this matchup. And you can make sure to stick around for that one. It's the coinciding upper bracket semifinal, the second one. 1 of 2. This is your first. That's your second.
Pretty basic maths.
Pretty basic stuff. Pretty simple stuff all the way around. No simple in sight.
No, Na'Vi got grouped over in the CIS region.
Yep.
By Hard Legion, of all teams. 2-0'd, in fact.
Well, not necessarily known to feel good.
No. In fact, many claim it's feeling the complete opposite.
Yeah, maybe even feels bad, man. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that anymore.
Yeah, but I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. But perhaps we can get an update. We do have a bit of a pause on our end.
Of course, if you missed the first map of this series, it was NIP's pick of Overpass, a map they've taken over even the likes of Astralis at points. So damn well sure that they picked that one up to start off the day. 16-9 on the side of FaZe, and that's where FaZe sit right now, 10-9. A round down, but definitely feeling more positive for FaZe in this game, right? It's looking like a closer affair. They still have the weaponry, the money, the buy round.
So, and the update too. I can give you that if you want it.
Hit me.
Do you want it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, here's the update. Source 2 has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm about to talk about.
You always love that, don't you? You keep
I
us on
do
the
love
edge of
Source
our
2. Well,
seat.
it's because Harry played it. Now, what really actually happened is Brokey's sound has broken, yeah, or however you want to look at it. It is broken, and that would also, I guess, leave one Ninjas in Pajamas player to disconnect from the server. So ultimately, everybody just kind of figuring it out around
here. Just kind of freestyling it.
Brokey go broke.
Speaking of freestyles, Harry, know you got some cool stuff you've been working on in the booth. You want to share it with anybody?
I don't think the world's ready yet, but you know there's going to be some fire dropping in coming months.
Okay.
That mixtape, I've been working on it. We've been backstage, Hugo and I.
Yeah.
And Twist, he was there. He dropped a few bars on the track, and same way he's been dropping a few bodies in the server.
Fair enough.
Because he's like part of the double AWP, so we call him the double AWP Tundra. That's like his name, and he's like just full of double entendres, basically.
2 for 1.
It's pretty sick, man. Like, honestly, his rapping skills really impress me.
As they should, and you know that would make complete sense. In fact, the more and more I look at this, it's basically this sentence, even with all its baroque, dependent clauses and cascading turns of phrase that really kind of lead us still in this pause. It's just something for you all marvel over, of course. Take a look over here as to what this is. This looks like the pistol round where Rain was able to put some hurting on the Ninjas of Pajamas.
Yeah, he toasted NIP in that round. 4 headshots. And the pistols have been phases, right? The Deagles, the USPs. I mean, they won an eco. So, yeah, FaZe are feeling pretty good, but still down by a round and still down by a player as well. So, not winning in every category.
That is true. True. Facts, even. Hope all of you are having an awesome Wednesday as it stands.
We are. Thanks, Trace. I appreciate
Definitely. No,
that.
I really wasn't concerned about your guys' Wednesday. I'm talking about those people out there that are watching us. And by those people, I mean you. If you hear my voice, not you guys, again.
But you keep saying me while making eye contact.
But also,
how else am I
just
supposed to
the
interpret
people on the other end of the lens, on the other side of the camera. That's the people I'm talking about, not production.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I
Not
see where you.
production,
Yeah, nice try, Harry.
All right. I'm a little slower than you, Trace. We know that.
Yeah, didn't say that. Not necessarily going to agree, but I'm not going to disagree either.
That's a key, right in the middle.
That's like some real political level. I messed that whole thing up, didn't I?
Spit it out.
Don't ever talk about politics. So that's probably why I can't even say the word.
Feels Brokey, man.
Yeah, Brokey.
Brokey is Bronk.
Not actually in the server right now. We're just waiting for him to fix his sound issue. Maybe he just thought he couldn't hear anything because no one's been talking for FaZe. They've just been fragging. They've just been in the moment. It's like, guys, I haven't heard you all for like 10 rounds.
Oh, TeamSpeak's been muted. Oh, well.
They were going live. The HUD hadn't updated, and I thought they were 4. I thought FaZe just went, screw it, we'll play 4.
That's a Henry G classic. We all remember that from the caches when they booted off one of the guys on Team UK.
Oh,
that guy was terrible.
Yeah, he flashed his entire team. Ugh.
Straight garbage,
actually. Yeah, he got replaced by Stewie. Quite the pickup. Definitely
way
an
better.
improvement.
So, anyway, so we're back into it. Finally, we have the game on our hands.
Brokey's looking very undefined as he tries to bring his own style into this round. He does find some early damage onto Electro. I like it. Now we permanently know where Brokey is at all times, because...
Who? Do you mean Undefined?
Yeah, sorry, that new guy for FaZe. He's pretty sick, man. Like, I've really been enjoying watching Undefined on this orb.
Yeah, but the definition just isn't that clear.
Look at the mini-map, guys. That's the joke.
Wow.
Thanks, Hugo Byron.
Guys, we'll have him on standby to explain the nuances of every joke that is made on the broadcast, just in case.
The joke is that I'm not going to do that.
There we go.
Saying I'm going to.
Now, this round, Plopsky down here by Connector, and he has the rest of the guys waiting outside of the A site, all bar the exception of Brez. These two ready to try and take Connector by storm. That Molotov does force them into the prying eyes of Nico and of Brokey's AWP, and the AWP comes in clutch, delivers a double. Nico's doubled up as well. It is just a, well, he hasn't, he's only got one. But Nork brought down low, and this should be his demise. The rest of this round, just a formality for Nork. FaZe about to put 10 on the board, and they are looking for this man. They heard him run back. They know he's trying to retreat, and they're not prepared to let that happen. Cold Zera showing no mercy in the apartments, puts a 10th round on the board for FaZe, and they're going to tie this one up. No money left in those NIP bank accounts, so FaZe looking to slingshot themselves into the lead here and now.
Now, let's just go ahead and speculate now. Who is more of a professional? Is it Hugo or is it Harry? All you have to do is type in chat, #Hugo or #Harry. Now, I did not expect this. I didn't ask for this. Didn't see it coming nonetheless. But now is your time to blow the Twitch chat up. Let's see what you got.
Everyone knows Hugo has less characters. So, I mean, you know, if you want to save your time, if you want to focus on the game, you know who to vote for.
And if you want to vote for a true professional, also vote for Hugo. Also, I said professional. Can't even talk. So what does that qualify me as? Here's Nico. I thought he got a kill with the smoke. I was about to be real hyped. But instead, It was the other thing. They say there's no smoke without fire, and that proves to be the case in this round here and now. NiKo continuing to lay down the pain down in connector. And boy, oh boy, this pistol round for NIP has not yielded any results for the Swedes just yet.
Yeah, and sometimes that moment of realization just sets in, where you know this one isn't going to work, not in your favor. And NIP are probably having that same problem right now. Nork is actually out the ramp. He's in a good position, but no one's going to re-aggress to default to give him a kill, and Rez is looking for one of his own. That's perfect, in fact. Looking towards Cat as well. It's a crossfire from Rain and coldzera. What a crossfire indeed, but the first of which is already fighting on the A site. If Rez tries to move up Con, he will get a bullet in the back of the head, if not the front instead. Lekr0 coming through the ramp into the AWP though. Oh, it's looking the wrong way. Oh no, missed shots from Lekr0. That could have been a kill, it could have been the round, but ultimately not meant to be found. It's FaZe up to 11. And here's the buy for NIP. That's what we've been waiting for, right? Just Deegs in the previous, now armed to the teeth. I'd love to see a fast execute, you know, a quick Cat to B, get that con smoke in, get the window smoke, and run up Cat. Now, either that vote hasn't updated, or Harry, we're just level-headed.
I think it is split right down the middle.
Really?
Now, a decider would be who can cast the round best. So I think, you know, Hugo as first on the chart, you take this entire round by yourself. Go.
Yeah, Rain over here pushing into the top of mid. He does have guys alongside him. And well, NIP falling on back. They've responded to this mid smoke by just holding on very, very passively. FaZe actually decide to leave mid once that smoke looks to fade. They've already wasted some precious time off the clock for NIP, and they've also put a halt to whatever the NIP squad had planned early on in this round. They've now got to go back and try and contest for mid later on, which is going to cause some problems. You'll note that AWP on the back of Brokey is down here in the connector, and he's got his spying eye on the top of mid. NIP, they decide to bypass it entirely. Now, this decision to give up this mid control does come with its own set of problems. While they're not going to be exposing themselves to this crossfire over here in middle. Oh, interesting. That bomb's gone into the... Yeah, this is all going to be a little fakeroo, a little ruse from NIP. They throw in the utility. They look to send in Nork and Lekr0. Maybe just Lekr0, actually. Nork peels on out of there fast as he arrived. As does Rez. That bomb now up in the apartments. The B play about to come through, but FaZe, they've not fallen for this. There's been no contact made at the A side of the map. There was never going to be a rotation from FaZe. And they will still have two players here at B. Now, they know where Olof is, and as they drop on down, it becomes all too clear the crossfire that they go walking into. Cold at bench. Olof at short, and this round is dead in the water. NIP, they've got to concede it. They've got to give it up. And this is now 12 on the board for FaZe.
What a disasterful round right there. You think about it, hey, the concept, let's show FaZe at A and run it to B. Well, you didn't show enough FaZe today, as from our perspective at least.
Yeah, that's the danger. When you go for an execute like that, you're relying on a couple of things. Firstly, you're hoping that no one is inside of the A site, that FaZe are playing retake towards jungle and CT, so they don't actually get the info. They just see the smokes and flashes and make the assumption, oh, guys are out A, and then rotate, right? That wasn't the case because there was no stairs smoke. So Rain, even though he's not inside of the site, he runs away from A, but he checks onto the stairs. He sees only Lekr0 come through the ramp, and at that point, you know, if you see all those smokes, all those flashes, and only one guy out ramp, you know it's a fake. It's almost more obvious than seeing no one. So FaZe, they just hold down at B, they just don't move, and they keep their crossfires up, and they just mow down NIP entering B. Worth noting here quickly, coldzera 17 and 11. We said we needed a performance out of him. He's shown up in this map.
Yeah, he had to show up. He is one of those hitters on the side for FaZe.
It does make me wonder a bit, though. Like, NIP, they dedicate 3 players towards the A side of the map. I assumed that with 3 guys there, we were going to see the full set smokes, right? Like, because that feels like a lot of guys to pull away. And that never comes through. But we'll revisit that later on, because it's a very, very fast round. A real change of pace for NIP. And that does put you in the firing line of NiKo in jungle. He's been able to turn this back into a 3-on-3, a doable round now for FaZe, pretty much single-handedly. Bomb plant found, and Cold attempting to get some spam damage off, doesn't find anything all the way over from short. That nade
big damage on Nork.
Yeah, Nork is now feeling very hurt by that one, and Stuck underneath Palace, where he finds himself right now. Not ideal. These other two are over towards Ramp and Sandwich, so he does have a bit of a crossfire set up with the two of them. Nico dealing with Nork, but that's where Lekro's crossfire comes into its own. And then IP, it's a fast A play that nets them that 11th round on the board.
Yeah, and if you're phased right there on that retake, Hugo, you look at your nades, right? You're thinking, okay, what are we going to do? What can we do moreover? It seemed like they had the adequate amount of nades to make something happen right there. But unfortunately, they don't use the recovered Molotov from Ticket underneath the balcony. Of course, there was a player from NIP waiting there and wait.
Yeah.
Or laying there and wait. And, well, the rest of that round just comes down to crossfires. Either way, good hold from Ninjas. And, Harry, you said you wanted to see a change of pace. Well, you got it, buddy.
Yeah, that was a real fast one for NIP. I hope they don't make it their last, though. If they start to slow down again, that's when FaZe are going to be back in control. And NIP could be left in a world of hurt. Double AWP here. Plopsky's actually got in the corner, and Olof, he has no idea. So, well, it's not a worry just yet. It could be. If Plopsky peeks this, he's going to see the barrel, and he's going to know that Olof's scoped. As a result, he can probably get away with a kill without walking into his line of sight. We'll see, though, because right now he's not moving. Brokey is. He's dropped Lekro up on the A side of things, boosting into window.
Oh, indeed.
Here's the B play that Plopsky... Oh, Olof moves, and Plopsky's waiting for it. That's perfect, but coldzera's still here. He's been the top performer for FaZe in Mirage, and the AWP has rotated as well. Oh, dear, NIP, everywhere they go, they walk into madness. They will take down coldzera from the back of the site, but Brokey is still here with the AWP, and missed shot might give away back in for NIP. They're relying on the cat flank. Twist is coming, it's taking his time. Nork has been picked up as well from middle. And now it's just Twist on his own. 1-on-3. Loads of time, but right now FaZe have every site locked in.
Yeah, that almost gets played to perfection. You know, that almost works out in such a way there in the B halls, but all in all, we can see how this round has panned out with 20 seconds left. Twist at the very most hopes for a bomb plan. Maybe they'll give him a fight here. He looks like he wants to give it a go. He's got to be weary of every single turn. He's going to drop this smoke. He's going to plan inside of it, Harry.
Rain should have this dead to rights, though. Twist is able to get himself out, and now he knows that Rain is in Palace, but Rain isn't under pressure to re-peak this, right? He can just be here all round long and be a nuisance. With 2 smokes, kits on everyone, Molotov as well. This is a very unlikely clutch for Twist, and it would make it that much more impressive if he's able to do it. But now with 3 points of health, the nade and Molly both missing. Twist's all right, making this interesting. Brokey gonna tap on the bomb. Oh, he swings out. Twist playing with his food. Brokey's off the defuse, and even though he gets the kill, it's gonna be very, very close.
He's got it.
Oh, I think he does. Just about 13 on the board for FaZe. Brokey narrowly locking that one in.
Yeah, oh my goodness. It's frustrating, too, because Twist pulls this back, has it within the tip of his tongue. And then right here during the last fight, you know, he sort of throws himself out there a little bit earlier than he probably meant to be honest.
He thinks Brokey's on the bomb, and because Brokey can stick it, it's on the other side of the site. Brokey even has kit. Twist is trying to bait the shot, so he jumps around the corner, and he didn't know that Brokey was actually wide to his left, right, covering the cross from CT to site. So Brokey, very smart reposition there. He knew he had Twist locked in. You know, there's nothing better than having the bomb planted in a way as a CT that you can stick it in a one-on-one and not sticking it, because the opponent is always going to think you're sticking it because they know you can. And so Brokey, he takes a wide angle, gets the kill, and he wins the one-on-one for FaZe, keeping them in this. 13-11, another fast round for NIP, but this one's a little more telegraphed, loads of utility. FaZe, they are so ready for this one. Rain is under the balcony. They haven't cleared him, but he's already shot. He's given away his position. It is worth it. It's so worth it. He gets 2 off the end of the mag. Couple of bullets left in the AK. He's picked it back up, but he won't need to fire off because his teammates have shut down the round. NIP just walking into waves of FaZe, and Norky's just going to burn to death. What?
There's a lot going on there, young Hugo.
Yeah, I mean, he just walked into a Molotov, but that works, I guess. I mean, you know, at least it cleans up the round quick, I guess, but...
Well,
you couldn't, yeah, I mean...
Look on the other side of it, too, right? If you're Ninjas, you're buying here, you kind of don't want to go to OT with this one. Maybe you're playing for, you know, keeping yourself out of OT, or if that's maybe what their whole discussion's about. We see a timeout coming in of the tactical variety for a change.
I guess
big decisions to make over on the Ninja side.
Yeah, Twist should eco, and he can buy orb. So that's something for NIP. They should definitely play for OT here. You only are 4 rounds away from that. So considering FaZe pretty much have this under lock and key, that might be the solution for NIP.
Full buy, full commit, F1 every round, W mouse 1. You don't need much more than that. Oh yeah, scroll wheel, because that's how you jump.
Yeah, nice.
Spacebar users, go home.
I ain't listening to a guy who walks with the mouse button.
The W key?
Harry, you
also have
can't
it bound to the
really
mouse.
get angry about binds. Remember,
What's wrong with mine?
You don't have 1, 2, or 3 bound to anything.
No, 2 is my pistol.
Oh, okay,
But also,
one
Harry-
isn't your rifle.
Harry changes his crosshair every round.
Yeah, that's true. Every other round. No,
These
twice
are
a
not bad personality traits to have,
It's
as
just the
we might
person behind them
discover.
that's the problem.
NIP, they've got their backs against the wall, and FaZe about to take us to a 3rd map. Unless NIP can put a stop to them here and now, which with this buy trailing behind doesn't feel likely, but I'd love to be surprised here by NIP. We've seen some big things out of the pistols for the FaZe side in particular. So can NIP take a page out of their book? It's a very, very slow approach to this round. Waiting to see if they can catch any FaZe players getting aggressive, and that's not coming their way. FaZe aren't looking to overstay or extend their welcome into this round. They know the money isn't good for NIP. They know that NIP are feeling the pressure, and so FaZe are not going to crumble. They actually just sit back. NIP weren't giving anything in the first minute, so now they group up over here towards the B bomb site. I do think that for NIP, the way that they've got to beat FaZe is just, sadly, with like these set pieces into sites. I think FaZe are so good at knowing how to pick players out of a default and just diminish your options before the round even begins. And I think that's why we've seen so many of these set pieces work out for NIP. You have to go as 5 or else you're going to get out-traded, you're going to get outshot. And so now they go in together, all 4 players grouped up here. NIP moving as a pack. But this here, we do have a few of them getting cut down. Cole doing a great job of staying alive over at the short side. Does finally get mopped up by Plopsky. However, where one falls, there's often another nearby to take his place, and it's Nico in this round over at Cap to put up 2 as well. 15 on the board for FaZe. 1 more round to solidify trade.
Yeah, and I agree with your sentiment about how NIP should win these rounds, but I will say this A site, these set pieces there have not been good for NIP. The only round they've won on A was that incredibly fast spawn rush. Like, they didn't even stop to throw util. They threw like spawn smokes that you can throw instantly, basically without stopping. And that worked out for them. But other than that, the delayed ones, FaZe have been retaking them every single time. So NIP, what is the solution? Is it another one of these A splits that has not gone your way at all? More focus in middle, which is good, right? They haven't really worked the window or tried to take cat control at all in this half. So that could be a bit of a change. It could be a solution, but Olof is making things difficult. He's in underpass, finds a kill onto Rez, does trade that initial frag on Nico. And Olof smokes it to keep them trained on it. But he will back off towards the apartments and try and join his teammate. Cole flashes deep app so Olof can get out. But that doesn't matter, really, because at this point, FaZe, they've lost the A site. NIP are all over it. There's still a man in the palace to worry about. Rain is behind enemy lines in a way. But he's hoping that they don't check it, or at least consider it, considering how open A is. Cold Zero has been smoked off, drawing attention for Rain to pop off, and this could be it. He's got one. Down low, though. Better to fall off and play for the retake.
Yeah. 3 frags away here for FaZe.
A lot of this round rests on Twist and his success over here at holding Cat. If he gets caught repositioning, there's still a chance for FaZe. And Olof delivered that kill. But in the meantime, his teammates did fall. So still looking like he's interested in this round. Certainly being loud on his approach. Tries to use that miss of the jump to his advantage. Tries to give the illusion he could be in the window, but NIP seemingly not falling for that. Olof, yeah, there's no chance, and he knows it. Tries to get out of there, but Plopsky catches the timing. NIP on 12, double AWP carried forward.
Oh dear.
Don't know if that was intentional from NIP.
It's here now, isn't it? We're going to find out what it can do.
I think of everything that's like problematic for NIP. Like obviously you can run the double orb, you have the players on your team to do that, but FaZe's money is really low right now. So they're going to be on pistols, and you know, even though it's an eco for FaZe, it should be a fine round for NIP. Those pistols can really get in your face at times and take the orb away from you.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? You've got like a 40% chance of running into one of these orbs if you're FaZe, and if you get your hands on one, then this round could still spiral out of control.
Look at the B stack here from FaZe. No one on the A site at all.
So as long as NIP don't go B, this round should be okay, and that's what we're all looking for. So everyone, eyes on the minimap. If we see them going towards B, I need you all to let out a loud, audible screech. And if that starts to happen, then maybe the NIP players will hear us and heed the warning.
From Sweden.
Yes, if all of us do it in tandem around the globe.
That makes sense, okay.
Maybe hit them with a little bit of Swedish, like, come igen nu.
What does that mean?
Come on, let's go.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
Come igen nu, boys. Thanks.
Oh, well, let's see right now, because it does feel like a B play right now. NIP getting the bomb.
Right, everyone, vocal warm-ups at the ready. The scream needs to be pronounced and audible all the way in Sweden. So wherever you are,
top of your lungs.
Get ready. Oh, it's coming in, the B play. My goodness, it's all happening. We're not screaming loud enough. NIP, they're still going for it. They're walking into this stacked bomb site. But the kills are presenting themselves. I say that, Rain. Getting one. It's only Cold left. He's hidden. He's... Oh, they haven't checked. They haven't checked the Cold. Now they spotted him. And Twist will pick it up. So good job, everyone. We all chipped in. We all contributed to that nip round. I knew I could count on the folks screaming at home. They did feel spurred on by that.
If your neighbors do knock on the door, don't answer. Obviously, this isn't a time where you want strangers over.
Yeah, send them to this stream instead, and you know, maybe they'll start to understand.
Just tell them you're okay. Everything's fine. And after all, Nip did win that round. Holding on to it.
This is it.
This is a real big round for both parties involved.
Yeah, NIP fighting for OT, FaZe fighting for a third map, and that would be Train if we get there. 50-50, very open third map. So all the more reason that FaZe won it, considering they're down by 1 in the series. And this could still slip through their fingers. NIP going towards A. Oh, missed shot. Orb does fire off. Rain wants nothing to do with the ramp. Could have NIP boost window here, but every time that's happened, Nico has dealt with it well, and he is here once again. Connect getting taken control of. Cold's watching it from default. Nork looking. Cold's been picked up. Plopsky winning that fight is a big one for NIP as they look at A to split. Now, they don't have to. They can take the bomb of Catwalk and bail at any point. And that would be a really good call, considering they've seen a couple more players on this A site already. But Connect to smoke. Plopsky goes through it. Can fight towards a stairwell. Nork late on the ramp as well. There's 2 players here. Nico's actually dead in the window. That boost has come through. Still a double setup. Now a solo setup. They won't be ready for Olof here, but they're going to come for the stairs, and he has to fire off. Nork responding, trading, and putting Brokey in a 1-on-4. It might be worth saving here because FaZe, they have got no money up against match point, up against overtime. Brokey. Oh, that's a big kill, but now they know where he is. The alarm bells have been rung. You can already see them starting to run for him. It's worth it for NIP, right? They can lose every player and still buy up in the next round. So definitely throw some players at the problem. Definitely take the risks to get rid of this AWP, because if you do, FaZe are not going to have this in the next round. And here it comes. Here is the walk for Nork. He's sneaking, he's moving, and Brokey's missed the timing, looking the wrong way. The wall bang is in, and that's the orb removed from FaZe. They don't take the double orb this time. NIP stay with 1, and now they just need 1.
Just need 1 to stay in the map itself, too. So it's do or die. We're either going to overtime or we're going to Train, one way or the other. We're going to have an answer at the conclusion of this round. Now, Nock continues to be a great addition over here for the side of Ninjas, and I also kind of want to applaud something outside of the game I've noticed, which is he's not afraid to step up and take interviews. A lot of players, they come on the pro scene, they get on the pro circuit, they are kind of reluctant to the idea of being in front of the camera. If there's one thing I can preach to players that are up and coming or find themselves, you know, within a notable lineup, they're being asked to be interviewed, do it. Build your storyline.
Build your brand.
Build your brand.
Yeah, so you can fall back on something if you're, if you're playing, a team doesn't work out, people will know your name, you know? And you do that by building your brand.
I was just going to say do it all for the glory.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway.
That too. Ooh, Twist Twist has been getting very unlucky with some of these ramp shots. FaZe have stacked A again, right? They've been really good towards A. Every time NIP have gone there, they've gotten blown out of the water most of the time. So FaZe making a good gamble. They've even pushed Palace off of Rain. So NIP sat outside of A right now could be once again walking into this stack, and it could cost them everything. Could even cost them the series, right? Because if this ends here, Train, that's a good map for FaZe. It's a map they could take. Predictions out the window if we go to a third, I think, at that point. NIP splitting A. They're walking into this 4-man setup. Let's see if it's a problem.
Yeah, I really think Rain could be the problem or the answer for FaZe, depending on how you look at it.
Well, he just got a ton of information by that,
he hears the nades, and now he knows no one has considered Palace. A nice deke from Nico. This could be how it all falls apart. Plopsky, though, we needed a hero for NIP, and he might look to be exactly that. Cold, still inside of the site. Rain's flank could tear this whole round away, but Twist!
Wow.
He had an inkling, he had a sense, he had an urge, and Plopsky's followed up as well. Olaf 1v4, the Mag 7 does not work at anything beyond 5 meters, and we're going to overtime. NIP,
Holy
they get a 15th on the board. Plopsky with some stellar trigger work to get them into this round. Nico opens it up, and normally when this has happened for FaZe, when they take the first kill in these 4-spy rounds, it can all fall apart for NIP, and it has done many a time before. But Plopsky and Twist, the two saviors of NIP, they've kept the dream alive on Mirage.
Especially the kill on the Rain coming in from the backside on this, what was a Halls push or Palace push. And then you talk about coldzera, who was in the site. He was a guy that was going to be a fallback if that didn't work.
NIP was so ready for that stack. After you kill like 2 or 3 players, you go, yeah, okay, they've just full stacked this bomb site. They're all here. Clear everything. Check every corner. Look at every smoke. Watch your back. Don't make a mistake. And NIP don't. They clear everything. And that's really, really heads-up play because FaZe have beaten them with those A stacks time after time. In fact, prior to NIP making this OT, FaZe were 9-2 in this half. 9 CT rounds to the 2 T rounds of NIP. Then at 15-11, NIP win 4 in a row to get us here. They come alive right at the most important point in the match. And this is now the most important point in the match. NIP fighting for a 2-0. FaZe fighting for a third. Who will come out on top? NIP right now looking towards B. Cold's up in the ladder room. We got another cat player. Cold, dink, but no kill. Letgrow still stands. Olaf is going to reaggress. They won't be ready for this, but they got 2 here. They can trade it. Even with the damage done, Rez gets away with a frag. Nico on a fast rotation. Molly to stop the bomb plant, but it doesn't matter. They've got the kill, and that's what is going to put NIP in a 4-on-2, even with a lurk in the window, cutting off rotations. Right now, FaZe are thinking about saving.
Money we're looking at here to start this OT out with, 10K a piece per side. Some tournaments elect for 16K, which you wouldn't be seeing a whole lot of saves in that notion, but it's not what we have here. So yeah, save on the cards for FaZe, 16 for NIP, back-to-back rounds even. And ultimately, if you look at the first half of play here, if you just scroll back to the timeline, it really was not that many rounds for the side of Ninjas of Pajamas in the second half, at least.
No, also, you touched upon like the difference in the overtime money. I'm one of the people who prefers 10K to 16K, but I still don't think 10K is the right answer. Like, it's a weird
somewhere in the middle of that.
12.5 is the best.
12.5,
yeah.
not played. Castle tournament 12.5 years ago, and that was excellent.
Yeah,
you had just the right amount of orbs. You didn't have any saves. You also didn't have auto snipers every round.
The other reason that I like it is like those 2v4s, I think, are rounds that you shouldn't want to attempt in overtime. I like that, right? Because if you have 16K, you just go for every clutch. Because, like, you know, maybe you do it, maybe you don't. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Whereas this still does. And Rain shut down over here in middle. Well, oh my word, FaZe, they try to pick up the pace, but it's not exactly gone in their favor. Brokey will deliver one over from Catwalk. It's still the man advantage residing with NIP. They're trying to decide who boosts who. And Brokey's like, I have the AWP. And then Cold says, yeah, but I'm coldzera. And then Brokey goes, yeah, to be fair, mate, yeah, fair play. You go on, then you can go off on the boost. And now he's up here, peeking over with this M4. Rez Trying to get the information over at Catside. Didn't spot anything, but he has secured a foothold in window, and quite the foothold at that. This fight between Nico and Nork, the battle of the boys in Palace, could decide a hell of a lot in this game.
Oh my God.
As now there's still a presence in A. Nico is ready and waiting, but Rez beats him to the punch, and this A site now belongs to NIP. We're looking at Brokey, we're looking at Cold. It's the two that assembled this boost over at Catwalk, the Boost brothers, that now have to try and salvage this round for FaZe.
And they've been heard. The scope's up, and Rez is in the jungle. He's down. He's already out. coldzera coming in on the flank, and the bomb hasn't even been planted. This is more than winnable for the FaZe clan. They have the time in their favor. They have the shot through the wall. It connects, but the repeak is there. Plopsky goes wide and finds Brokey, leaving Cold alone, cut off by a molly. There's a second one as well. Plopsky has flashes that he can throw for Twist, but he's on the site and not really wanting to be caught without his gun in hand. We'll probably just look for the killing blow. coldzera has a Molotov as well. There's the first kill. Down to 2 bullets, though. He has to hit the immediate headshot. This one is done, and Plopsky's going to find it in the clutch. This guy, again, never gives up, never gives in, and is always finding frags for NIP. 27 kills on Plopsky and 17 to 15.
You've got to pour your heart out for Brokey right there. He gets the wall bang on the default in the site, and moreover, looking at this shot from Nico, that's disturbing almost to me.
So ready.
That's something that happens to me, and you're instantly reported. I don't even care what platform it is. It's happening.
Yeah, I mean, so ready for that position. And Nico, it's got to feel rough, you know, 24 kills, still not enough for FaZe clan here. Might be a flawless T-side for NIP, and considering how this half started in regulation with FaZe 9 and 2 up in CT to T rounds, well, this is quite the turnaround. NIP, well, this would be 7 in a row, right? Because they found 4 in regulation to get to OT. They took an eco, they gave FaZe 15, and then they fought back. And that's why teams do that, right? That's why you don't force every time. Sometimes it's worth waiting for the rifle rounds because you can come alive and you can build off your momentum. NIP have done that and more. FaZe, last round of the half, any solution here would be nice. Nico's push Palace. Similar to how Rain did the other round, he's not going to overstep, and rightly so, because Nork is watching from the spawn.
Yeah, I'm still just, you know, bamboozled by the shot Nico hit. I don't know. I felt that one all the way to my very core. Good grief.
I still can't believe the route in which we got to this overtime. Like, even when you think about Twist having that, like, moment of clairvoyance to check the backline and deal with Rain in round 30. NIP, man, it took them to get to an overtime, but they've just come alive in these last few rounds. Cold, though, the master of life and death, and he elects to hand out the second high in supply. Olof trying to keep tabs on the apartments. Brokey is here, and he's actually scoped on his teammate, maybe having a moment where he's thinking about NIP being NIP's biggest fan. Twist.
Oh, try to get down quietly. There was just too many eyeballs on him, and it's coldzera with the last kill. I think that was 3 for him. The magic number is 19, ladies and gentlemen. If NIP get to 19, they will win this series. They will send FaZe clan down into that lower bracket. Of course, the FaZe clan net 19 or push us to another OT first. We will then go on into Train, where the series will be settled on that 3rd map. Now, interestingly enough, you say, well, okay, Trace, but if they win here, who do they play? Well, they play either Astralis or G2, depending who wins that. Well, what happens if they lose? Well, Vitality's already waiting in the lower semifinals, so what else do you want to know?
Mate, why do they even pay us to be here? Like, why don't you just do the whole show with
But Harry, why would you do that? Hey, man.
Your vocal talents, Trace, are impressing us. Now, can FaZe T-side impress us even further? That's the question. They look pretty good on this in the first half of play. And now more than ever, they've got to try and bring the heat. Smoke over into window to try and assert some dominance into mid. Twist is here with this AWP, and Nork has got one as well. But this double AWP investment comes at a cost to NIP. I'll only see the ramifications of that as this second half of OT continues to progress. Twist having to keep his eye on both connector and window. You don't envy this position. And we saw these con wraps causing some troubles for NIP in the first half. But this time it's Twist once again. Channeling is in a spiritual medium. Rain tapping down one, does offer up one kill and then burns fans in the flames.
He was calling for a flashbang from Cold, and that flash comes late, so Rain doesn't want to swing, but instead he just burns in the fire. Maybe he should have gone early on his own, and right now on his own is exactly where Brokey finds himself, dead as well. 18 to NIP, match series point.
Even semi-final point.
You're damn
this is
right,
the upper
Trace.
semi. You go into the upper final, I guess is more appropriate terminology.
Yeah, and then the winner of that straight to the final.
Which is Sunday.
Correct. A best of 5 in EU, if I'm correct, Trace.
Well, if you are, then I guess there's no more corrections that need to be done. But Trace, what if you win? Wouldn't that be weird? Why? So you guys can, never mind.
Just lie to get him here?
I suppose.
So you could just sit him here next to Harry Russell?
Harry Russell.
That guy.
I see Connor and Launders. I'm going to switch me chairs.
So I can hear about...
We should get off.
Yeah, we should really call it there, of course. Really come down to the wire. NIP on the point of contention here of winning this series, Harry.
Yeah.
This could be it.
This is versus an undefeated FaZe clan in the group stage, right? This is on Mirage, a map that has looked incredible for FaZe. They were on an 8-map win streak on this map, and it might come to a head. It might come to a close here and now. Versus these Swedish boys. Who would have thought it? NIP about to do the damage in a 2-0 victory unless FaZe could right their wrongs and lock in a double overtime affair, even if they get these next 2 rounds. That's not to say that Train is guaranteed. That's not to say that FaZe is still alive in this series. That would just be for another overtime and a chance to run it back again. FaZe setting up over in the B apartments. 2 players here for NIP. It's Nork and it's Plopsky. Quite the duo to run into at this B bomb site. The rotations, however, likely going to take a while. Twist looking like he's going to reposition in through CT, and that leaves him even further from this B bomb site. If these 2 incumbent players here for NIP don't deal damage, if they don't trade evenly, then this round could be dead to rights on the back of it.
The rush is in, and the flashes will follow. Plopsky's going to smoke his sight. Oh dear, 2-man advantage immediately into the bomb site. Olof is burning. He swapped position as he gets towards the bench. Down to 50. Brokey with another kill. This AWP in the post spawn could be so versatile. FaZe just need that plant. And Nico, he's getting all the kills behind it. Oh dear, how is this falling apart? This is a 5-on-3 for NIP, and now they have their backs up against the wall. Lekr0 looking into the site. Bit of a spray damage. Not finding anything. FaZe have tucked in here as they try and get this bomb planted. It's going to force Lekr0 out. If anything, FaZe are trapped, but it does give them good trade potential here as they just sit inside of the site.
They don't know that both players are in the market, and Lekr0's already out. Rez has combined with another, and now it's Nico. 1v1 clutch versus Lekr0 on the other side. That nade has done so much damage. Nico's going to land the one tap, and oh boy, does he do it. Oh, whoa, FaZe, 17 on the board, and they take the oxygen out of my lungs. Nico, man, incredible. His 29th kill in the game.
Mad.
And just so confident that he was going to land it. That had to be a one-tap, or else it was done. And Nico.
That was impressive.
That was incredible.
He's 16 health. Like you said, it has to be a one-tap. Any other way, Lekr0 kills him. And Nico, oh dear. He does it again.
What can you do? That was a twist of events right there that nobody expected.
What a legend.
But still, NIP are at the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, they're both there, right? FaZe, they're coming in 2nd place right now, but they can still overtake NIP on that next lap. Looking for 18. It would start us up again. It would reignite the overtimes.
I just, with that, all it takes is a one-click like that to reinvigorate, to find that second OT. And it's very possible. I would not be surprised at all if FaZe Clan push us to another OT. But NIP do still have the opportunity to end it here, Hugo Byron.
Twist waiting in the palace. This push got him a kill in the past versus Nico, but is Cold ready for it? Oh, it actually was Cold last time rather. So the same fight, and Cold is a little more aware this time. Oh dear, the bomb's been dropped. It goes onto the stairwell. That's a dangerous risk. Luckily, the kills come behind it. Olaf, Rain, and Cold with a killer piece. This AWP is dead if it comes through the hole. And Olaf is waiting on the other side, leaving Plopsky in a 1-on-4. 1-on-3 now, but still surely unattainable.
Pack it up. Let's go to another OT. Plopsky, I know you've been hitting some shots, 29 and 22, but this is a pretty tall order, man. So good luck to you. The bomb's planted in the A site. Slips in past the smoke at the top of connector, checks jungle, checks the window. But fear not, FaZe Clan, they've dug in. They're in the trenches here. And now with that shot, they know exactly where Plopsky is. Taps the bomb, little does he know. Rain, right behind you. Old Howie, big Howie, the architect over here at FaZe Clan, as we like to call him. He's big into drawing schematics and building things. Did you know that, Hugo?
No, I didn't, actually.
You should ask him about it sometime, why they call him the architect.
I mean, I know why they call him the architect, but not for that reason.
Then whatever reason you know is probably wrong.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. 18-18, we're in the double overtime now. FaZe, they've made it happen. Both teams really dropping the ball at an unfortunate point, right? FaZe could have closed this 16-11 at one point, but now, well, now we're nearing 40 rounds. And more to be played. FaZe, a contact play out A. Fast one at that as well. No waiting around, no stalling the site, but they're going to get straight into the fight. Lekr0 with one. It's traded by NiKo, but Nork is still here, and he's here to play. Only good for one as well. NiKo tagged up, but he's saved by his teammate with the AWP. 3-on-3 here for FaZe. That late spawn player coming back to join them. It's Olof, but all of NIP are here.
Yeah, a temporary standstill. FaZe, they just pump the brakes. They know they don't have to keep committing into the gauntlet that is this A-bomb site, this trifecta of death that NIP have worked hard to assemble. And they're going to wait. Now, they're not showing any signs of leaving. Instead, they're waiting to see, because they know at some point NIP might consider this B play, and there's one of two things that will happen there. Either NIP rotate a man without seeing anything, and this A site gets a little bit weaker, or they try and send one of these players in on like a bit of a reconnaissance mission, just to quickly check and see if there's any players here for FaZe. And if that happens, if that goes through, then these FaZe guys could get rewarded with an opening kill on the back of it.
Ooh. Scope, though, I always wonder about that. It's a bit of a dangerous one. NIP have heard it. Well, now they know. Need to follow. 30 seconds. 3 here for either side. No one's moved off of A. And no one will be moving away. Twist is going to get flashed back a little bit, but he still hangs around in the stairwell. They try and boost for the sandwich. Not going to happen, though. Twist going a bit wider. The bomb getting on the site, but not getting planted. NiKo dropped. Now they've got to stick it, but that's where the second player in CT is. 10 seconds. He's looking away. He's not even trying to fight it. He's hoping for the cover, but Twist gets the wall bang from the stairs. He's finished it off. 3 for Twist with the AWP. And FaZe, you could see that they were uncomfortable, just gambling with that plant. They tried to cover it from balcony, but even the Balk player can't go wide enough to actually cover it because they'd be exposed to jungle as well. That was a mess for FaZe. They were left with nothing, and NIP will find the first of second OT.
That they will. It's generally the way it goes, too. Something strange, just like the Ska theory. It's this theory that Skadoodle had. I think I've explained to you guys before.
Yeah.
But it's also somewhat kind of relative to OT, too. You think about a team needing to win one round to eliminate a double OT and just win the game. Well, they find that first round of OT, I'd say more often than not. For statistics, they would never lie. Neither would I. coldzera, presence in top middle. He's not the only one. Rez and company want to fight for it as well. So far, so good. Olaf's going to get himself out there, and no one's really going to have too good a vision. It's just Rez who has a little bit of a lookout going on with his partner in Twist. Now, Brokey posted up with the AWP. Knock holding this super tight angle, but he's playing a little bit deeper in the halls. Brokey prepared to take a shot, and there it is. They just barely skim by one another.
The old 6 damage AWP shot.
Matchmaking classic there. And this is kind of good as well for an IP, right? Nork knows he's lucky to get out of that, only taking 6 damage. And this also kind of amplifies the effectiveness of Plopsky's close position, because they've just seen the AWP fall out of apartments. They probably think that's it for the apartments aggression, and that could not be further from the truth. Plopsky could go massive in this round on the back of it. You know, it really does depend now what FaZe do in the remaining 40 seconds, because if they go A, obviously Plopsky's not going to have a chance to play into it. And that could still very much be the case. Now, Plopsky's heard footsteps in the underpass. He's heard them moving in towards this B site, but that's not where the bomb is going. NIP, they've got the majority of players over at the B site on the back of the information that Plopsky gained, but all he heard was Brokey taking up a position back in the apartments, and that's allowed for this bomb to rotate back. Now, Lekr0, 20 seconds. He's got to make a stand, and he's only good for 1. Olaf gets that trade. Nork and Rez in a 2-on-3, rotating in. They spot Olaf, or Cold rather, but they can't actually get the kill. And this leaves Rez all alone. He's going to try and hold on to the AWP. FaZe, they'll find a 19th round.
Sweet moves, though. Not quite Foon material, but he will get away with that off. You're right, Harry.
NIP need to be quieter with their rotations, because that's a problem that was hitting them in regulation as well with these window boosts. If you get a player up there for FaZe, even if you don't have window, you can be bottom mid, you can be underpass, you can be cat, ladder, you're going to hear CT rotations. So NIP, they are very loud. Two of them rotate market, running while they do. Twist doubles back, maybe he's a fake, maybe he changes his mind, but whatever happens, Rain is already pushed towards a murder hole and he just kills Twist coming back through. So yeah, FaZe have been using that a lot when they get players in the window, and NIP need to be a little more careful, especially considering they didn't really have anything to rotate off there. Like, Plopsky dies in apartments, but it wasn't a rush for FaZe, and NIP definitely over-rotated into that round. But hey, we're 40 rounds deep into this game. Things are getting tense. Things are getting scary for both sides. Good kill from Letgrow on the connector player, but he swings right after, and you can only imagine what would have happened if he didn't, because there were 10 seconds on the clock. If he hides triple, FaZe can't plant, and they're in a very big predicament. So luckily enough, it's not going to be the reality in FaZe. Lots of smokes A early, but you'll notice the team is not pushing behind it. Got two up in the apartments. Either could go lower to underpass, or they can come in on a B play. Very centered towards middle and cat are NIP in this round. Full retake setups on A. The Orbs and CT spawn. Letgrow's taking that now over Nork. And here's that underplay from Rain and Co just to split the connector.
Ooh, Rez, his position could have done a lot, but Rain besting him. There is a dink exchanged, and this could get finished off by Nork, but a missed spray. Oh, dearie me, Twist, it's going to fall onto his shoulders. He's going to answer the call, though. Doubling up in the connector. This AWP has done a hell of a lot. It does get cancelled out by Olof. Letgrow still a threat back in CT, and where one of these AWPs has found success, we're now looking to Letgrows to do the same. Plopsky repositioning has been loud on this rotation, and the AWP scope has been heard. Both these players trying to double peek, and Brokey landing the leg, but not quite the kill. Olof has been bested in the meantime. Still a chance here. Plopsky coming in with an AWP of his own, and it's AWP v AWP on AWP. Brokey inside of the site does have the edge in terms of HP, but Plopsky's got the round in the bag. 3 for him, 2 for Twist, and a 20th on the board for NIP. Too many AWPs to count, too many AWPs to hold as this first half of the second overtime draws to a close, and it's Nip leading the way again. The magic number we're looking for is 22. And once more, FaZe, they've got to go flawless if they want to get that on the tally.
These shots from Twist are mad fast, and Plopsky even cleans up the round with a 30 bomb as well in this one. Excellent work from him. NIP, I'm so surprised they're still in this game, they're still holding the lead. Because, you know, on a map like this, where it's a FaZe's go-to, it's FaZe's insta-pick, you'd think they'd have so much more depth when you hit overtime, right? But NIP, neck and neck, not giving up, not going down, holding the lead by 1 round, but it ain't over till it's over. That's the thing about overtime. Match point doesn't mean a thing until you've actually got the point. Letgrow mollying middle. He is alone in this position for now. The rest of his team outside A. NIP back on the T side. They were very slow to start initially, but when they figured out their groove, they did find a few A rounds off the back of some faster plays. Letgrow is on the lurk. Oh dear, Plopsky dead on the ramp. That's a big peak for Nico. It's put FaZe a man up, and there's still a man at the back of the bomb site. Nork hasn't cleared him. He's going to try and cross. That molly misses, but Rain goes wide with a frag as well. He finds Nork. Letgrow and Rez trading, and NIP putting things back into a 3-on-3.
Yeah, missed shot from Brokey has given Rez room. Letgrow coming in with a kill onto Cold, and now Olof, Brokey 2v3, but Letgrow's low on HP. Olof is looking for this trade. They're toying with Brokey. They know that he wants to deny this plant, and that opportunity is never given to him. Bomb plant found, and now Olof over in jungle. Letgrow a long way away. Yeah. This is a really late rotation. And I think he's just trying to cut down these players' saving, but FaZe, they're still in an opportunity to go for this round. And now this flank from Letgrow, oh dear, he's got to put his foot on the accelerator. He's running on in, and Olof, oh, it's actually Brokey to get the kill. Rez left up in a clutch 1v2, taps down Brokey and follows up onto Olofmeister. Rez takes it to map and series point for NIP once again.
That's so unfortunate for FaZe, man. What a great read. They even knew Letgrow was coming on the catwalk as well, and they got that kill with the AWP. The issue for FaZe was the kit was on Olaf, not Brokey, and so they had to swap positions in order to have time for the defuse. That gives Rez this free one-on-one, and when you're in that situation, you're just going to repeat. You're just going to get the kill. You know he's on the defuse, and Rez makes it happen on his own. Bottom in the server, but that may be the most important 1-on-2 in the game yet. NIP, match point here for the 2-0. FaZe, they look like they had Mirage in the bag. They look like Train was denied, was going to happen, sorry, but NIP have denied it for now. One more round. FaZe have the double AWP as well, so arm to the teeth in double OT. And NIP just pulling the brakes, just stopping in their tracks. Who will be the first to make a mistake?
That is the big question. Of course, also what's coming up after this, you might be asking. Astralis G2, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to round this one out strong, start strong all over again. We even have a special interview lined up, one that I will be tuning in for, guaranteed.
That's, of course, assuming Train doesn't happen, don't count FaZe out of this round.
FaZe going to count themselves out of this one. They've got to hold on to B for the time being. This crossfire has proved to work for them in the past. Olaf's able to, A, take a shot here on the catwalk and then help should it be a Hall split. So he drops the Molotov and now has an inkling that maybe they're coming out from Halls as well. It's going to be Olaf, Coldzera for the tag team right here. Rez with a kill and Cold with 2. That presents a whole new set of problems, Harry.
Yeah, Cold is a master in this B site. Rez, though, able to deal with him, and he's still looking to make this round competitive. Now he's lost Twist up in the apartments, and Twist had the bomb. Oh dear, Rez, another kill, but this clutch should be undoable just because of the positioning of this bomb. He's retrieved it. He gets into the site, a bomb plant for Rez at a very, very minimum, but no, Nico pushes ahead of time, just about denies it. FaZe on 20. One more round to decide if we get another overtime here, or if NIP get this one over the line. How many more times can NIP reach map point and not get it over the line? You know, because I think if it happens again, I think if this goes to another overtime, surely FaZe have got to take it at some point, right? Like, you keep coming back, you keep getting your head back in the game, only for NIP to arrive at match point first. This is such an odd affair in the double overtime, and it all culminates into this round here and now.
It's heating up, baby. It's getting spicy. It's also not clear where it's going, which always is the most exciting. FaZe back in with the AWP, only one of them. Same story for NIP. Rez, man, I believed in it as well after he picked up that 1 and 2 to get them to this point. 1 on 4, 1 on 3 right after. Conceivable, just not achievable. It's Nico to put a stop to it, as he often has been the bearer of bad news for these ninjas. And he's got more bad news waiting around the corner. Rain as well, boosted up. Nico behind him, watching the Palace in this 1-2 setup. NIP are working middle. They still have one man outside of the A site, but wait, what? That was on. Brokey through the legs of Plopsky is going to miss his shot, and he receives a bullet right back to his face. Now it's Nico's turn. Similar situation. Rain gets 1, but that's the only kill FaZe have in this round. He's got to stay alive. He's got to buy time for his team to rotate towards A.
Yeah, he's trying to peek over the Tetris, and they've gone past him. They've gone around. The flash into CT gives the kill over to Olaf, and Plopsky's not able to stand the test of time. Rez was lurking all the way over at B, and now on this rotation back in, 25 seconds, he's got to find these kills. He's got to get the bomb down. Time might be the bane of NIP in this one, but it ends up being Rain the bane to put another overtime on the cards. 21 to 21.
I was born in the Tetris. He was.
He was born, raised, molded, you name it, he's done it. Rain, insane, as he carries us to a third OT in this second map.
I'd rather be molded than mauled. That's for damn sure, Harry. And in this moment, either way you look at it, OT number 3. A lot of numbers flying around here now.
Yeehaw.
Knee howdy.
Yeah, this bad boy ain't stopping anytime soon, I can tell you that much. We're here till the cows come home. Why would they come home? I don't know. What time? I also don't know.
Didn't know they lived with us in the first place.
But we're waiting.
So, nonetheless, grenade from Nico should find some damage, but not very much on a Twist. What is now a triple overtime game.
Popsky. He has been a bit of a beast in OT. 35. Working out the connector. Cold above ladder, trying to spot lower mid, but that smoke denies it for the time being. And Catwalk's taken here by NIP, a position I don't think they've used nearly enough in their regulation T sides already, any of these OTs. But it won't be a key play now. Oh, that's a huge kill. Popsky's always good for an opening frag. Coldzera will trade onto Rez though. Still going to be the same play for NIP, but it should be clear for FaZe after those 2 kills. So they will rotate players round. Olof getting tagged early on B. Will this bait players back into the bomb site where it is not? Letcro is just trying to keep Olof here, and if he can get the kill, well, that's even better. But now they're committing into the 2-man setup, into the AWP and Cold. Popsky waiting. Oh, D, he's overrun. The AWP's out as well. It's dropped the bomb. There's a world where Brokey can do this with Coldzera side by side. The B site this entire time has been taken, but it's a wall bang from Letcro up on Cat that finds Brokey. 20 seconds, Cold has the bomb.
Yeah, they know where he is, though. He got these kills over in jungle earlier on, so this is not leaving much to the imagination, and that smoke might lock Cold out of the round. Nork playing with fire, going for that fight there.
Little ballsy, not gonna lie, but ultimately Lekro traces down the fire that's coming out of the smoke, and it's Coldzera that falls. And again, NIP win the 1 round that they needed to close the game out. Yeah, a round too late, a round too far.
Have they done that every time now? Like, NIP starting off overtime, getting match point, losing the last round, and then winning the first. I think that's their 3rd of that.
There's something going on.
Yeah, something spooky.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, while FaZe have made all these comebacks happen, and in regulation, they looked like they were going to be the better team. Now, they're just kind of treading water, right? Like, they're staying afloat, but they're not rising to the top. And is it just a matter of doing this long enough? Is it a battle of fatigue? That's where FaZe look to find success. My goodness, that is a mowdown over in middle. And NIP, they've been sent packing out of this round. Nork, 1v5. Come on, lad. If there ever was a time, I guess it's now.
Or never?
Well, maybe not never. Maybe in the next round, as that's where we're going to turn our eyes towards. Rain deals with him nice and easy. It's a flawless round from FaZe. That's a lot of Fs.
Yes, speaking of a lot of Fs, pinning the outcome of this map, there will be some Fs in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, for either side, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, when you're 44 rounds deep into a game, you're all committed. You know, NIP, they're as dug deep as FaZe Clan are at this point. No one wants to be the loser, but someone got to be the loser. Who will it be? NIP back to middle here. Brokey smoked off in the window once more. We do have Olof on the AWP as well here for FaZe. NIP being a little more tender in middle, but being a little more careful. They don't want to get burst out through connector and cap by FaZe like last round, so they will hide behind the boxes initially. Looking for any greedy FaZe clan members who want to try their hand at middle. Late round smokes coming through towards jungle and the window. Gives a lot of room for NIP in middle. They can set up towards his catwalk position, go for the B split. It is going to get mollied short term though. And that molly comes through before a rotation of Brokey. He actually moves back towards CT on A. The bomb's holding T-spawn, but this push is trying to get FaZe info up in the B apartments. Popsky has just turned away from it. Oh no, he's not looking the right way, but a flick is there. He gets cold. AWP trades, and now B may not be as interesting for NIP, but they've dug into it, they've committed to it, and they are going to be going into the site. Olof getting his 3rd of the round. He's still posted, he's still waiting, and Rez is coming.
That he is. Not looking so hot here for the Ninjas. You can almost smell that 3rd map. You can almost smell Train right then and right there. And that's where FaZe Clan want to push it. They do not want to let the Ninjas in pajamas be the first one to give them a loss in a series in this road to Rio. So this all could be settled on Train. For the time being, 22-22. Keep on pressing on. Brokey with AWP. Here's some shots going off catwalk. Lands his first one on the res. Looks for a second. Sticks himself back out there. And really, a fight happens. An exchange happens. A skirmish even. And we go to a pause here. Switch sides up.
That was a sick ace from Olof, man.
Yeah.
Like, that was wild.
Yeah.
Just comes out of nowhere. You know, the secondary AWP still looking strong in his hands. We get a little head-to-head of Nico and Plopsky. These two both leading the charge right now. And at this point, I think it feels fine no matter who takes it in a sense, but also heartbreaking for the other team. Any one of them could pick it up. And that has just been the story throughout this entire Mirage game. Now, I do think that even if this one slips away from Nip, it's still unreal the fact that they've been able to test FaZe this much on a map that they've been undefeated on after a group that they were undefeated in. You know, this is a very good-looking FaZe squad, and this is not a map that NIP frequent. They are really bringing the heat here.
That they are.
It's feeling like the first time that FaZe have actually been in the lead, like all OT.
Yeah, it's because it probably is.
Yeah, it's been then coming back, and you know that is the change of tides. Maybe that is the switch around that could mean that FaZe are just a couple of rounds away from taking us to a third.
Yeah, it could be the tide of times even, but there are no cards being played around here. In fact, the card that Nip play in this round is going to be a pretty important one, Hugo.
Yes, indeed. Double AWP as well for it. What will they draw from the pack? It's going to be a window smoke for FaZe, denying this mid-entry early. NIP, they want something to do with it. Froki's holding on the cat side. Rez can day top mid through the smoke. Dangerous, and he gets nothing from it. Spammed in the sidelines.
That's a sound clip if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, go ahead. Ooh.
Nico,
yeah, I didn't win the application for Zeus noise, unfortunately. That went to you.
Well, try harder next time.
Yes, I will. FaZe with the mid take, and the bomb's going to be coming back through spawn. It's a classic A take here for FaZe. Olof lurking under. That's what FaZe did all game long when they hit OT initially. If anything, it put NIP in this position. With some of the rounds FaZe weren't able to convert, and this could be one of them. 3 on the A site right now for the Swedes.
Yeah, it's this calm player in Olof that could do a hell of a lot and could make or break this round for FaZe. He's been able to get up close. There is Plopsky holding this from short side. But if he's not able to help out the boys back in the bomb site, this could fall apart. Rez holding for this push. Lands a tag onto Rain, but it's not the killing blow. Olof and Cold both stripping 2 players away from NIP. Bomb plant found, and Olof coming in with a second. Cold now arriving as well. And it all falls onto Plopsky in a 1v5. Now turned 1v4, but surely this is one bridge too far for Plopsky. He's going to back on out. He concedes map point to FaZe. 24, 25 is the number we are looking for. And now for NIP, they need to go flawless to take us to another overtime here on Mirage.
Yep. Sometimes you run out of gas in the tank. Maybe for Nip, that is the story. But again, flawless is not unheard of. It does happen from time to time, and for a series that's delivering so much, Hugo, what more could you possibly want?
Yeah, I'm not holding out for it at this point, Trace. 2 up in OT. I'm feeling like FaZe, yeah, flawless indeed, may be the answer here. This T-side's looking good, and NIP luckily have the money for what could be the last round, and they're going to call out a pause right before it, just in case, just to really make sure they have a solution. A double open CT. Bit of a gamble there, especially considering the first AWP fires a shot and backs off, but the second AWP is exposed to Palace without really being aware of it.
And don't worry, everybody. Astralis G2 will be picking up after this. I insist on reminding you so you don't accidentally click off and think, oh, well, that's it. That's, you know, that's all the Counter-Strike I want to watch today. No, it's not. You want to watch more. And you want to do it with Machine, Sponge, and Henry Greer. Because they'll be taking our position at the end of this series. Double ops for Nip. Knock and twist. Has proven to be a viable option for this team.
Yeah. They've been given the AWP to Lekr over Nork a lot of these rounds. I'm not sure how much I like that. You know, Lekr is a really good rifler, and I'd love to see more of Nork on the AWP. And so we will here, but it's, you know, obviously with their backs up against the wall right now, no one wants to be that player to take a risk and die. To give the advantage to FaZe that could send them over the line. But at the same time, you've got to find kills somewhere. NIP, where will those kills be? Twist is looking at Connector. Flash to get him in this position, but Nico stalling the repeat. T-side of Flash even pushes him back. Bomb in apartments right now. Plopsky with a nice little position to deny a rush, and he's got his teammate on the box as well. This peek, oh, it's with a flashbang, but he sees nothing. If anything, that's misinfo. Doesn't spot the player on the left side. Olof is here.
Nork, you might want to rethink this one, bud. You really might want to rethink this one. Olof hidden close, and Nork is not aware of that fact. Olof, more than aware, is pre-lining this one up through the wall, giving us all a taste.
No.
Oh my God.
Don't give him a kill. You know he's there.
Let's not do this. They're going to try and bait the shot the first time round, and now the peeks come in. Nork gets blindsided by how many players lie in wait. Nico getting the kill, but Plopsky dropping the bomb. Olof is out, and Plopsky's heard it. 7 points of health on Olof Meister. Rain on this lurk, coming in with a backstab, has poured us back into a 3-on-3. Now getting up the catwalk, but someone at some point has to get this bomb. Also, where is Twist? Twist is all the way at ramp. Oh no! He's so far away, and they find the players in the site. Twist has now got a 1v3 this round. This could have been a doable one for NIP. But Twist just so far from home, and now shut down. FaZe, they take it. 3 overtimes later, they lock in Train, our third map on this series. Join us after a quick break, because you don't want to miss it.
To define will it stand the test of time. Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My bread on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust.
Well, after 47 consecutive rounds of play, that's including some overtime, some regulations even, if you can remember that far back, we do have a winner of the second map of the series. And boy, this one might surprise you. Just at a FaZe Clan, NiP try to hold it tight. They try to hold it together, but they don't get it done. No. Not today. Instead, we look at a third map, a Train, to decide the whole thing. Mirage, where we just come from. Harry and Hugo are going to help me break it down.
Yeah, Popsky, man, he has an insane game. 39 kills, all in vain, all forgotten, never to be remembered again.
Never happened.
Exactly, as FaZe take the win, right? And Nico leading a lot of that, 11 multi-kills, even looking at the numbers, he really performed excellently today. It felt like it was going to fall on nothing, right? Like Nico dropping 30, but oh well, who really cares? FaZe, they get 2-0. No, that doesn't happen. Now we go to a third. Now we go to Train. And what was initially a favorable map for NIP, a favorable map for FaZe, although it doesn't look like it, and now a middle ground map. I think this series is shaping up so well.
Yeah, you know, and I think really there we got to see like the different levels of experience playing into it, right? Because for NiP, they struggled 3 times back to back to find that round that would have pushed them over the edge. And for FaZe, you know, they had it in them to keep those comebacks coming, to keep taking us to overtimes. And then finally, we see that kind of veterancy shining through in the third OT, where FaZe are able, the longer that went on, the more likely it felt like it was going to be FaZe to pick it up. You know, it really did just seem to be that problem of getting the winning round on the board for NiP. And that is, you know, where your nerves do kind of take over. You are really feeling the pressure at that point in time. And FaZe, man, they've been in this situation time and time before. They felt very, very comfortable there. They relished in the chaos of OT. And now they take us to Train. And I think this is now a scary place for NiP to find themselves.
And for most of the players on this FaZe team, it's situations like this that have kind of defined their careers almost. Now you get to look at this as an upper semifinal, and they're having to put out the same sort of output, and albeit a little bit lesser of a tone. We're not quite towards the end of a bracket, but this is what these guys are known for. This is a staple of getting a job done, and they hold true to it. They hold that as a testament, and of course, it's Nico and company over there leading the way.
Yeah, when you talk about overtime, you talk about the fact that the more experienced team or players should come out on top. And like, not that NIP are new to the scene by any means, but we do have some young guns, right, who maybe have played at Tier 1 for some time now, like Popsky. But, you know, this guy's like 17 years old. He's so young. And how can you have that mental fortitude to keep on giving and keep on performing inside of the server when you're up against people like FaZe? A hard task for NIP, and now it all goes the way of Train.
That it does. We're going to go to the Train yards to settle this one. This is the schoolyard bout. And of course, we're going to be doing that over there on the rails. So we will be right back. Everybody, don't move and muscle. If you do, make sure you bring back something nice for all of us. We will BRB. I can promise you that.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
End up seeing red.
make it out. For the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought. Found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watch them fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. I know. I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me.
ESL One Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong?
And a matchup that's hotter than sriracha and sweet like a barbecue sauce from Sweet Baby Ray's. We are right back, ladies and gentlemen, with the third and final map of this series. Train is the one that's going to decide it all. I've got Harry and Hugo to help me walk us into this one. And so far, I would say we got our work cut out for us. Specifically there on Mirage. Things got a little hairy.
Yeah, they really did, man. That was such a back and forth game, and that's why I bought this. It's a long grain for a long game. It's a bit of rice. It's just
it's a bit of
Yeah,
rice.
just kind of a joke I tried off the cuff. Really
Nice.
did,
Okay,
man.
really
Yeah.
did throw myself into that one. Now, we just saw the knife round get played out there. I was looking around as it was being played out. Trace, did you catch who won that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Nip won that, and I can actually just check the database here real quick and just kind of see how it all went down. I'm thinking, now don't
read
hold me
out
to
10
this,
knife kills,
but I'm
Trace.
pretty sure that Nip have chosen the CT side to start things off. Now, we could be wrong, and that's okay, because humans are wrong. Happy accidents do happen. Shout out Bob Ross. Now, Guys, when we look at this one, do we stick to our guns? Do we sit here and say, yes, we have Nip on one side, we have FaZe on the other? Do we continue with those considering what we've seen in the second map of play?
I think you'd be a fool to swap no matter who or what you picked at this point, right? Like, at this point, predictions are out the window. We just had the most exhausting 47-round game of Counter-Strike on Mirage. FaZe pick it up, but it was tough. And I think, if anything, that just makes me lean further in favor of my pick of Nip, right? Like, the fact that they take FaZe the distance on a map that NIP are not comfortable on, and FaZe have taken over pretty much everyone here on the road to Rio on their flawless streak throughout the group stage. So, yeah, I'm leaning the way of NIP. Sure, let's double down. Why not, Trace?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, I do think
Famous
at this
last
point,
words.
right, like either team could take it and either team deserves to take it, right? Like they both
Nice
had
get
a
out there.
really
That's
no,
smart.
yeah, but that's the truth, man. Like you just played a triple OT game. I can't sit here and be like, yeah, oh well, FaZe, mate, you're just gonna ream them out, aren't they? Like you can't. You're not allowed to do that. It's not allowed. It's not allowed on broadcast. So here we go, NIP versus FaZe, the third map in this series, and boy, are we excited to get this one underway.
Yes, indeed. Harry Russell, the love muscle. And of course, we're joined by Hugo B. Byron of Brighton, and we are ready to get this one underway. Oxfordshire nowhere in sight, but of course, the end of this series is, and it just might end with FaZe Clan running away with it, or will the Ninjas in Pajamas give them their first loss of the road to Rio? Let's find out. Get stuck in. The action is now. The action is here. The ESL1 Road to Rio.
Yes, indeed. And the action, well, it's just around the corner, Trace, because NIP on the CT side are getting dealt a slow crawl by FaZe. It's a sneaky one towards the B bomb site. 3 players here for NIP. Double Eppa setup is a great bait because Lightgrow is going to draw these players in and run down the ramp, and then this double setup can shoot FaZe in the back of the head. Let's see if it goes that easily because Lightgrow spot him. No repeat. NIP are patient, and rightly so. FaZe are walking close, but ooh, here it comes. Gold gets a kill. He's doubled it with the Glock of all guns.
Yeah, gets the USP and then gets USP. But Lecro, not able to hold on to the B site, means it has fallen into the realm of FaZe. Bomb plant found. There's a flank on a flank, because you'll note that Plopsky has been chasing Nico this whole time. He's been in hot pursuit, and there we go. The kill does come in. Now, they dedicated a lot of time to dealing with Nico, but it does at least clear out the back line. However, that is the only line that they've got left. Plopsky here, he needs a couple of one-liners of his own in this situation if he wants to win the round. And Brokey's not going to let that happen. FaZe, they get off to a good start. They lock in the pistol, and now they get ready for a rip-roaring beginning in the train yard.
Unfortunate situation right there, if you think about it. Especially for Plopsky, a guy that has been there since the beginning that has really put some pain on FaZe Clan. But these situationships are not going to get any easier, guys.
No. And like situationships through the night, FaZe and NIP will pass each other. I don't know. There was some joke in there.
Where are
Either
they
way,
going?
FaZe a round up on the 3rd map. First to the punch, but who will get back up? Will it be NIP? Deagle Armor sees he's in a scout and a solo inner player in the form of Lecro. He's watching that ramp from the back flusher position, back of the bomb site. Here come the cavalry though. FaZe is going to be moving through B very fast. Plopsky's come in with a scout, but no worry for FaZe. They've got the bomb plant at least allowed. Lecro's taken first blood by dropping rain, but Nico's clearing out the close trains, trying to find out where these CTs sit, where the Swedes lie. Nico, he's looking for him, but he doesn't want to overplay his hand. The smoke begins to phase, so he plays next to it instead. Off the sound of the scope in, he takes down Plopsky and even goes deeper. That's going to be harder for them to unravel him from this position later in the round. And, well, that's not even going to happen with Olof finding more kills and the time ticking out of the hand of NIP. Rez is down the ramp. Olof's missed the timing, but Rez has run right back. No kit here for NIP, so no round as FaZe find a second. They should be able to get out with all their guns as well, exiting towards the CT spawn. Rez needs to get in this corner if he wants to survive as well. Oof.
I love the way the bomb sounds in slow motion.
Yeah.
Trace, you do a good impression of that? The bomb sound effect in slow-mo?
You can't just do that on command, dude. Come on.
Sorry.
Everybody
Sorry,
knows
man.
that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to just throw you under the bus like that, or under the train, I guess.
Well, we're on track, Harry, and that's for sure. On track to see some weapons in the next round for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Not this round. My Ninjas, they ain't gonna have no weapons.
A little bit of a B play on the cards for FaZe. They've kind of shown a bit of affinity towards this side of the map. They really do love it, and they've got away with a lot of success here. They also know that NIP aren't really going to have much in the way of resistance. Can Lekro and his Deadly Deagle combination do any damage down at the bottom of ramp? Let's find out. Lekro, all eyes on you, and he's only good for a bit of damage onto Rain, and that there is the round. That's pretty much all the exciting part out of the way.
And on that note, pretty much just kind of sit back and relax and enjoy the show. Of course, Harry draws a bit of cartoon on the side, so we're going to go ahead and play some of his cartoons out. No, you didn't get those prepared? Okay. Sorry, Harry.
No, sorry, man. Oh, we're going to get a Zeus, maybe.
Here we go.
Rain, don't look down there because you won't like what you see. Olaf, not able to hold on to the back line, and now Plopsky has even more room to work with. The barrel might have betrayed Rain, and there it is, the Zeus kill. Oh, it's a cleanup. NIP, they might not win the round, but my goodness, do they do us proud. They get all the damage, they get a Zeus kill. Personally, I don't, who even cares about the series now, man? You are the moral victors of this game.
Once we've got that electricity out, then it's perfect. You know, we're good. We're set up for the future.
We're charged.
I don't get how you've, because before, I used to have to see you build up into the Zeus sound, whereas now, you just do it on command.
I'm convinced that he is the sound effect.
It's like you've gotten stuck, and we're just replaying that
It's just a broken record. I guess you guys are a little young. Were you born in, year 2000?
I have a record player, Trace, don't worry. But it's like, for our generation, that's a vintage retro purchase. That's not,
Hipster, of course.
Yeah, clearly. Look at me, massive hipster here. Double orbs, but split. One per side. Brokey's going to get out of main very fast with that flashbang. Parting gift of a no-scope through the wall. NIP, great previous round in terms of doing damage on an eco, and look at where that's left FaZe's money. They want to crunch inner here with a bit of an Ivy lurk coming in on the back line. I mean, at any point, if those Ivy players want to hit A, FaZe can drop back down through the pop dog. They don't own it yet, but they might. Rez is paving away rather, into this position, but he also might be able to put bullets in the back of the head. Rain switched out. He knows. He was so ready for that as well, and he almost hints that he knows someone's coming, switches to a grenade, looking at the corner, and then gets one-tapped. Rez doesn't even need to go back in. If he just stays alive here, he is a nuisance. He is in the back line, but Brokey's ready for it and finds him with the orb. So FaZe now back in control. But in this moment, Plopsky has pushed T-Con and through the spawn found the same situation. He knows the bomb is here. It was spotted earlier. And so even though Ivy's getting taken, NIP are so focused on killing these players in box halls because it will win them the round. And oh, here they come.
Yeah. That is the case. The bomb is by itself up here.
This is very horrible for FaZe. They're trying to rejoin with the bomb. They're saying, don't worry, Brokey. We haven't forgot about you. But they have had to forget about Brokey. He has been fed to the wolves, okay? They might be saying otherwise. He's very much alone here at B. There's no time to get this bomb down. And actually, the wolves, uncharacteristically merciful on the NIP side. They're going to let Brokey survive. They feel for the guy.
One-man wolf pack. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes I do, Trace.
Nice.
And this, not one of those.
Not one of those times, of course.
Oh, dear.
That's why I got that tattooed on myself. It was going to be a pack of wolves, and I just got one wolf because I'm a one-man wolf pack.
You should probably not do that on your face, though. I mean, it's a pretty jarring.
It's a blacklight tattoo. You can't see it unless we're in a blacklight.
Okay.
Anyway, FaZe
You're
Clan.
like a banknote.
Yeah, basically.
Is your trace real? Verify it at a local bank.
If it doesn't have the wolf tattoo, then no.
There's a chance your trace could be
counterfeit.
Yeah.
And nobody wants that. But I tell you what, no one else wants, an AWP shot to the torso. And that's exactly what coldzera receives, high in supply in that round. Man advantage taken for NIP. Since these rifles have come out, they've been looking good. And now, pop control maybe going to be the aim of the game here for FaZe Clan. That nade, nothing more than a little tickle onto Rez. Wow. And even though he's fully blind, kill feed marker, great for
reminding
rubbing
Nico.
salt in the wound. Like, Nico, mate, you didn't even turn from your flash. I'm Counter-Strike, by the way. That's meant to be this voice. So, Rain holding on to Popdog. Throws in a nade of his own. Rez having some deja vu here. He's seen this maneuver before. The nade not really doing much. Will there be a flash to follow?
It's a pop exit molly, so that's to cut Rez off, but he's just going to smoke it, and I like that. Hanging around, really being annoying and not letting FaZe down here. The key of this as well is FaZe want B. They don't even want A. But knowing that Rez is in the pop dog means at any point, especially when they have 3 alive and they have to focus on B, he can just flank. And so you can already see him setting up to do so. FaZe leave him alone for 5 seconds, and Rez goes, yeah, well, I know where you are. You're hitting B. And here he is on the back line, about to win the round on his own. No one's watching. There's one. Or gone. Rez with 2, and he sprays them all down. I mean, you know, Rez knew that was coming. FaZe knew that was coming, and there was nothing they could do about it. Dear, oh dear. What an excellent flank from Rez. 4 kills in the round, and NIP find 2. They've broken the money of FaZe.
Yeah, Rez is great to watch in the pop position, so let's see if he goes back to it. This round, he's going to admire it from afar, and that might be the right read. He knows there's only going to be pistols for FaZe in this round, and so Molly's the pop dog position early. That's going to really solidify that FaZe didn't get down there, and now he takes it up later in the round. Was originally holding to see if anyone came out of main, and that is not the case. So now with pop control, this is a great spot for Rez, because once again it opens up the possibility of this fast flank in behind enemy lines. He is going to be the first man to rotate in. He will be that first point of contact. And so for Nork and Lekr0 here inside of the site, all they got to do is buy time for Rez to find something. And Nork doubling up, the bomb plant looking to get denied, but Lekr0 goes back to pick a fight with Olof, his fellow Swede, and that's a crime that Olof punishes swiftly. coldzera with a Glock. It would be pretty cool if he did something there, but probably never going to happen.
Really, ringing off a dink or 2 right there would have been impressive, to be completely honest, at that range. But yeah, Nip, well, they're going to put that 3rd one up. We're back at even kill turf. Some of you were here with us just a little while ago. You might have noticed we went into overtime a couple of times, maybe even 3 times, trace times. Well, we're going to be looking for that again here on Train, the decider. Again, the team that loses is not out. They will drop down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, boy, was overtime a stunner.
Nice, dude. Nice.
And this one, I mean, it's just warming up, Trace. It's just getting good. Not even begun to peak yet. Ooh, Olof smokes that molly in Olof outside. If anything, it might make NIP think there's someone in the yard, but as long as they hadn't orbitrated on position, which they didn't, they might know that's not the case. Now, Plopsky doesn't know that's not the case, and so he has to be very careful in clearing this position. Plays inside of the smoke, and he might get a fight here. Ooh, Olof ducks out. Now to be here. FaZe have loved this B bomb site. They've been all over it, and they'll go quick again. Lekr0 not in the position that he wants for that gun, but he does get a lot of value out of it. A lot of miles on the dashboard now as he takes damage onto Nico. Plant is allowed, and Rez has been found. It's a retake with 3 for NIP.
And a lot of this is going to be hinging on how this first contact comes in for NIP, right? And that might already be the save, because that's not what they were hoping for. Twistzz is already very, very deep, and he's kind of committed to this regardless. The man who could certainly look to get away is Nork, but Twistzz is making a bit of a case for sticking around. However, he gets put in the ground, and a missed shot from Nork the second time around is enough for him to get sent downtown as well. Nico in there with 3. The hat trick for him, and a 4th round on the board for FaZe. Plenty of money for the Nip boys, so they will have another investment looming. And it looks like we might have Nork returning to that AWP. Not going to be a double AWP setup here over on the... Yeah, actually, it is going to be the double AWP setup over here on the CT side. Second one of those purchased up in secret by Twistzz. But it's found its way into Lekr0's hands again, and we've seen him picking it up more and more. I'm curious as to why Twistzz ain't on it.
Well, FaZe FaZe are going fast here. They're setting up smokes for an early outer exec. They won't take it off of spawn, but that's because of Molotovs. And now that they have faded, FaZe will get into the fray. Oh, Plopsky still standing. He gets out. He runs Olof, and he smoked the molly in the sandwich to get out of this position. FaZe going to try and hunt him down later, but Olof has already been removed. Rain grenaded down, and Rez has doubled it up with that kill. Brokey, there's smokes in every direction. The bomb's on top of the train. This is not a good round for FaZe, but he's going to use his pistol. Oh, he misses the shot, and he's going to get re-peeked off of giving away his position. Cold in a 1-on-5, and will not be long for this world. Even with one, now they surround him. Every corner, every crevice, and NIP make quick work of that round. 4-4. FaZe's money gone as well. They were relying on a bomb plant at bare minimum, and without it, they're going to have to take an eco. Back to B, maybe? It's been pretty much the go-to for FaZe all game long.
So, Hugo, we look at this. Where are you satisfied with FaZe's halftime result? What's it going to be? What's the score line?
What do I want, or what do I think they're going to get?
What would be the most satisfying halftime result for
11-4. That'd be the most satisfying they could physically
well,
get.
You know what? I'm out.
No, I think they could get 8 rounds here, really. Like, and if they do, NIP are going to have their work cut out for them, right? Because this is not a T-sided map. And FaZe are very, very good at train. So right now, 4-4 is a good spot to be in. Obviously, NIP will take the lead, likely, in this round. But FaZe are going to have guns right back. And they're very interested in B. And typically on train, we see the opposite. We see a team obsessed with a site to almost a weird point. It is often outer, where you run those fast yard plays that really rely on like your opening kill. And if you get it, you can like steamroll these outside rounds. But FaZe, they've been going in, and I actually kind of like that change. You know, it's been working out. They got the util for it. They've not been letting NIP back in for the retake, but this one's just Eagles, and NIP are taking away control of the map from FaZe. Plopsky's push main has forced FaZe upper, but that's exactly where NIP want them to go.
Yeah, that slow creep up over here towards B, about to come to its rather explosive conclusion. Noak holding down the ramp, has Lekro inside of the site. Once again, a fast rotate available from Rez, and with no utility, this should just be a cleanup for NIP. And indeed it is. They get all the kills required. They don't lose a single man. They can be very, very happy with how that round draws to a close. And now we have a reinvestment from FaZe. No team yet to pull ahead in a very big way in this map, and that's kind of what we expected. Thus far, it has been a lot of close games today.
Especially in this series, right? I mean, if 3 overtimes doesn't scream close to you,
then what does?
Then what does?
That's the question we're all asking, Hugo.
Plopsky has a great spawn. He's crossed towards Popdog in this round. Got E-Box support as well if needed. Rez can double up in this position, which, you know, is always nice to have double pop. It means your back-end player can watch for the T-con play. Oh, Plopsky's got some grenades in his repertoire. That's a nice one. Landing 40 onto Brokey. We saw a really nice smoke thrown by Vinny and Furia that lands up top of the ladder and lets you, like, sit on the ladder and one-way the smoke so the Ts can't see you. I hope we see some more of that today. Don't know if either of these teams have got that one, but I tried it in a pug. Didn't work, got shot through the smoke.
Of course.
Didn't try it again after that.
Well, Harry hit a wallbang on this map,
Yeah,
so it was
he
pretty
did.
cool.
Yeah. From T-spawn, or above T-spawn, the toilets, the kitchen maybe, to back green with the AWP.
Here we go. Nock could perhaps hit one himself. Knocks Olaf out. Now another op on the inside here, and this is where the bomb's going to be. Brokey looks to take that fight, ends up getting silenced by Lekro. With that bomb being planted, Lekro's going to dump a Molotov and a grenade into the site, trying to get this player who's ultimately stuck on the bomb train in Rain. Try to get him out of position.
Yeah, also keep your eye on Nico coming in on this flank through Ivy. He's been pretty fast on his approach, but no one from NIP is keeping an eye on this, and so he could tear this round apart. Rain only is to buy time, and he has just worked his way around these two brilliantly. Now he is about to get pressured. Plopsky shut down Nico on the wrap, and Nork comes on in, gets the late trade onto Rain. NIP, they actually dig themselves out of that hole and put themselves a 6th on the board.
How is Plopsky ready for that? Like, this dude is on another level. He's so aware. He's so ahead of the game. And I mean, you know, we talk about young players. I feel like the fact that Plopsky is 17 just kind of slips under the radar a little bit because this guy has been in NIP for so long and he's been fragging in this team for so long. But yeah, he really is talented and kind of owning, beating up on these, you know, very experienced FaZe Clan players today. NIP hold a slight lead. FaZe don't win that post plant, but they do get enough money to justify a buy, and they want a fast result as well in towards B. Nork is here. The Molotov lands. He's got to get out of there as well. We'll have to fall back to a safer position as FaZe take control of the box halls. Double pop flank available. NIP, they've been going for it round after round. If Rez climbs the ladder here, he's once again going to be the biggest problem. The thorn in the side for FaZe. But he won't wait. He will wait, rather, until FaZe route in the site.
And it's the double op set up inside. I do love to see that. Let's see how it plays out. Lekr0 takes a shot, dumps a grenade in. He's got a whole crosshair full of people. He's only able to find Brokey, and that's good enough. One click, one kill. Now spots one upper. That's going to be coldzera that falls. And again, this has not gone well other than the bomb plant. Just Nico and Olof left to defend it.
Oh dear, Olof gets caught with nades out, and Nico does not fare any better. Defuse for NIP. And you know, a few rounds ago we said that no team was really pulling ahead or showing like a sign of victory here in the first half. Well, NIP, a bit of a breath of fresh air in that sense. 7-4 up. Chaining together these rounds over on the CT side and continuing to deal with these B plays that FaZe try and deal them. Would be nice to see FaZe just try something over towards A, just for the sake of, you know, not letting NIP get too comfortable with these B takes being the kind of bread and butter of this T side. And a tactical pause now for FaZe.
Of course, and it would make sense. And as it stands, Ninjas in Pajamas have your number. We saw what Rez was capable of doing, even if he wanted to push up the ladder. Doesn't even necessarily have to. It's just kind of a pick and choose sort of situation.
Yeah, I like that as well, because if you do it every round, it becomes a mainstay, then FaZe are going to expect it. And like, they already expect it, but they're really going to dedicate a player for it if Rez flanks him 3 rounds in a row or something on inner hit. So yeah, especially considering it wasn't something NIP needed. They found the advantage. Lekr0 gets this AWP kill, and then, you know, for NIP, they're an upper man. They can retake safe, so Rez can join his team. Maybe if FaZe get an entry, Rez flanks fast, because he feels the necessity to have impact in the round. When his team get the kill, he knows that things are under control. So, just an idea as to how Rez is playing that one. Ooh. Scoped, and that's perfect for Nork. He pre-aims the position that Cold swings into, despite seeing a player above. Doesn't bait him in. He knows it's a flash play. He knows that Cold is getting set up and shut down in this B hall. FaZe can't commit because of the smoke. They have to stall it once again. And oh well, look who's in the pop dog. It's Rez. We'll see if this flank comes in. I've never seen a team go towards B so many times. I'm not even against it. Like, I've liked some of the executes FaZe have had. That, you know, we had that double AWP inner. It got completely denied all vision last round. And NIP couldn't see a thing. So, once again, good util for FaZe, but smoke shots not connecting Nork. Oh, he's getting run down. He doesn't realize it. He's jumped. He's got the info, but they're getting close. On the oil train, great movement from Olof. Finds the wallbang headshot. Plopsky on rotation. Spots them getting aggressive, and he gets a double as well. Inside of the site is another man. It's Brokey trying to get the plant with the cover from Nico. It's still a winnable round for FaZe, but they are a man down.
Oh, and there was a timing there. Brokey, Nico rather, almost got caught out on upper. Brokey here inside of the bomb site, and he does get broken down. Nico, a lot to do, and time working against him. My word, he's been tagged as well. Everything goes from bad to worse there for FaZe. 8 on the board for NIP. This CT side starting to look really quite dominant from the Swedes. There's still time for FaZe to turn this around. You know, they can still 7-8 this half, and at that point it would be fine, but a lot of these B rounds haven't even felt that close, and that's what's kind of scary right now. NIP are dealing with it so well every round.
And there's still consistent bomb plants for FaZe Clan, so they're able to keep the money churning a little bit, and that's something to consider as well. Of course, once you go on max loss bonus, every one of those plants is going to be lovely regardless. However, not winning rounds, that's going to be what catches up with FaZe Clan right here. You're right, Nip, 8-4 commanding currently.
Yeah, really good control over the CT side. FaZe need at least those buffer rounds, like 5, 6, something like that, just to set them up. Give them something to fall back on, right? Because if you get 11 forward, you lose pistols, suddenly the game's over, right? You don't even get a chance. You get a pistol round, you get forces, and you get 1 rifle round. And if you mess that up, you're up against 15 with your next rifle, or you're forcing a 14. Like, either of those options are awful. So FaZe needs something here. They can't get 11 forward, or at least they shouldn't get 11 forward. Hopefully they move away from these inner hits for a start, because that has not been working in the last couple. NIP have shut them out. Fast pop play. This is what I like from FaZe. A quick approach towards this Cypher. Rez blinded, gets a kill. He's only good for 1. Blinding is the response. And Nog fires off through the smoke to drop Cold. Now it's a late inner play for FaZe, and they've caught the rotations. They beat NIP to the punch. Everyone has moved outer because of that utility. This is a really good call for FaZe. The issue is, again, the lack of manpower, the lack of players, and the fact that NIP have kits and utility for the retake.
Rain's been pretty quiet here on Train, but you literally cannot spell train without Rain. So let's see if now is the tipping point for this man. He would have a lot to answer for here, and he fired off a little too early. He fired his shot, but not hit the mark, and now Brokey trying to get out of there as well. Does have Rain's back. Rain shutting down Lekr0. Brokey continuing, and oh dear, this was a 3-on-4. Whoa. And 3 players stay alive for FaZe. 5 on the board.
And right there, when we talk about the B side, we talk about like getting aggressive and wanting to maximize your chance in the post palm by cutting off CT rotations. Right there, that's excellent, because FaZe force everyone out of NIP. So when they get aggressive inside of B, even though Rain gives away his position, even though they miss shots, the choke points NIP are coming through are so tight that FaZe are just able to hold these crossfires. And of course, it helps Rain pops and hits 2 nice shots, but yeah, I mean, FaZe cordon NIP out of the site. They had no control there, and they struggled to get back into Recon. Quick pop spot. Rez stands tall. Doesn't need to use his smoke. That molly doesn't reach it, but the rest of FaZe are bursting out main.
Oh, Olof leading this charge and getting up in the face of Plopsky. Rez still trying to hold on to Popdog, and this leaves him in a bit of an awkward spot, but he continues to find success, and they just can't deal with Rez. No, Nork actually burns Twist to death, and oh dear.
Wait, what?
Oh dear, this was not how it was meant to go. Friendly fire at the A bomb site, and Rez trapped in Pop. It looked like a blessing, but now it might be a curse, because with so much time left, this bomb has rotated out of A. Cold was holding on to the top of Popdog, and it will be a B-side plant for FaZe once again. Even when they play for A, they plant on B.
I love it. This T side has been so suffocating by FaZe, and even though it's not been the most successful, it's about the game plan, right? It's about the halftime score, and FaZe are going to have it. They're going to have 6-7, a bare minimum. Let's see if Rez can stop them in their tracks. Moving back into B, being silent as well. FaZe, they know he's not saving. It's a 1-on-2. You know Rez is going for this one with his scoreline. Smoke on the bomb, potentially, but Nade landing, smoke fake, and there comes the peak. They know he's off it. They can just play with their food now. The knife is out. Oh, misstabs, but Brokey does get there in the end and secure FaZe a 6th.
So close. Scary stuff as we enter the last round of the half here. Round number 15.
Man, if there was a kit in play then, that would have been real scary.
I think he had a kit.
Oh, yeah, wait, he did. I'm just blind, mate.
Sorry, I don't want to say it, but...
No, yeah,
it was close. He taps it initially and tries to force a fight with the smoke, but yeah, they go down the ramp on the first contact.
That was scary, bro.
Yeah, it was.
Almost. NIP... Almost rounds aren't going to cut it. And if FaZe can come back 7-8 in this half, that's quite the turnaround here for FaZe. Winning these last 3 is what was required for that scoreline. And they're just one away from exactly that. Rez and Nico locked in a standoff that neither one of them know they're participating in just yet. However, now they do. And now it's become all too clear. Olaf ready to take this fight if needed. Twist is certainly looking wise to the challenge and actually is ready for Olaf somehow, some way.
Wow. Must have seen the birds disappear, maybe. Of course, that has been changed recently, so CTs can't see it. Actually, maybe he could from his deep position. Either way, it's going to be phase down a man. Nork has no armor on his AWP, but still potent as ever on that inner bomb site. And that's the thing, NIP are conditioned to be right now. Why would you not be? Every round is ended inner for FaZe. This doesn't look like it will be the case in this round, but I count nothing out.
There's one thing this international squad is not afraid of doing. It's going around the world if required. Rain opening this round up, dealing with Rez. The response is in, and Plopsky's forward position might be enough. He's nailed one, but he's looking for even more. Brokey wrapping around to hold the back line. Rotation coming in from Letcro. 20 seconds left on this clock. And FaZe, they've got to commit. They've got to get this bomb down. And Plopsky still being a nuisance, refusing to part ways with the A site. Brokey left in the 1v1, and he needed to land the no-scope, but not today. 9-6 at the end of the first half. Join us for what could be the final half in this series, unless we head to any more overtimes after a very quick break.
continuing to put the pain on FaZe is that of Plopsky. They do end out the half 9-6 over on the Nips side. Plopsky comes into this map, and he's got 56 and 49 for a KD. I'd say it's been a pretty rough day in the office for the homie. But, of course, for us, it's business as usual. We take a look at the pistol round now from the Ninjas of Pajamas. They look like they want to put a lot of pressure to the outside side. Big shots from Brokey, though.
Yeah, nice opener in the pistol. Can the rest of FaZe follow in Brokey's footsteps? It certainly looks like it, as right now all the kills on that kill feed are in favor of FaZe. And there you go, Nork does get that kill. There was never a moment where I did not believe in Nork. He's gotten it down at 2 on 2, but coldzera tapping him out of the equation now leaves Twistzz in a very big old clutch. Minute and 10 seconds left, and that bomb dropped over on the bomb train itself in the belly of the beast. And FaZe, Twistzz, this isn't a fight that you can look to win, my friend. Every time he peeks that he's not connecting a shot, they're landing one onto him. It feels like just chipping away at his HP, and he does get cold, but the re-peek from Brokey proves to be a little too strong. 7 on the board for FaZe, and a pistol found to kickstart this second half.
And Hugo, correct me if I'm wrong, pretty winnable about the time that Nip get a player into connector. But
yes,
then things start to turn a little sideways. Nox able to hit a few good shots, knocks him down even. But
can't pick it back up, Trace. Those are the Glocks, though. Glocks on out a yard. Yeah.
Glocks.
Versus USPs, not the weapon you want indeed. Brokey has a couple of fadeaway shots there as well. And for NIP, we're waiting for that rifle round in the follow-up. So a bit of a breather here as we see the Deeg on Nork. And the Glocks. Woo, party time for NIP.
Yes, sir.
Just basically waiting around, using this as attack pause, hoping FaZe give them a kill. Business as usual for the Swedes.
A tweet has come in from Mr. Burchill. That's Mr. Burchill to you. Chad type. And he says, Plopsky is pretty gnarly to watch, and I'm going to have to agree. He's hit some pretty miraculous things in this series thus far. It doesn't look to slow down, especially now that they still hold on to the lead. Even after losing the pistol, this round might not go their way. The tipping point has already passed. coldzera with the last 2 kills, and now just trailing by 1 or FaZe. But again, Plopsky, big time hero over here for this current Ninjas in Pajama squad, 18 and 9. And also, Harry, just so we can get some closure on this, will you be getting any Nip apparel, or is that kind of done since you made such a hissy fit about it on the broadcast?
I don't remember it being like that. I remember they sent me a little message with some words.
I vividly remember you in here in tears. So
yeah. I mean, there was that, but that wasn't on the broadcast. That was before this show.
That was something else.
Just a lot of crying, and
just normal days.
Yeah, that's just how I start my days. You know, you have a big emotional cry, get all the emotions out early, and then you don't feel for the rest of the day.
Nice, man.
For me, it's the month, but yeah. I mean, that works.
Well, taking a look here, FaZe trying to have a bit of a feel as to how this CT side is looking, and cold position down here at Ivy side. Well, he is going to have some company, maybe some unwanted guests in Twistzz and Nork. Rain holding on to the Pop Dog as well, and he is going to get sandwiched here as they try and get out. There is still Lekr0, who could look to come in on a main flank, but he's going to decide against that for the time being. NIP positioned to try and split this A-bomb site, and looking good right now, but FaZe are aware of this. They've read the whole situation well, and they've got a very good idea. They've rotated all 5 players over towards the outer site. They've read this one hook, line, and sinker, and so NIP, they're walking into a stack.
Oh dear, but they're still getting kills. Cold Noloff have been picked up, and there's still a man at the Ivy corner. Rain hasn't been cleared. He's so low. He swapped out the FAMAS, and to good effect, he's found 2 with it. Trapped our FaZe, though. 15 seconds for Plopsky to find the plant, unless he wants the kill, and yeah, it's tempting, isn't it? He's got it. Rain's dead. Down to Nico, gives away his position, and Rez will find him in the clutch. It's going to be NIP up to 10. Double dig for this T side. holding it by 2, and that's FaZe broken economically. They might just force to try and level out their money here, but that would give NIP a little bit more of a lead. It could be a 12-8 before FaZe even get back in the swing of things. So that's the danger. That's the decision the FaZe have to make in this round, and they will save some money instead. Probably the safer one. Pistols, but cash in the back pocket. NIP with fast A smokes, but not committing behind it. They're going to go through the halls once again. FaZe actually getting aggressive as well.
They're in this smoke. They're in main, and they're going to get the info that this is clear. NIP completely vacating the outer bomb site, looking for this inner hit. And FaZe on the back of getting that info in main, they preemptively rotate almost everyone around to this site. So once again, it's another one of these rounds where NIP, they're walking into the stack. Are they going to be able to win their fights this time around when they're only up against the pistols? Initially, it's looking good. Cold, though, might offer up some resistance here with a nice double D. Nico, oh, wow. No. Oh, dear. It's the Nico effect. He's got ahead and brought this down to a 1v2 with 2 fast D kills. Twist left up in this clutch. Nico's Deagle is not where you want to find yourself. And oh dear, it's a bit of a trade. Twist versus Rain.
I like this. He's trading the bomb plant for a gun. He's giving Rain a weapon, but he's getting positional advantage. Rain knows it. Rain's not even gonna, yeah, okay, he will get a weapon. I was gonna say, there's AKs everywhere. And Twist, does he expect this? Does he predict the pop flank? Rain is gonna be so quick on the flank here. And if only he gets down the ladder in time, if Twist watches it, oh no. A second's difference, maybe, in Rain. If he was in position there, I think he has a drop on Twist. But great clutch nonetheless, and 11 for NIP. That was only an eco for FaZe. That was only Deagles with some saved money. And it gets knocked out. Nico, he does a great job of making it so close, but he just can't convert it.
Fast A play from NIP up against these pistols. They're going to try and run into this bomb site, get nice and deep, and that is going to be Letcro leading this charge. The only man within this site right now, and actually he's only good for one at this point. NIP don't know the exact number of players that reside here for FaZe. Would it surprise you if I told you that NIP have found themselves in the middle of another stack, this time at the A-bomb site, and once again, it's not the most favorable of beginnings. Twist gets brought down and out of the equation by Brokey. This leaves all the pressure onto Rez in a 1v2. AKs have been retrieved, and he's now outmanned, outgunned, and not able to flick onto coldzera.
Oh my goodness, that one's gonna sting.
Yeah, especially with a team kill. Naught kills Plopsky, the top performer in the server, and he team kills him with a Galil. Oof. That really makes things harder for NIP. Nice aggressive round from Brokey. A couple of kills of the P250, even jumping into Olof to find a fight. That's excellent work. It's saved FaZe on an eco round. They almost win the Deagles, and they do win with P250s. And now reaping the reward of that, right? Full rifles, the AK saved, the AWP here for Brokey. NIP's money, not quite the pretty picture here. Rez can't afford to drop. That's a one-tap through smoke. I did hear that, Cold.
It did happen. Perhaps we can run it back, hopefully get that replay.
Wow. Okay.
Sometimes things happen like that, you know?
What can you do about it?
Absolutely nothing. It's like you can't even really get mad when that happens. You could report someone, but not here. This wouldn't be the place to report people. I don't think that function even works in this server. Nonetheless, Brokey, seeing these grenades come off, is going to go ahead and go to a secondary position here with his AWP. Finds a shot on the Plopsky with ease, but the bomb will be planted for the Ninjas in Pajamas, who are, albeit on some pistols. And this fight has not gone their way. With the bomb plant, they can feel marginally successful, but a defuse will come in for the FaZe clan no matter what, and that's going to bring us up to 11-10. I'm getting some Mirage vibes, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing better than feeling marginally successful, right? I think that's one thing we can agree with. 10 rounds on the board for FaZe, but you're right, Nip are going to be happy. And they got a bomb plant there at the very least. That is despicable.
Just run that one back again. You know, the rest of these highlights are cool, but that one by itself is the coolest. Look at the timeout. I think it would be cool to watch that one again, but that's just me. Maybe I'm speaking for myself. Probably at this point.
I'm gonna get that work done, Trace.
You did that for me?
I'm unplugging things as we speak. I don't think I'm helping.
Oh, here we go.
But there it is.
Look.
And bang.
Cool, I guess, you know.
Right.
Calculated. All part of the plan. Knew
That's
he was
ridiculous.
There. Doesn't he like jiggle? That's like how a wall hacker plays, right? Like when he knows you're watching you, he's like jiggling the angle that doesn't exist. Like that angle doesn't exist.
Hell, man.
Like Nork's just holding the smoke. And then boom, he's dead. Okay, cool. Right, we'll be contacting the admins about Cole. Don't you worry, he'll be escorted out of the building by sundown. And right now, FaZe, well, they might finish this game before sundown because 11-10, and they've broken the money of NIP once again. It's going to have to be Deagles. We've seen Eco's be one, but really only by FaZe. Cole, stop! No.
In the same position.
No.
Same smoke, same guys, same angle. Is it? Nork, maybe already regretting every decision he's ever made in his life up until this point, because it's found him in this moment once again. Trapped on Ivy with a hungry cold Zera on the other side. It's a nice little tap from Nico, and he's trying to have a moment of his own. Go on, Nico. And number 4, give it to us. Oh, there it is. He does get it. He knocks them down. 11 on the board for FaZe. They make quick work of those pistols. NIP back in with the reinvestment, but this is all tied up now at 11-11. And it's FaZe really starting to pull ahead by leaps and bounds in this second half. The money hugely in their favor. And so for NIP, what this means is for the rest of this series now, it's going to feel like a real grind before you feel like you're in a position of power. Because you've got to break down this, minimum $6,000 on Olaf, but then or Rain. And then you're looking at someone like Nico with 10K in the bank. FaZe are in such a good spot right now.
Definitely. I think they're feeling it as well, right? With some of these kills coming through, some of the taps, right? Nico feeling it. Brokey breaking them, and he's found Rez and B upper as well. Quick pick to put FaZe a man up in round number 23.
Yeah, just a small hiccup for the side of the Ninjas of Pajamas, who otherwise have their eyes set on Ivy. So he's going to make his way through the smoke. That creates a whole new world of opportunities. Weirdly enough, I think the timing has worked out, and he's going to back right into it. Cold Zera did not see him. That is timing 101 right there. You can't believe what you've just seen.
Just walks through a smoke with his knife out, and Cole jiggles the corner and misses the timing. This round is still winnable, but Plopsky is trying to make it impossible as he finds 2 in the outer yard. Nico dead, and Olaf on a long wrap round. You know they're watching the pop. They've already smoked it off, and Olaf, he's got to go all the way round. Not a fun position to be in as NIP plant the bomb on A. Getting into some brawly outside rounds here as of recent. And Olaf, I mean, it might even be worth a save, right? Just to get away with the AK on its own.
It looks like we have a save on our hands. Maybe Olaf takes out Knock here, and he does. Pretty easy headshot, all things considered, that we've seen in this game so far. But now they're going to close on him. They want to take the gun away from him at the end of the round. And at this point, if you're Nip, game is pretty close. Perhaps, just maybe, you send Lekro to do it. Which brings me to my next point. A tweet has come in, fellas. Are you excited?
Okay.
This one is from Sandeep Panwar. Hello. You and Harry and Hugo are doing great. I'm from India, and I'm enjoying my night. Can you please tell me hi on the stream? My name is Sandeep. Well, hi, Sandeep. Thank you for tweeting at us. And, well, you might not have used the right hashtag, which is hashtag ESL1, but the sentiment is there. Thank you so much for your time, and we hope you're enjoying the show.
Shout out to Sandeep.
Sandeep, keeping it real since 03.
Well, it's a fast round out main here for Lekro. He's run right down Olaf and taking a bit of a beating on the way, down to 39. It's a double ult for FaZe, so got to be careful with these smokes. Rain is in pop as well. Lekr re-smoking E-Box to try and cross. He's actually going to get flashed out. Rain looking for this kill, but with the smoke down, Lekr is hidden behind it. The Molly's going to push him forward, but he doesn't have to worry about dying from the top of pop. Rez isn't fighting that right now. Surprising as that may seem with how keen he was in the first half. Now they don't know Rain's here, and so he will appear with a flashbang and a kill into Lekr, finding Rain, or FaZe rather, the man advantage. Rez dropping after the flash, and it works so well. Rain gets caught. That's unlucky. NIP back into a 4-on-4. Cold's having to peel back, and these orbs might begin to rotate off B.
Yeah, Broky's going to begin his rotation back round. Twist and Plopsky, though, they're already almost out of main. coldzera is actually mollied into this smoke, and he takes a very aggressive position. Nork not able to capitalize, and now a second man at the back of Ivy. The AWP ringing out with a shot, and maybe Nork isn't ready for Cold, still playing close as a result. Oh, coldzera now giving up the aim of the game here. They know that he's close in Ivy. They try and peek him with Twist, and that kill doesn't come through. Nork still not budging, just holding this Ivy position. Wow. Now elects to swing on out. The perfect timing there. Cold not able to trade that one.
Nico was looking, but he just turned away as Nork peaks. It doesn't get more unfortunate than that. NIP are just holding this bomb by having Nork alive here. They don't know where Twist is, and it's ticked so far down. Olof gets close to the kill. Nork has to find the frag. Now he's got it, but they're on the bomb, they're on the defuse, and Olof has the cover from above. FaZe find the retake. They find 12. And they make it happen. NIP's bomb plant is a necessity in that round because they just about have money to buy. But even then, some players are going to be struggling. Some players are going to be a little behind. I actually like the play from Nork to not peek Ivy at all that round. He just really stalls out. And he knows there's a double setup there. He knows there's an AWP. That has something to do with why he's so patient. But because the bomb is planted for Ivy, he knows he can be the last point of contact in the round. He can try and clutch that because, I mean, what else are FaZe going to do? Rush him? If they do, he's ready for it. So, nice idea there, but it doesn't work out for NIP to find a round. FaZe keeping things back and forth, as they have been all game. And look at the money problems that we talk about. Plopsky on a Mac 10. Nork on a Deeg. Twist can't get an AK. But NIP, they've got to make do with what they got.
Oh, Broky's heard the footstep. He knows that Plopsky has already slipped on by. Flash is good, though, and that's going to allow this Mac 10 to start to close the distance. Broky, unperturbed by the danger that lurks in these upper halls, does stick around for just a moment.
He gets that opportunity to vacate, and you better believe he does. Definitely don't want to be stacked up too close. There are 5 members of NIP in the top of these halls right now, and just 2 players for FaZe defending this inside site.
Oh dear. Oh, I thought Broky was going to rotate. Thatcher's taking a more passive angle. It will be needed. Molly on the ramp for FaZe. Well timed, and a grenade to follow. Maybe coming in a second too early, but they want the smoke to land on top of the molly so it blooms fast. NIP don't get a chance as they have to hit the site. They have to commit with what little they got. Olof is still here. He's so blinded, but no one's found him yet. They're going to start to peel round this corner, but already with a kill is Twist. Raindrops Plopsky from a range, and he finds a bomb as well, but Rez is below with a Tech 9. This gun is RNG, and it's not going to do him too well. Broky finds a kill, sets FaZe up for the retake with a man advantage.
Nork's Deagle, what can it do? Nico can just keep a bead up on this upper position. The Deagle doing damage, and it does find him on the ladder now. Broky's they get the defuse, doesn't matter. Cold sticks it. Broky playing around, having a great time. What a way to win the round. There he is, the impact player in question. Mr. Ladder Stall, yeah.
All part of the plan. Yeah. Just a little bit of noise disruption right there to really throw off what was otherwise an attempt at stopping a defuse from the ninjas.
I think it started as, I want to peek this angle, and then it turned into, I've fallen off the ladder. Then it turned into, I'm going to distract him by falling on and off the ladder.
I think it turned into, there's over 100,000 people watching. I better play this off. And you know what? If you're going to do something in life, you damn sure want to look cool doing it.
Man, I totally meant to just go up and down the ladder the whole time. Think about what the confusion that caused him.
It's like a Hawkadinko level play.
That's a Stanislaw grenade we've ever seen. Clipped. Looked like he should have landed, but did not. Round up for FaZe here. Just about holding this lead. NIP, they saved their money in the previous. They kept a few $1,000s and they got a bomb plant which enabled this buy. Lekr0, I think he might have spotted the player on top of the train, but he's not going to get the reface. Grenade pop, Rain pushes with it. Who needs flashbangs? They're overrated, and Rez is dead. It's down to Cold on Ivy. He's just going to spray dry. There's no utility here. NIP want to take it into the yard, and they want to take it in a flurry of frags. Rain's going to re-smoke, and NIP are going around through the backtracks here. They have control towards CT. It's mollied right now, but it's an option if they want it. Rain is cut off the other side, but he is in between them and Lekr0, who's crept his way out Olof.
Yeah, this flank could do it all for FaZe in this round here and now. No one's even keeping this in mind for NIP. Now, with the bulk of this push coming in from Ivy, it's really only Lekr0 that's available to Olof. But still, this leaves NIP kind of trapped, cordoned off back in the Ivy position. And now it's Twist, who has to do it all in a 1v2. Olof, his fellow countryman, up on the ladder, just toying with him. Dancing around, denies the bomb plant just with his presence alone, and it's another fake for Twist.
Oh, he thought he got him.
That iconic, you know, looking away because you believe you got the kill. And it doesn't come through. FaZe, 14 on the board. It looked like NIP were just going to spill over that bomb site, but FaZe, they mix everything up.
Yeah, I think this slowdown there actually benefits FaZe more than NIP, right? Because it allows that flank to come through. If NIP just commit, you know, it might have gotten messy, it might not have even gone their way, but it would have been safer than just letting Olof walk into the T-spawn. Not that they were to know, as you said, though, and now NIP backs against the wall. It's a heavy investment. It's not a full investment. They're relying on Nork. He's got that 1 AK in the round. 3 Ivy, 2 upper. Lekr0's waiting in main. And only Rez outside of that B bomb site. Careful on that smoke, Cold. I wouldn't want to be on the other side of it.
No one wants to be the first man to die. And they're hoping that eventually, you know, FaZe give them something. But FaZe aren't in the business of giving. They're in the business of taking away. And right now, business is booming. Cold Zera looking into Ivy. He has this crossfire with Rain set up. This is not where you would want to find yourself if you're a member of NIP. Rez has gotten very, very deep within the B side. That's going to force rotations away. FaZe, they take their eyes off of Ivy. They take their eyes off the prize. And this leads to NiKo getting bested alongside Cole. But the rotations have already... Rez coming in from B.
Wow.
Oh, dear. This has all been fed to the wolves. It's Olof left up all alone. 1-on-3 to attempt. The bomb plant comes in for NiP. This flank from Rez delivers so much in this round. A very confusing one from NiP as they spread out. Olof gets that kill, and now a 1v2 attemptable here from FaZe. Surely not. Olof throws the smoke down toward the bomb. Don't think it landed on it, so I don't know if he can stick that. Yeah, he's actually missed it. Oh, dearie me. These are not the defuses you want to find yourself on. And there's the wraparound from Plopsky. 13 on the board for NiP. Still in with a chance. They break the economy of FaZe.
What happened to FaZe? Did they lose track of Rez? They saw him get in, and then everyone from FaZe rotates to that A bomb site because of the Ivy take. Cole dies, and FaZe just forget the fact that Rez has B. He flanks him in 10 seconds and gets into connector, winning the round for NIP. Without that kill, and FaZe were in a great position, right? They may have lost Ivy, but they still had 3 outer and the better weaponry in that round. So that really gives it away. Rez, an excellent performance, but you've got to be wondering, what happened to FaZe? Did they forget about him? 13-14, and FaZe have got to full eco, giving NIP room to move, room to maneuver, and room to get up into this game. It's overtime on the cards here, for a bare minimum a 30-rounder. It's a quick, clean one for NIP, a couple of casualties, but round number 29, money doesn't matter, they have all of it. FaZe v NIP, it's all come down to this. We had 47 rounds back on Mirage. And we might not even be beginning the
at this point, man, give me another OT. Come on, NIP FaZe. Why not? If it's gone on this long, if anything, I'm a little bit salty if it just ends in regulation, you know? This series deserves an overtime, and whether or not we're going to get one really does depend on the outcome of this round, because I think if NIP win it, there is no money for FaZe. At that point, I think it's a done deal, but if FaZe pick this up, then this game might still have some legs on it yet. Might look to go the distance once again. We're already guaranteed the full 30 rounds. Are we going to get any more? Rez holding on to Pop Dog. FaZe spreading out on the outer bomb site. They've got 3 players down in Ivy. 2 keeping an eye on Main and Pop Dog. And that leaves a solo B hold in the form of Olaf Meister. Now, there is a rotation around preemptively from Rain. He's playing this kind of float position in the connector. He can offer support to either bomb site. And he just might be needed over at B.
Cut the tension with a knife. Or an AWP will do. Olaf, he's looking to cut down these Swedes in the inner sight. Brokey has already dropped a man on Ivy. That was a lurk. That was a fake, and it's all come down to this. Already dead. Olaf misses his shot, and now Rain on rotation gets his head removed. It's immediate kills for NIP, and they own the B bomb site. FaZe went 7-0 inside of this group stage. They did not drop a series versus anyone. They might be picking up their first loss here, their first best of 3 loss at the road to Rio in the playoffs. In this upper bracket semi-final, winner of this facing the winner of Astralis G2, a game going on right after this one. And it might come sooner than you think. Because while NIP have picked up the round, Harry, you mentioned FaZe will be broke. Well, not if they save, not if they get away with 3. And that's their intention right now. NIP don't want it to happen. These Swedes have enough money to buy, and so they can throw some spanners at the problem. But smoked off on Ivy, Letko can't go for it, and it will just have to be a save for NIP. He's going to go through the smoke. He's going to hero play it, and Brokey is on the other side. Oh no! Luckily, he does get away with the AWP, and no more problems thrown at FaZe. NIP 15 rounds first. They get that match point here for this upper bracket semi-final, but FaZe, they've got more. This buy is excellent.
I know, it says, you know, Wednesday, 8 p.m. That's when the Super Series begins. Well, currently it's 9:21, because hello, this is a great game. NIP versus FaZe, and we might be about to head to an overtime if FaZe have their way. And at this point, it would feel fitting. NIP, they want to do everything in their power to end this series here and now. Back on Mirage, we saw 3 overtimes. In all of them, bar the last one, NIP were the team to reach map point first, and they weren't able to get it across the line. So they want to do everything in their power to win this round and have it be done with. And that there is ballsy from Plopsky. He plays around on the ladder. Rain, that's not a guy you want to go up against in this position. So Plopsky will get out of there. Looking like they want to try and take this pop control. They drop all this utility. They drop that second molly late, and what that does is it allows them to drop, and because 2 mollies were there, with the one still in the door, fading last, they know that no one can re-enter this position. So they get pop control. That was really nice from NIP. They've got it. Now what are they going to do with it? NIP looking for this A-side play. FaZe ready and waiting, hopefully, with a response.
But surely this isn't where it ends. Of course, with a shot like that, you might believe. Otherwise, they keep on flying in. Plopsky with 1, with 2. He makes it look easy. And now what can Coldzera do to sort of stop this plant? What can he do to answer the call here that the Ninjas of Pajamas have so much rang in with? Olaf with 1 for himself. This has now gone down to a winnable round for the FaZe clan.
And the bomb's been dropped. That's the key frag. Olaf knocks it off for the site. And if they boost in connector, they can hold on to it. Brokey goes through. He misses, though. And NIP can get a bomb plant with 15 seconds remaining. Brokey and Olaf, the 2-on-3 that needs to happen if FaZe want to keep this series going. Lekko's been picked up. The shot connects for Brokey. And it's down to Twist with the AWP. He knows where both players are. The bomb in his sights and the shot connecting. It's the 1-on-1 that won't happen. Brokey picking it up and taking us to yet another overtime.
What a shot and an absolute half there. This man is a beast. In 15-15, you better believe it, sister. We're going overtime.
Yeah, I don't know if you're sitting here waiting for that Astralis G2 game. I'm sorry to report. That one's getting delayed, boys and girls. It's already a bit behind schedule, but overtime, that's more important.
So what you're saying is, we're still going to play Astralis G2 after this.
You're damn right, Trace.
Damn right we are. Right here at the SO1 Road to Rio. Things could not be any closer than they currently are. Tied, neck and neck, 15-15. FaZe and the Ninjas of Pajamas in a series that has delivered thus far.
And is still delivering.
It is still delivering.
Shot on the E-Box guy.
I don't even know. This is great. This is how it should end. This is the third map we deserved. And Rain's going to open it up with a kill on Electro, looking for a little bit more. And Rain, it's pouring out on the A-bomb site. He's doubled up. Well, kind of an anticlimactic ending. Shout out Twist there for that one. And he's even followed up with another. Nico in the firing line now. Cold will come in with a kill onto the man out from Pop, and this leaves Twist all alone in a 1v3. Hard waters to navigate, and it's Cold to solidify 16 for FaZe. Let's not forget, 19 is the magic number we are looking for, but I expect all you folk at home to know that more than ever after this series and the number of overtimes we've had.
Is this the curse for NIP, guys? We talked on Mirage. Every time they had a match point, they lost the round. It went to another OT, and then they started off. This time, that curse has finally been lifted. FaZe, bring it to overtime, and then take the first. The momentum has shifted.
The wild thing is like, for the longest time, obviously not with this iteration of the squad, but that was a FaZe Clan classic, right? The inability to close out games. Now, that was a long while ago, and Nico, he's really revamped this squad. They're looking to do away with that curse once and for all, and they've managed it all group stage long. Now in the games that really, really matter, FaZe looking to come alive in OT once again.
Let's not limit it there either. You're going to look at the top right. You're going to see 69 first map. Mirage, 25-22, now 16-15 on the third map of this series. If you're Yanko, you're also going, well, what the heck, guys? Close it out, will ya?
Yeah, well, FaZe are up around. This is their best shot to do it on the CT side. They're looking like, for a flawless half here. Lekro's out and about in the yard. They see the flash. They should know there's a player roll-off, but it is a B play. Brokey's watching for it. That's a quick kill. Rez gives no time for Brokey to react, and just like that, NIP are in the B bomb site.
Oh, Rain will get one, but that's before the trade, and Lekro offers himself up on this flank. 3-on-3 at B, and Olof leading the charge, but then shortly after, does get cut down. Looking at Nico, you're looking at Cold Zera, you're hearing the names, you're seeing the numbers in the server, and you're still believing in this 2-on-3. Time is the problem right now for FaZe. They've also even got money to take into account. There's a lot going on in the brain of a man like Nico right now. Nork, not much going on in his brain. It's been blown right open by the man in question. Twist does come in with a kill to keep this in favor of NIP, and the round is done. Decided on the back of this B play. 16 on the board for NIP, tying us up once again.
16-16, Harry. That's the Magic scoreline. But I don't think we've reached the conclusion of the Magic trick itself. Like, this is a series that just keeps going.
Yeah, man, now this has gone full-on Magic roundabout, because we are just going round and round in these OTs right now. 16-16.
But this is the last of the half.
It is true, and yes, you're right. The first number is 19. That would, give someone the W. We could go to another OT. That is also a possibility. I just want to say, Plopsky, 21-19 currently. And if you look at the thing overall, well, it's been a good day in the office for him. 11 multi-kill rounds.
Yeah, 29 frags. He's looking for 30 in this very round, Plopsky is. Let's see if he can get it. Only one player on B. Once again, it's Olof. He's got the utility for the ramp, but falling back means he could not hear the sound of the grenade pins being pulled in the halls. Molotov going down. Olof wants to play safe. He doesn't want to die on the initial entry. If NIP, surround this site, Olof wants to play retake with his team, and that's what this position allows him to do. The util goes in, and so do the Swedes. They are running right at him. Olof needs to fight back. He needs to bite back, but already scopes posted, and the bomb getting planted. NIP with control of the round. Rez is going aggressive, and look at the entourage of T's that follow him. It's a conga line of Swedes. They're up towards a connector. FaZe are walking into an absolute stack. Not waiting. Missed shot. Rain gets him. He's been crisp in overtime, and he won't stop now.
Oh dear, that conga line has led into certain death and demise for NIP. It's Twist, the one man who refused to take part in the festivities. Now 1v3 from a 1-on-4. Cold almost removed, but not quite. And FaZe, a B-side retake that does come through. 17-16. They narrowly close out the first half of OT with this one-round advantage.
You know what that round teaches us, right? It teaches us you can never trust the conga line. Never. Obviously, never know where it's going to go, never know where it's going to end up. And that notion, it proves to be fatal. NiP really did kind of overbite as to what they did in the site there, pushing all the way to the back of the yard. And, well, we do continue on. 17-16. Magic number 19 is what FaZe or NiP are looking for.
I don't think the push was bad for NiP. I like the aggression in the post part. I just don't think they had any kind of setup. They were just all pushed towards Brown and Connector, and FaZe were able to isolate them. When we saw FaZe do the same thing on the T side, they had this really nice crossfire between Rain and Cold. So, you know, FaZe have at least practiced that concept. NIP, well, a little more sloppy, and FaZe holding the lead by 1. Orb is out. 3 of them on the CT side. It's a bit of a gamble here for the Ninjas, but they know that it's not like this is going to be a 3-round half unless they're winning the rounds. If FaZe go 2-0, it's done. So NIP can actually afford to buy these AWPs. As long as they're not winning rounds in one-on-ones constantly, that would be costly. But right now in overtime, things are a little closer than that. Boost up potentially. Twist is watching for it. This is actually how he was picked out of regulation in the first place. The one-on-one where he jumps E-box and Brokey hits a shot. I think Brokey has looked excellent in this team as well as of late for FaZe. All the players talk about how he's really improved, and he really has improved. I love the fake. The flash pops above. It's not going to blind anyone, but the sound makes Rez scared, and he sort of hobbles out of the pop dog and then tries to crawl back in to his death. The double FaZe clan set up, and Plopsky clears a position. FaZe are going B, and NIP know it because of this re-aggression. Plopsky can flank, and when he does, he's got to watch out for the man above.
Oh, Lekr0 just catching the timing, realizes that now they're down in the site, but do be sure to keep your eye on a man like Plopsky, who's somehow bypassed Brokey. Oh dear, he's now very, very deep, and Rain's trying to hold on. This is where Brokey's going to come in and get the kill, and indeed he will. It all falls onto Nork in a 1-on-4, and he's been isolated, cut down by NiKo. 18-16 match and series point now residing with FaZe here in OT. 1 away from getting it done and keeping their undefeated streak and the road to Rio going.
Surely no way they can drop this at this point, right? 2-round lead, 2 rounds to get 1 on the board. That's a bit of a teen knife in sport. Not what you like to see, but we'll forget about it as quick.
It's not like it's that important, right?
Yeah, as it happens. Don't worry, it's not in overtime or anything in the third map of a series that decides whether you go on to the next stage in the upper bracket or face Vitality. That's where NIP will be if they lose this round, or either of these rounds. FaZe have 2 opportunities at gold, at first place.
Wow, it all might just come down to this. FaZe, they've done well to get us this far. Everyone has stepped up in spades today. And for NIP, the same kind of story could be told. Either one of these 2 teams feel like they deserve to win this series. But there's only place for one. Cold and NiKo going to take this foothold down in the pop dog. They force Rez out, and that's quite the man to force a reposition out of. That missed Molotov as well might make all the difference. Oh, they missed another. Oh no, NIP. Oh dear! And then the peak comes through from NiKo. A double missed Molotov allows NiKo the opener, affords a 5-on-4 to FaZe Clan. This is not the time to be missing utility. This is not the time to be giving up opening kills. Rez now has to sit from beyond the grave and watch as the rest of NIP try and stay alive in this matchup. But once again, it's NiKo delivering kill after kill in this round. The hat trick, 3 kills to his name. Nork is pinned on in, and Olaf finds finds him. Lekro, it's all eyes on him.
Wow.
And FaZe take the victory 2-1. They
Flawless.
keep their undefeated
Perfect.
streak going. And FaZe Clan, it takes them an overtime, but they get it across the line. They'll continue through the upper bracket. NIP facing Vitality now down in the lower bracket. Join us after a quick break. We'll be back to break this one down and review the madness that we just witnessed.
Yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
The ESL One Road to Rio does not disappoint. This matchup, absolutely no difference. A banger here between FaZe and the Ninjas of Pajamas. And this one's going to be one for the ages. We're going to put this one on the books right next to all the history lessons that Counter-Strike has taught us. Now, of course, we do have a victor. It is FaZe Clan, and it is a marathon of a match. Of course, I have Harry and Hugo here to help me kind of dissect a little bit. But guys, right off the top, surface level, what's your take?
Man, what a great series. Like, that's my takeaway from this. Right? NIP, they look really good, and we kind of knew that coming into today. They look like they could take down top teams. And the good news as well is that FaZe, my goodness, are they looking like a top team right now? I am loving what we're seeing out of the FaZe side. That series delivered across the board. Every single map felt like a nail biter, kind of all bar the first one, but still, anyway. Yeah, you know, the map.
I only remember the overtime.
Mirage and Trade, man, was stellar. And I loved every moment of that. FaZe gave us a treat of a game to watch.
Yes, they certainly did. One man certainly responsible for that is actually going to be joining us in the studio right now. He goes by the name of Nico, or Hunter's cousin. But anyway, this is Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel post-match. What's up, Nico? Congratulations.
What's up, guys? Thank you. Been a long one. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Was it a long one for you, Nico? Was it now? I see the smirk on your face. I see what's going on here.
It was. If we lost, it would have been even longer.
Yeah, and I could definitely, you know, I can sympathize with that. I can see it on your face right now. It does look like it was a bit of a marathon. So let me just start by saying this, or asking this rather. Do you remember Mirage? Do you remember back when you played Mirage in this series?
Not really. It was so long ago. Honestly, like, on Mirage, like, once we finished it, like, I felt like we played for like 5 hours. Like, that game felt like a marathon. It was crazy game, like, especially because like we kept coming back into overtimes. Like, the rounds were just like really intense. Like, every round was going slow. No one was like committing too many mistakes. So the game just felt unreal.
So, yeah, speaking of unreal, some of the things that we saw there on Mirage would have to include when Twist just 180s and smokes Rain on A ramp. Just absolutely hits him with an op shot. It was a no-scope, I even believe. What happens at that point? Because it's 15-14, and obviously that pushes a game into overtime. But really and truly, is that not when things get a little crazy and chaotic in the comms?
Yeah, that round was really unlucky. Like, he probably would have won the round if Twist didn't turn, so... I mean, it was kind of obvious that like Rain pushed somewhere, but still, like, it was like really unlucky timing. But after that, like, I just thought like after the round, I was like, oh my fucking god, like, not like this. And I'm just like happy that we like, not like exactly. So I'm just happy that we managed to come back.
Yeah, and you know, I just have to kind of give my tip of my hat to all of you guys in this arena. For all 10 players, coaches included, there's a lot of Counter-Strike rounds played today. In fact, 47 rounds of OT. Total, 47 rounds of play total. Does the playbook ever go out the window when things go that long?
Like, the thing is, like, on Mirage, like, we have a lot of stress to run, so it wasn't really a problem on Mirage. Like, our CT side was the problem on Mirage. Like, we just couldn't close out on CT side, but our T side was, like really strong. Like, we knew what we were doing. Like, we knew how to counter their CT side, which they also knew how to counter our CT side. So I just think, like, both teams played really good on T side. Like, they stick to their plan. It really worked. Some of the rounds were lucky, like, in their favor. Some of the rounds were like unlucky in our favor. So I just think like the game was really good. Like, both teams played really good on Mirage. Obviously, there were some rounds, there were some fuck ups. Like, in this long game, it's understandable. So you have to come up with something new. Like, your playbook is just gonna run out.
Yeah, it's sort of like a depth and playbook. Look, man, we don't have much time. We have to get into Astralis G2. I'd ask you who you got in that one. Obviously, you're going to pick G2 because you're Hunter's cousin and all that. So why don't I just ask you about this instead, man? Just like we're talking about the playbook going out the window, how much heart does it take to compete and play in so many overtimes, you know, back to back to back with such high intensity?
Yeah, like, I don't remember last time we felt this. Like, games, like a game like this, it just felt like we never, especially because we kept losing those games as well. So it was like, it was getting a bit in our mind that like we are losing those close games, but like we knew it, like, at some point it's gonna turn around. Like, sometimes we're gonna start winning those games. We're gonna be the one who's gonna be dictating 10-point overtimes, and that's what I'm really proud of the boys.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, you guys got it done. Congratulations. We got to get you out of here. They got some special things coming up. Your cousin's playing. You might want to check that out. We'll see you around, Nico.
I will. See you guys.
Adios. Cool. So we've got just about everything we need to be said right there. Of course, for Harry, Hugo, and myself, we will be back tomorrow. But don't you worry. Astralis taking on G2. The Super Series is right here, and it's sure to deliver. If you missed that one, don't worry. We got another one right around the corner. We'll be right back, everybody.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop ESLgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
In my head, my mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. 'Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you, it bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to
ESL One Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG.bet.
We're in the playoffs, road to Rio, and we're into our third game. We get to see Astralis battling it out with G2. It's upper bracket games today, and both of them have impressed. Of course, wouldn't be in the upper bracket if they hadn't. I'll be hosting and commentating alongside these idiots. It's going to be Henry G, Chatty B, and myself, Machine E. Hello, welcome. That was my poem. I worked on it all night. Should we go ahead and get the interview started?
I want to. I really want to get this one going. It's going to be one of my favorite interviews, I think.
All right. Well, it's my absolute honor to get a fourth voice involved in the conversation. It is founder, owner, all of that good stuff of G2. Made sure I said that properly this time.
Gamers too.
Chad.
He doesn't like that.
Oh.
Chad, we're about to talk to him.
Wait, okay, all right,
He's quite a scary man.
I hope he's not listening. Hello, Carlos is joining us now. Ocelot, can you hear us? I assume by the smile, hopefully, you can.
All is good. Yeah. All is good.
Fantastic.
That fucking name should be banned. You should add some clause in the next ESL Pro League contract that allows me to kick your ass every time you say that goddamn word, man.
It's a good start of the interview.
Perfect. No, so Carlos, I was just wondering, are you planning on taking a spin on your victory trampoline if you win today? I assume that's what that's for. You can't go do your gymnastics outside?
That might look like a trampoline, but it's a baby octagon. I'm already starting to teach my son how to beat the shit out of other kids.
Baby octagon. Perfect. I mean, we're not talking about Counter-Strike here. What are we talking about?
I've got a burning question. I'm going to kick things off in a kind of stylish manner here. Now, you're up against Astralis here, Carlos, and we do know that you're known for your financial decisions, your rewards you've found over the years of being a very kind of rich team and having all the resources.
Roster change.
Of course. But now, Astralis are kind of starting on you, mate. They've got 7 players compared to your 5. Is the money running a little bit low at the G2 camp?
Yeah, honestly, fucking 7 players. I thought it was 9 players. I don't even keep track of it. But honestly, this is like you know this meme of that thing, but that thing scares me. Well, that's what we have with coaches. As long as they don't play with the coach, I think we're good. So 7 players, 8 players doesn't matter. I think Astralis is a beatable team. They have a mental, the whole Astralis group and Origin group and all these guys have a mental block against us. They can beat us anywhere. So I think it could be a good day.
Okay.
As long as the coach doesn't come in. If the coach comes in, we have a problem.
That was my next question. I was ready for that, but you've already beat me to it. So fair play.
I've got one here. Now, if the boys were listening to you right now, mate, you're known for your passion, your high impassioned speeches. You love to get everyone fired on up. What would you say to them if they were listening right now?
Fuck.
I mean, that would get them started for sure.
Yeah, it's not a bad place. That's all he's got for him.
Honestly, that's about it. Just have fun. That's it. Just have fun. Have
that's
fun.
An easy one.
Eat pizza. Don't try hard too much.
All right.
Yourselves. And if you can roast along the way, that's good.
You didn't have much of a message with the boys, but there was another team that didn't make it through the group stages. That was Fnatic. Now, I know you're a fan of them. Do you have a message for Sam Matthews, perhaps?
Yeah. Well, what goes around comes around.
There we go.
I mean, Fnatic is a pretty good team. It's a pretty good team, but I'm kind of glad they're out. It kind of feels good. This Schadenfreude word.
Schadenfreude?
It just feels quite good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That word just feels very good.
Okay, well, you know what? I love it, Ocelot. I've really enjoyed having your presence here to get us warmed up, and now we're going to go watch the Counter-Strike. I'm sure you're going to do the same, so enjoy the match.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Goodbye,
Thank you very much. Thank you, Carlos, for taking the time. It does help us set the scene for G2 versus Astralis. And all jokes aside, it should be a banger. We called it a super match for a reason, Chad.
Yeah, this one should be a big one. And look, if you haven't been familiar with the G2 roster, they made some changes. They were not a full French team anymore. They brought in Hunter and Nexa of crazy fame, and it makes a lot of sense. This squad, they've gone international. Jax has been learning on English. Kenny's been getting crazy things done over there on Vertigo. Yes. And this team has been on the rise. If you don't remember IEM Katowice, they were in the grand final against Na'Vi. Got blown out of the water there, but we forget about those kind of results.
A lovely quote from Kenny, which came out recently from his personal stream. He was asked about ZywOo. He said, "It annoyed me how good he was, and then I met him, and he was the nicest guy ever. It just made me mad, and I had to get better." Brilliant quote, and he did.
He really did. This is some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen playing years, Chad. This is like the last 2 years or so, he's had a bit of a resurgence.
Well, I would just say with what we've seen him do on Vertigo especially, you could say he could even arguably be the best Vertigo player there is right now. Sure. If we get Vertigo in the map pool tonight and we see them going toe-to-toe on it, that'd be a cool one because, Astralis, they obviously picked that map up early. It's gone through a lot of changes. But just G2 as well as a team with Malik now driving the ship and the new parts in there, they're starting to look dangerous as well. So this one here tonight should deliver. Astralis are also in very good form recently. They've got a bunch of wins in a row, and that's not something that we've said in a while. They haven't won any tournaments in some time. Henry and I, though, we were having a conversation the other night, right? And we were in the kitchen. We were just talking about, like, not power rankings, but let's just say this. Hypothetically, if there was a Counter-Strike tournament tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
And you had to pick a team to win, right? Just based off of the situation right now, I would back Astralis in because, like, nobody else is consistent in the world right now, and Astralis have shown over time the longevity of this roster staying towards the top. So there's still, in my mind, if we had a tournament tomorrow, some kind of miracle, it'd be Astralis.
The gap has certainly shrunk across the board, across the top 30. They're certainly not untouchable. They can be killed at this point, but ultimately I feel like Astralis, sure, they haven't won the most this year, but still the most consistent across the board.
I don't think there's many people that can argue that, especially considering that we're on what is it now, an unbeaten spree. It's just green across the board, besting all the French squads like Vitality and now Heretics. Well, one more to beat if they want to complete the set, and it looks like the French have opted for Vertigo, so I'm excited I get to see that. That's step one, overpass for Astralis. Now, is that a bit of a weird one?
Well, not really. It's a punish pick, I would say, right there. G2 having to remove Nuke as their first phase, we would have seen them happy to play it a couple of months ago, but obviously falling out of favor with these guys. For me, the entire series rests on Vertigo. If G2 don't win that, it's probably a 2-0. Astralis take this, and then they move forward to play FaZe, who we just saw take down NIP. And that means that G2 would go down to play Heretics within that lower bracket. So
that'd be a great game.
It'd actually be exciting to see like Kenny going up against Maka and what we saw yesterday from some of those names.
Kirishima in there as well.
Yeah, a bit spicy.
It would be good, actually. I'd love to see more from Heretics. And that is, of course, their lower bracket game. Loser of this meets them. Let's start talking predictions, though, because, yes, whilst it is exciting to say it could go 3, at the end of the day, it seems like you guys are fencing in Astralis.
Well, considering the good form we've seen Astralis in, and G2 have certainly had their blunders this week, as you would say, Alex.
I can't stop saying it.
They lost to the North roster with a coach, right? And that's it's the coach, and there's a bit of a meme attached to that with G2, but still, I suggest there could be some mental blocks going on here. Maybe the Vertigo is not looking as good as they'd like it to be. Still, just for the reasons we stated before, Astralis for me, it's got to be.
Can you get off the mark, Alex? You reckon you get to 2?
Today's my day. I say Astralis. If I just say what you say, I can't.
Well, I've only got 2 as well. You should ask Green. Rush, what's Rush pick?
Green.
I bet he's...
Hello.
Oh, here we go.
Hey.
7v5, GG.
Wait, what?
7v5, GG.
That's a good point.
All right. Yeah.
Didn't consider that.
Well, Tag's not officially on the roster until like the 1st of June.
6 on 5.
So,
Plus Onyx in the server, so G2 are automatically going to lose.
Yeah. Well, I guess look, if we had made them have an actual fight, I don't know who would win. Have you ever considered that?
Well, I reckon Hunter's been in a few brawls in his time. I reckon he could hold his own.
All right.
And Yugi probably is like -1
We're
in a
counting
fight.
Yugi?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, he's actually worse. He actually makes the fight worse for everyone somehow.
Poor Yugi.
Like he's like Ash Ketchum. He's like turning his hat backwards. He just gets snapped in half.
Yeah, I would like him to just be on the sidelines.
Okay.
I wouldn't want him
like
to
shouting words of
Yeah,
encouragement.
exactly.
You can do it, guys. Yeah, get him.
Nice try.
Because Onyx pretty big. He could take down a bunch of them.
No, but he's got kids. He's got to be careful
That's
these days, hasn't he?
No, don't want to get anyone get hurt.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad we're keeping that realistic scenario kind of through our heads, and we've kind of thought it through, chewed it over.
I think Carlos kind of derailed us a little bit.
He
but
did.
We're right back on track, ladies and gentlemen. Alex, take us away.
That's right, Henry. It's my challenge. As the music starts, I try and do a monologue long enough to get us into game. It's my joy, it's my pleasure, and I have a lot of fun playing this game. So, without further ado, the first map will be Vertigo. It's seen a lot of changes. Astralis forging their path to success on the map as it was introduced into the map pool, and it's number 4 versus 5th on the ESL World Rankings. I'm looking forward to seeing how far this series goes. Will we see the 3rd? Just 2 if we need it, but we start now on Vertigo.
We certainly do. Astralis on the CT side is to pick up G2, and they're sending 5 players over towards this A ramp, and we are going to see a focus towards short as well. Zipex can hear them coming. It's fast commitment. 3 up towards the bomb site. Smokes are going down. They're going for that quick plant if possible. They've gained a lot of ground here.
Okay, holding it now. They've got some nades for Kenny, and 2 of them aren't enough. Oh, but the bullets are. Bomb went down regardless, though. So perhaps advantage G2, despite the man disadvantage.
Yeah, the bomb will count as an extra man at this point, but it's a retake setup for Astralis. You can see them dropping smokes towards shore here. Kind of nullifies Amanek, and he's given up his position as well, taking some pop shots towards the boost position. We have got the Astralis boys now encroaching towards the bomb, but the defuse not going to be fully committed to, and we have got Zipex fending them off here. It's going to be a team kill coming through. It's absolute pandemonium. 2 versus 2. There's surely no time. It's absolute chaos, and we will see Jackson Amanek closing things out. 3 for Jax in the end. One of them is teammate, but he will be winning the round.
Yeah, so he comes into the round with 1 kill. I think he actually killed 3 people in that round. Maths checks out.
Someone's got to do the dirty work.
Okie dokie, artichoke. We're going into round 2. Armored Deagles. Sometimes Astralis tend to err on the side of a little caution, but for this one, it does seem like everyone's going to be throwing all of their nades into the CT setup.
Yeah, this is pretty normal from G2 since we've been watching their games. They go for the 4 SMGs and the 1 rifle setup here on their anti-ecos. Allows them to be quite quick and nimble. And as we can see, exactly that over towards the A ramp. 3 individuals walking their way up very sprightly here. Well, nobody's home.
So this force buy normally works out pretty well for Astralis. We'll see a bit of damage inflicted there towards Jax. Quite significant considering they got the Deagle and Nexa. They'll take an 8. Down to 48.
Very, very well coordinated, isn't it, from Astralis? Take a look at how far their nades have got them. They've managed to buy time, and they've managed to get through warbangs and nades. Nexa and Jax on soggy 48 and 17. Now the smokes can be lined up. Fortunately, Jax still alive. We'll be able to throw his up. Glaive wanting to contest on the short position. Kenny will be throwing the second.
They still have a lot of nades left here. There's even a chance for a retake if Astralis want to. HEs to deny the plan, a flash to get them back into the round. This could be big.
They seem comfortable in that retake, and they seem comfortable in all those smokes. Xyp9x, he's found a gap.
Oh, there's so much CT presence here as well. The smoke's going to dissipate in about 5 seconds or so. When they go for the plant, this could be where Astralis swarm. 1 more smoke deployed. Nexa there with just no help at all. Kenny S, the walking wounded as well. They'll go for the plant. The swing will come through. The grenade not quite enough, and it takes Amanek down to 9. Astralis in such a fantastic position, but they need to find these kills quickly.
Look at their health, Henry. 17, 2, 9. Kenny does manage to claw one back with his low HP. Nexa not the same for him. And now, gonna have to play the game of survival. Might want to get that rifle on Hunter. Otherwise, this is going to be very difficult. Fake from Glaive. Amanek just baiting in the smoke. It fades now. He loses his guys and will eventually get caught. Dupree's push doesn't find too much. They have to hold it.
Defuse it. Hope for the best. It might still work out for them. 1 more kill will do it. They're not defusing. And it's going to work. It's Astralis who will be finding that defuse in the end. They had to go for a chat, and there was 10 seconds on the nose when they started defusing there. 1 HP on Glaive as well. A single bullet would have taken him down, but the covering fire, the low HP of G2 does lead to an Astralis victory here. 1-1. With the bomb planted, you're almost guaranteed to see a response here, but just a Desert Eagle for Kenny so far, so they could be hedging their bets and going for the AKs in the following round.
Yeah, well, an AWP in his hands is absolutely vital for G2. We were talking about some of his stat lines on this map in previous matches. He can just do dirty, dirty things, either peeking into the A bomb site on that T side, on the CT side, defending, moving around, being very, very agile. It's going to be a very key weapon.
It's a bit of a kooky angle, and Amanek managed to get a good bit of aggression up there. I wonder if he can get his info on sandbags, though, because for now, they have dug Device into that sandbags position. It's often overlooked, especially when there's no utility to be thorough. And these wallbangs from Xyp9x, they're so effective.
And it changes to the MAC-10, so doing the damage with the Deagle, swapping on through, and then, well, not going to clear sandbags here.
Yeah, they're probably not even going to consider that. Device could be on for an absolute massacre of a sequence there. We'll see if the flashbang is going to be effective. We can definitely see that one. There's a couple of kills on the 3, no problem. Now, going to be looking for that ace. There's the quad kill for Device. And Jax, he'll be towards middle. Nice shot. Fair play to him. This wasn't the force buy. They'll be getting AKs out next round. So we did expect Astralis to have quite the upper hand here. But 2-1 guarantee to see if Jax can do any more damage. It would be up to the likes of Xyp9x to give it to him. You can see he's got no armor. Just a matter of time before he's taken down. We'll do a little bit of damage towards Xyp9x, but that's it. We have got 2-1 AKs available. G2 will have no AWP, however.
So it will be the MAC-10, the only sacrifice they'll have to make.
I have some good news, boys.
What's up?
that?
The Skybox, it's updated to the most current version of Vertigo. So we can bust her out here this evening if anything crazy is happening. Keep your eyes on any smokes or flashes that these 2 nerdy teams might be pulling on out.
Device is very, very capable at containing that ramp aggression. It seems, though.
My God, what
just happened to their health? Hunter with a fantastic fantastic two-piece, though. Does claw G2 back in firm control of the round. Amanek forced off of the flames. Nexa with low HP is actually going. He can get caught here, and he does. The bomb will not be planted. A spectacular lineup from Device.
Yeah, very confident, and there's an incendiary to deny the plant further. You can see Amanek scrambles to get the bomb down here. They will allow him to do so, and it's Kenny S defending from the sandbags here. Amanek does manage to peel away, and the retake begins here. It's not looking good for Amanek. He goes down to about 1 HP, but Kenny S, he pulls things back. It's actually a 2 versus 2 now. They still have a Molotov. Smoke and a kit available for Glaive. That'll land on top of the bomb now. Nullifies the Molotov, and the defuse should be happening momentarily.
So Device's responsibility makes a lot of sense. The fake, the frag, they are low. Amanek the same. Soundcube. Oh, the molly!
No.
Glaive just backed up into it. That was supposed to be the fake.
round.
That should be the round right there. There's no time for Device. And just like that, Amanek's flames have done all the hard work. He doesn't really know what's going on. Can't believe it.
Does he die as well? No, it's cool. So Device will be giving that round away. Can we see the replay? We have to see how he fell into the Molotov. It must have been him retreating. Knife out, dropped down from the side perhaps. And it all went wrong. 2-2. G2 winning by the skin of their teeth. It was Device. He managed to deny the plant. Great wall bang as well. Was looking fantastic, and it all comes down to this moment where he just has to save the AWP, gets the kill, so he takes all 5 down, bear that in mind, and we do save the orb. So will be Astralis calling for a tactical timeout here. You'd assume G2 will get a buy, but the money's so low, there'll have to be a couple of compromises. So Nexa with 3,600, same story for Jax, there'll be a Galil's, maybe even Deagles.
Still very early stages of this game. It doesn't feel like we've only had 4 rounds go past, but Astralis, they have a chance right now, even after losing that round to Steady. Everything that they need, they have the kit in the hands of Device. Glaive can actually buy one as well.
They're not buying.
Opting not to. Just going to stick with the Snapping Turtle right there, the 5-7.
It's funny with a round victory, though.
Oh, on the G2 side of things, yeah, we've spoken about this before.
That's true. They just won a round. I've never commentated a round where someone's ecoed after winning.
I think we had it happen like a couple weeks ago.
It was on the nose before.
That's
then.
right.
It was like they had a couple of AKs.
But that was for match point or something. They were like 14. This is unusual.
But honestly, like, in 5 years of casting, this has never happened.
Someone reminded me of one that I definitely spectated, but it didn't stick out in my mind. It was 100 Thieves when they were at the Berlin Major. They also had a round where they had won one and then they had to take the save or do a partial. I don't remember the specifics, but it's so unusual to happen. But I think just with the way that the
round went down there.
Yeah, and the way the economy swings back and forth, if you surviving with hardly anybody or nobody, it's just going to get very, very difficult here. So G2, what a horrible feeling. You win the round, you take a save, or just a partial, and here you are just clutching at straws, basically.
And the 5-7 becomes very powerful. You can see, 4 players are helmets. Kenny has no armor whatsoever. So we can have a field day with that particular pistol, the Snapping Turtle, as Chad put it. And towards the middle we go. No utility to speak of on the G2 side of things here. So just trying to stick together. You can see them all attached, making sure they can trade off each other. Have a lot of damage inflicted. It's a good incendiary though. Magus will be caught out. It's going to be a trade from Kenny, so they might have a chance here.
They certainly might. It depends on Device, and he's looking pretty crispy. So was Jax, though. He does manage to shut down the sniper. Hunter, if only he had the bomb, there would be so much space there, but instead, he's on the A site, rotating through. He could get a flank, but he's being very loud about this, and with only 10 seconds, this could be his death, and 1 bullet, there it is.
He needs to die.
6, 5. If he keeps the rifle...
No, the
Mac-10 Eagle was not the end of the world, I suppose.
Yeah, but he would have gotten a loss bonus of, 1,400, which would have meant that he definitely could have got himself the AK. So maybe he'll get one dropped across right now, but the money's still horrible on the G2 side of things. This is so puzzling.
Yeah, they really haven't done well here. After winning a round, they took an eco and they spent too much.
And Amanek's got 3.4 in the...
Yeah, they didn't even plan.
Yeah.
Oh, no. This hurts a bit.
Yeah, this is a very interesting one to diagnose, perhaps, because I'm not really sure what happens at this point. I've never seen this before, as I mentioned. And going forward, this is uncharted territory. It's difficult to work out what they're going to do after this one. So they've saved the MAC-10, but as Chad said, he gets no extra money. So they've got a MAC-10. He could afford to drop an 8K and then just get flashbangs to use the MAC-10 himself.
Yeah.
That's something. It might be their only option. Or he drops a MAC-10 and gets his own AK out, etc.
So they're partial buying again, but this time they can invest enough to do at least a set piece.
Yeah, they could actually get the bomb planted, perhaps. But still, the chances of that lie in favor of Astralis up against Tech9s and a MAC-10 here. And bear in mind, they won round number 4, and now they're going to lose 5 and 6. That's if everything goes down the way I see it. There's always a chance it's work out. It's just not that sort of map. You're battling for A control. Normally, due to the frags, we'll see if they can break open towards middle. They've got a decent set piece, as we anticipated. They don't manage to get the quick kill, but maybe Jax can hunt down his prey.
They're fast.
Very quick, but doesn't look like it's going to get them too much. You can see a perfect flashbang in support. And the rest, well, it's just dissolving for G2. Kenny trying to get out of dodge.
Yeah, these sort of rounds are a lot more powerful than the likes of Mirage, because you can actually lock the CTs out and actually have a good chance there. You can see they were trying to use momentum behind them, surprise towards middle. It's a nice little gambit from them. They managed to get the Molotov down, quick pounce, but Astralis handled it very well indeed. 4-2, money finally stabilizing, but they're only going to have $1,900 in the next round. Bear in mind, they didn't start with the loss bonus. They started at 0 because they won that round, then took the eco. That's why it's a strange result. I think you're better off taking the gamble there when you have a chance of breaking down the money of the CTs as well. I thought that was a perplexing option, if you ask me.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're 6 rounds in, and already Astralis G2's got a scratch in our heads. That's not something you can anticipate with most games of Counter-Strike, but already Device also onto a consistent and a rather potent orbing presence. He's on 11 frags already. You can see how neat and tidy this one ended up.
Can Kenny buy an orb? Because he invested heavily in a Tech 9 armor and a full set of grenades just then, and they didn't plant once more. So he can't even bring out the AWP here.
We're halfway through the half. What's going on?
And like I just said, he fully invested in a Tech 9 and a full set of nades. So here he only has an AK-47 and 2 flashes. They only have 2 Molotovs. Amanek has no nades. All right, let's see how this one goes.
I think they're the first to admit at this stage. I don't think it's gone well at all in terms of the finances. And Glade, hungry for blood. Looking for that second kill here. It's roasting to a crisp. Surely gets taken out. And there it is. A couple of kills now for G2, but the bomb has been spotted. Down towards scaffolding, and we have got a 3-on-3. Best chance they've had in a while, to be honest with you. Hunter and Exit are removed. It's normally Hunter who's instrumental towards the A side of things. And Jax, key frag, goes in Xipex's favor. Bomb still down.
Look at the flank as well. They've contained them. Dupree, he's got them locked in towards A now. He doesn't have to do anything else. He can just sit and wait. Once the threat level reaches red, he can push on through, lock them in, and it should be done and dusted.
Calm as you like. Device will knock another down. And the flank from Xipex this time. His presence on short has been very successful throughout this half. Astralis are looking deadly, like, you know, like changing the conversation, changing the dialogue, and taking a look from the CT perspective. Device and Xipnix have locked down A consistently.
And now look at the money again for G2. It was, what, roughly 2,700 across the board. They had the loss bonus of 2,400 coming in there, so they can't buy yet again. They have had, since round 4, a round that they won, 2 partial buys, a gun round with AKs and not full utility, Kenny yet to have an AWP, and we're in round 8. And they have pistols again.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult half to recover now. G2 know they've dropped the ball in a few departments here. And now they've allowed Astralis to really build up a nice bank of cash, especially after this round, chat. They're going to get another, what, 32.50 on top of this for winning this cleanly by virtue of kills. They're going to have AK-47s, probably be fine for not the rest of the half per se, but a good 3 or 4 rounds.
Yeah, not only that, they have been successful in every single round's opening duel. They're currently sitting at 8-0.
How much does this personify the idea that we say that they just sit around in spawn trying to bait out grenades, and we've got Kenny S just jumping
Literally
up and down on a porta potty, just waiting, using this like a timeout. And it's kind of encapsulates everything we tell you that that's why they do it. That's why they go for pistols, no armor, just to bait out grenades, have a bit of a timeout, and just talk about their future.
Yeah, like so they're all talking to each other now. Like, I plan to retire in the countryside.
Yeah, the 5-year plan.
Yeah.
All laid out on the server right now.
What are you going to do with your winnings, Nexa? Either way, eventually reaching its climax, they will probably be good for one. If that mid player sticks around, you can see Glaive doesn't look like the kind of player that plans to stick around here in middle, but
he's thinking about it. He's definitely thinking about it. He's flirting with the idea, the back and forth.
Oh, the sound cue.
That's enough. Magus is here now. They can lock this one down with a quick crossfire.
Good for one. Mo down by Glaive. And it's 6-2. It's time for G2 to start pulling their finger out and pulling perhaps some weapons out. Won't get the AWP again unless he wants to go glass cannon. And okay, now we get that T-side all. Very potent, but Astralis, they've managed to build up quite the bank over the course of these already discussed economical woes. for the international squad that is G2. Can't call them the Frenchies anymore. Fast smoke going to be coming out from G2 from Amanek. And he's got flashes alongside it, 2 to be precise. That'll enable them to have the advantage advancing up the ramp. Zipex, he's been throwing this nade every round, real simple.
Bear in mind, we're in round number 9.
How good it is.
And it's the first time we've seen Kenny S in the AWP now. So over the years in Kenny S lineups, that's been a comment I've uttered a few times. You say he's so influential, he's so good on this map, and you don't see him where they're due to the financial decisions. Here comes a full commitment, looking much better. Next up, and Jax cracking the A side wide open here. Should be around already. That confirms it. Amanek will take down dupreeh. 5 versus 2, Glaive and Device. Can't even think about this one. But as we mentioned, the money's already built up to such an astronomical level. Device might be able to stay around and do something with this. And unfortunately for him, has been spotted. Nexa takes him down and just up to Glaive to try and do some damage on the exits.
Yeah, if Glaive can get a couple of kills here, that's probably all he's worth. Winning this round, well and truly out of contention right now. Bomb is half ticked. Has a full set of nades. Doesn't really have to go down. It's only financial damage you're inflicting on the other side of things here. So here's the first, and he converts. He's good for 2, and he's out of there. So enough damage has been done. Glaive's happy enough with this. He's going to die in transition. Amanek will finish him off, but as Henry was just saying, money is good. The bar will come back out, and maybe Astralis will be more assertive over towards that A ramp now. The grenades are doing good damage, but you just can't let G2 walk up in that fashion. Those contact plays are something we've seen them do time and time again, and when you have individuals like Hunter, Nexa, they hit some bangers of shots.
Well, that was more like it. That was back to business as usual for G2 at that point. That's the sort of round we expect from them with the Kenny S AWP out. They're hitting some of their key shots from their star players. That was much better. But can they keep it up here? They have been wounded early on. Remember, this is one of the last few remaining of the T-sided maps in the pool right now. And G2 have got a lot of work to do. They're still going to win this half. 6-3 down. We enter round number 10. And Glaive, Aggie as ever, looking to spray them down for the smoke if possible. This time, not taking a severe amount of damage, kick things off on either side. And they might be going back for a B set piece here. And you see a lot of teams boosting up, dropping the smokes, trying to sneak their way up towards B. It's a lot more viable these days, and the pop flashes are deployed. dupreeh, though, using that secondary AWP, and actually misses a shot you'd think he'd have at the lock and key.
Yeah, and now look at them. The bunnies have already made it to B. Pushed up on the Jenny, and a missed shot again from dupreeh. It's double from Amanek. Hunter's found one as well. The site is there. As Device got to find a quick one at this AWP. He won't be able to contest the plant. Kenny's supporting as well. A quick one, but not possible. Nice hold. And that's another for G2. Quite the pivot.
And now the money's gone. Look at this on the CT side. Then they get the $1,900 loss bonus going into the next. Device, dupreeh, Zipex, they've all bottomed out. If Glaive goes down, you can add his name to the list. Oh, he's getting close. Seeing if he can take this off away from Kenny. The warning shot's being fired. He'll be heard now. So Glaive will do his best to save, but Hunter, well, he's going to do what he does best and hunt him down. Dead.
There we have it. Finally, Astralis have been broken. Took a while, but 2 rounds in a row for G2 have finally taken them out of contention. We are going to see $2,500 on average. As Astralis almost certainly will take the eco here. There's no real reason to partial buy into it. And with $2,400 coming to their accounts, next round they've actually got a pretty decent haul, generally speaking. So a Desert Eagle from Aegis, considering a bit more money. The rest of them, though, as expected, full eco. Not really much you can do with this map. It's not really designed for full stacks. You're going to see them try and send it towards middle.
That's nice.
Essentially works out, and he can get a second. And look at that damage inflicted down at 2 HP. Could have created there.
Yeah, that nade from Nexa's done a lot more than he anticipated. He's going to be pushed now. He's got to deal with it. Does spot the head of Device, getting a bit overwhelmed. Now it's getting a bit awkward. Does tuck in. If he loses this as well, he has to get both of them. He's under so much scrutiny. Jax, let's not forget, he lost his health as well. Device could actually get both with 20 HP, no armor, and a USP. He's ratting this.
Cavalry's coming.
Oh my God, one bullet from any of these weapons and they get out of jail.
Oh, it's so close to the full eco victory. Nexa and Jax 1 bullet away from certain death, but now Zipex in a 4-on-1. Things have calmed down here. It's the clutch minister, but I don't think he'll be doing much about this.
This one's not in his portfolio. You know, he's not too bad. He covers most clutches.
Sure.
But this one, you know, he said, look, not for me.
Yeah. It's a highly volatile market, the 1v4 no armor USP clutch.
Yeah, they're a wild bunch. He saves those. Usually saves them for majors or really big moments. So right now he'll just hold on to the AK-47 and do his absolute best. Now, I brined the chicken for about 2.5 hours longer today. I don't know if it made any difference. It was the same for me.
I really regretted not getting to my chicken sooner.
Well, yeah, because it was hot when it came out of the oven, and then cold after your shower, I'd assume.
Yeah, well, I thought I could get away with a quickie. I couldn't. But it was still delicious, and the honey roasted element of your sweet potato.
Yeah, there was carrot in there as well.
German word for sweet potato, by the way, is quite fun. Süß Kartoffeln.
Nah.
It's a whole thing.
Nah, they lost there. When they got Dirty Das and...
Oh, that whole thing. I actually rage quit German lessons today.
Really?
Yeah, and they changed that. Not isn't safe, neither is A.
That's true.
A apple, an apple, that's
Yeah.
pretty much as complex as it gets in the English language. The Germans just like to really confuse everyone. It's 6-5, and we are back with Astralis' bye. So let's see if they can lock it down again. Will G2 return to A? We saw that having mixed bag of success, but now they've got the full set, and the full nades are on their way. Let's see. This is going to be a brawl.
It really is.
Oh, so many flashbangs. Look how fast he's out. Wow, Glaive got to go fast. He's actually pushed all the way up. Very brave play. I'm not sure that the G2 gang are going to be anticipating this. They will likely flash.
Oh, it's given the option for Zipex to try and bait him in here, but the wallbang started to be attempted. Actually lands as well. Glaive will pull one back. He's to try and drop the smoke here. Surely they'll swing on his position. Mage's trying to protect him the best he can. And there's the bomb. Astralis with 3 kills, open things up here. Kenny S pulls one back. It's the wallbang towards Glaive. Bomb's still down there, 1 minute 15. And Device, that was a lock-in. He could see the barrel, but Amanek, he reads it well. The flank shut down and the round back in contention for G2.
We knew it was going to be Chaos. Magis did so well to profit from the chaos caused by Glaive and his aggressive positioning. Now Kenny trying to support the push-up. Passive lines held by now, by... Oh, Zipex! He was holding it, does get caught, and they're in everything pretty damn cleanly today. Recovering the AWP as well for Device into the next makes a lot of sense. He's on 3.2. Perfection. 7 for Astralis.
Now, quickly for people wondering what Amanek's nades are doing at the start of the round, I'm just going to highlight that. So he's over towards the crane position. The smoke will land towards the top of scaffold to stop them having early information. And the flashes that he's throwing over top are for anybody who wants to go aggressive on the ramp on the CT side and take some fights. Just inconveniencing them and hopefully taking some vision away. So that's Amanek's smokes and flashes at the start of the round, ladies and gentlemen.
Lovely stuff.
Thank you very much, Chad.
Flashes at the start from T-Spawn. Never thought I'd see the day.
It's pretty nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool. And we'll get into a tactical timeout for G2 here. After giving up the previous round, a nice aggressive push from Glaive yielded 3 early frags for Astralis there. Nice crossfires, and it looks like we have Amanek on the Mac 10 here, Chad. So he could afford the AK. They definitely could have dropped him as well, but they're going for one of those more conservative approaches. They're not spending their money, but maybe they've got an idea. They spotted a vulnerability on the map, perhaps.
Well, they're going to have to go real fast here. 4 Mac 10s, a Deagle, and
they definitely could have got at least 3 AKs out. I'm really interested to see what they've got up their sleeve. This is the second controversial decision I would say they've made. Not necessarily the wrong one by any stretch, just get that out there. It's the first 2 kills for Astralis. Zipex taking down those Mac 10s, no problem. And now, what have they got left? A few smokes and flashes, but no real firepower. Amanek will recover a Mac 4, an AK, I should say, not Amanek 10. And low HP for Kenny and Nexa.
Yeah, I don't see a way out of this. The nades have done so much damage after the initial frags of Zipex. Glaive gets the rifle, gets the second, and can't believe his luck. There's a third where that came from as well. So G2, half investing, AKs were available. Now they'll have the full buy. I mean, you can't deny that. They'll definitely get everything out they needed, but that was a rather easy, quote-unquote, 8th.
Yeah, I think this has really set them back in their progression, G2. They had that patch of, I'm going to say 4 rounds. There's a patch of 4 rounds where the economic decision they made in round number 5 after winning round number 4 really came back to haunt them. So you take that patch out of this, we're tied up. This is even as you like, but Astralis, they're the ones with the rounds on the scoreboard here. And it looks like, look at this, another one. Glaive's just mopping them up.
Unfortunately, if you go against the grain and it backfires, it looks like a very silly decision at times. But had that worked out for them, you would have been singing their praises. What a brilliant move there. So different.
Yeah.
No one saw it coming, but you want to take that risk. It can go against you sometimes, and it certainly has here on Vertigo, their pick.
And if you factor in right now, Astralis is sitting 13-1 up in terms of opening duels. 5 rounds on the board for G2. It's not that bad.
It's very impressive, yeah, considering the fact that they've had to be in a situation like this, albeit perhaps with a trade rather sooner. than here in round 14. Magisk will find a challenge, and it's Hunter that does prevail. That's the equalizer they needed. And again, G2 overcoming that man disadvantage. Lineup from Zipex. And the safe plant from Amanek. He'll be able to get out of dodge. Hunter is behind enemy lines, biding his time in the smoke. Now, as it fades, they're not expecting it. He does catch a flash, but gets away. 3 versus 3 as it's equalized by Glaive. Time for the retake. Danes have smokes, kits, the whole shebang.
Well, the MAC-10 up close and personal, in hand by Amanek, and I thought he was going to fall off there. Regardless, he'll be taken down, and Nexa, the in-game leader for G2, left to win out in the 1 versus 3. Full flash to the face, but he has got time on his side. This quick kill has to go in his favor. Second one as well. Has he done it up to this point? I think he might have done the full diffuse coming through, and it's not going to work out for Device. He'll get the kill once again, and G2, they just about claw through it. Device survives. And it will be one more on the board for G2. But bear in mind, it's the final round coming up next, and all 5 went down again, Chad. They can't eco this one.
Oh, dear.
But still, the money is going to be abysmal.
They had to work so hard for that. Nexa wiping the sweat from his brow as he secures the 6th. He needed that. His squad needed that. But the call will be equally as difficult as the clutch in the final round of this first half. You haven't got the cash. You still can't really put your best foot forward, and it's the last round of the half. It's brutal. It's a cruel reality for G2. And I'm seeing a bit of a change-up from Astralis as well. They've opted for a sacrifice. I assume there's a rifle for Magisk lying on the ground, but Glaive's rocking the AWP. I wonder if he's got a spawn in mind.
Glaive's currently 3-0 in terms of opening duel success. You got Magus sitting at 5-0. Both having a lot of...
I don't see a rifle for Magisk. Maybe he is just going snap and toe.
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay.
Just the pistol here. So both teams with a couple of emissions going into the final round here of the first half. 2 MAC-10s on the other side of things for Jax and Amanek. See if they want to go with some pace behind those this time round.
Well, here we go then. The final round of this first half. G2, all things considered, some of the woes they've had to face have actually got together a pretty decent haul, where the last round will be compromised. Great shot from Dupree as they vault up towards construction here. We are going to see Jax open things up. Kenny S in the rear as well with the Galil, but the AWP is too quick. That's going to be Device, bringing things back to an even keel, but still absolute chaos here. We have had a very entertaining first map, and it is going to be a 3-on-2 in favor of G2 as they plan towards B.
Yeah, Jax is in quite the optimal position here. I'm not sure Device is going to be ready for this. Oh, lovely. Pays off, finds the head, and Hunter will find the last. We got an 8-7 half out of that. It's weird. We're scratching our heads every step of the way, but it's a lot of fun. Astralis G2 continues after the break. we're straight back into the action with the second pistol round of the third series of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. GG.bet do believe that Astralis have the edge, and after a half like that, I'm sure Henry and Chad aren't quite sure what to expect. 17 frags from Zipex, though. He's certainly been putting in a fantastic haul on the defense. Attack, though, could look very different. The pistol round will be the litmus test. Let's see what we have in store.
Couple of smokes available for Astralis here, making good headway at the A ramp. We have got Hunter ready and waiting toward the sandbags here. Very common position in the sandbags, but
this is
we'll see what's
Astralis, Henry.
flushed out.
They're not going to overlook it.
Well, there's the first grenade. That does maximum damage.
Ouch.
And it doesn't move. Hunter holding his nerve here, and they have their grenades out, so they are vulnerable. No one's watching sandbags as of right now.
One of these days, I want the timing to be so good that it's 4 people all with nades
got the
looking at the
Molotov
sky.
still.
Yeah.
It's going to be for the site. There's no way they check this. Hunter's probably going to be good for one here.
Here we go. Uh-oh. When the first shot's not clean, that power loses, or that position loses all its power. They choose to back up. Interestingly enough, Hunter, he will be challenged again from that headshot position, but his existence is wasting time. Now it forces the molly out, and that's all the nades gone on Glaive. He can get back into the site. Astralis have messed this one up.
Yes, potentially with 35 seconds there. Luckily, the headshot hits Device, doesn't do a ton of damage here, and still the bomb will continue its progress towards A. But Hunter, he's done such a great job this round. Still alive and kicking, looking for his 4th kill. Not going to happen, but certainly will for Jax. They find a clean sweep there. It was looking so good for Astralis. The A execution was looking perfect. The nade landing at Hunter's front door, but they don't even take him down. And it's the sandbags that prevails once again. How he gets down to Scaff, I couldn't tell you, but it will be Hunter. Fantastic round from him. 8-8 as G2 tie things up. No plan. And it could be the full eco for the AKs in the third.
Yeah, that's a problem right there, and not one that Astralis would normally be overlooking. So just as simple as that, you guys highlighted it. We had perfect observing there from Rush to show exactly what was going on down, and well, with the grenade straight onto the pack, heading over towards B, I think Nex is going to have a lucky time mopping up against this eco. Grabs one in the flash. Oh, he goes down here, not as clean as we like.
The bomb is in a very precarious spot, however, so probably the only kill they're going to find is that single one, and as we just have Glaive so far away from the bomb side, no chance of getting the bomb down, but maybe he finds a kill.
It could be a small detail, but I have a feeling that Zipex threw Nexus FAMAS off the edge before he went down. We'll see if it gets retrieved. But yeah, he was just under so much pressure, he ran onto Nexus' position. Jax is looking for it and doesn't retrieve it. So maybe, just maybe, the denial of a rifle. It's a very small feature. Of course, lots of cash to inject back into Nexa if they desire. Looks like Kenny's going to upgrade and throw his SMG over. That's going to be 4 SMGs and an AWP against the full AKs here. So I imagine the CT setup's going to have to look different here, Hank.
Yeah, you'd assume so. Kenny might be a little bit more combative, and you'd assume he'll position himself at the A ramp, but we'll see what he's got in mind for us. Flashbangs towards B, and next up, feeding them, going to start a full back here as dupreeh continues to push up towards B steps. Still have Device by him. Bomb not on this side, just trying to take vision away from the CTs if possible. Show a bit of presence. Hold players on that side of the map.
We've been seeing this a lot lately. Teams going for the boost to get an individual either up and on the landing, ready to pounce a little bit quicker, or just hiding, ready to take a fight if the CTs want to go aggressive. This is, well, both sides of the map. Fight's about to happen. dupreeh not ready for the push. He loses the AK.
Yeah, that's huge. And Device could be exposed as well. They know dupreeh had to have been boosted to get there, so certainly one around B can be a safe call. Rifle could continue to do good damage on Jax. For now, some space being taken, and it's Device that's really found a lot. But Glaive caught out again on their own, and Nexus so precise with that MP9. It's not looking like a disadvantage in their hands this round.
No, it's actually looking very good for them. They've got players towards B. Device flashed off. They'll have to bide his time now, and Magis pulls one back here, so they've got a chance to get this plant down and actually have a smoke in reserve as well, but that's now been removed. Device dropped. Kenny S doesn't look like he's going to miss again, but he does. 2-on-2, 25 seconds remaining, bomb to be planted here, but it's a fake.
Oh, I'm nervous for them, and now Zipex has pushed in perfectly. All onto Nexa then, he will shut down Magis, they're in line. He just holds down Mouse 1, collects 2, and wins a crucial round, 3 in total. Impact player, that's for sure, Nexa. He secures the 10th and has broken the bank of Astralis.
He won a 1v3 in the first half, and he's won that 1-on-2 right here with the bonus round in tow. So G2, they've started to steady after the shaky stages and scenes that we saw over there when they were trying to do their best attacking. Things for G2, I would say, are always, at least in my opinion, going to be better on the defense, or at least it should be, because their individuals are very good fraggers. They're all able to multi-kill. They're all able to lock down a site on their own.
Confident move there from Jax as well. Drops the Incendiary to give him a bit of space, meaning they can't swing towards it with the Tech-9. Challenges T-Spawn, clean kill. Follows it up with the second, and it's Nexa with the strong form continued here as he'll get the third kill of the round. 10-8 as G2 look very comfortable here, just Magisk and Zipex remaining. Shouldn't be any conversation about them getting the bomb down here, but maybe they can find a kill or two. This shot might just enable it. Zipex, there it is, just one. Can't really do much of it. Might not even get to the rifle.
Yeah, so step one achieved. Keep the rifle is step two. Let's see if Hunter's going to let that happen. It does look like the perfect flank, and with HP that low, unfortunately, Zipex, it's not going to last much longer.
Trying to make his way towards construction, but he'll be taken down in a second. That's going to be Hunter as G2 really looking quite comfortable here. That's going to be 4-0 in the second half. MP9s will enable them to have a lot of cash going forward as well. The Orb on Kenny S with $5 grand in reserve. It's looking great out there for them on their map pick as well. Managed to pull this one right back after some very questionable financial decisions in the first half. G2 showing us why Vertigo is their pick.
We do have Overpass coming up next no matter what happens here. And the reason I said that this completely lies on Vertigo is G2. Not a massive Overpass team, if we're going to be completely honest. This roster, they've only played it 6 times together. They dabbled with it back when they first came together in 2019. And they've only played it once in 2020. That was taking out Contact Gaming on the road to Rio, 16-6. A bit of a surprise pick there. On your screens, you can see we're highlighting Zipex and Nexa, the in-game leader on the G2 side of things.
So I assume this is a technical pause. Green, what's the situation? What are we looking at?
So I've been down on the pitch, boys. There are a couple of little bumps down here. I'm trying to flatten them out as fast as I can. It looks like I've done it. Teams are happy. We'll be getting back here.
So you've taken on more of a groundsman role
Yes,
at this point.
I've got the rakes out. I've got the lawnmower.
Okay,
It's
well,
all
I like
clean
that.
now. I've been doing some baking. I've been doing all sorts of
He
stuff,
did make
guys.
us some fantastic cookies
Did you like the
today.
cookies?
Dude,
They
the
were great.
Twix twist.
Where are my cookies, Rush?
Oh dear. Okay,
Back to
well,
work.
back to work. No cookies for the producer, Fury. Didn't tell him.
So we do get into another gun round here. As I said, 4-0 for G2. Bit of aggression towards the B steps as well. Nice crossfire. Nexa does avoid the flashbang. Guarantee himself a lovely kill there towards Dupree, who actually got flashed by his teammates somewhat upon entry towards B. So, not the start they were looking for. Astralis still yet to find a single round here. Nice grenade as well. That's going to do no damage. So, looks good. 10 out of 10 for the throw, but didn't quite connect.
I really enjoy watching Kenny CT AWPing here. So now it's in action. You'll just get to watch the very methodical hold of the ramp and the different angles by which he can peek. For now, though, of course, forced off. Control given to Astralis, and it does look like they're lining up for the full execute. First will be a molly towards the sandbags, the sign of things to come. Jack's working on a flank here, and nicely caught as he descends the ladder. That's the lineup for the one-way. Will enable him to see the toes crossing. But unfortunately, they've thrown smokes as well. Not quite as powerful.
Well, time's a problem here. Jax's flank, it could be good.
It certainly could, but they've just started to overcommit. Past his line of sight, he'll have to start working on the flank, and Device just got caught by a bullet. Stray one, straight through. Close opportunity here for Jax. And a little messy. He's only going to get the one. Magisk will fall. Glaive did get the trade, now supported by a fantastic spray from Zipex. A 2v3 certainly winnable, but maybe not now. 4 HP.
Doesn't look good at all. Zipex will be given the task of clutching this down. He's got no HP. The defuse not actually coming in, but there it is. Another convincing finish there for G2. Stayed calm, didn't overcommit. Touching the bomb there, tickling it, making sure that Zipex had to challenge. And of course he does. The AWP takes him down, and that's going to be 5 in a row now for G2. Looking fantastic on the second half as Nexa continues to rack up the frags, taking his total up to 18 and 13 now. 104 ADR and leading the team to success by the looks of things here. This is looking fantastic.
Yeah, so, well, they were getting owned in terms of opening duels, and that stat line still stays. It's 15-5. But what's changed is the multi-kills. They're leading in multi-kills at this point. G2 have overtaken Astralis 17 to 16. So their individuals doing a good job at putting 2 in the back pocket. Kenny S, almost takes down Zipex. He actually wants another bite here. Gets the leg, wants a bit more. The nade could be good.
He went right into the back corner. He survives with 5 HP. Zipex, one of the most influential members of the Astralis Vertigo so far. Kenny, come on now. Going for wild no scopes just to try and keep that presence clear.
We haven't said anything about it, but dupreeh only has 3 kills.
That's a good point. 3 and 13. It's actually a very slow map by his standards.
This is peculiar. Astralis are clearing the sign saying nobody home. Device has walked all the way through. He's calling short clear 2. Okay, executed.
So Hunt up. He'll have the incendiary to deny the plant here. Device already got through elevators. This is huge. That's a guaranteed frag towards Kenny. Not the cleanest, but he gets it. And will be taken down in the back there. So now we'll have the 4-on-4. This is a retake setup from G2. Bombs just gone down. Still with smokes and molotovs on the T side as well, along with the flashbangs as they get ready for the inevitable retake. G2 certainly going for this one.
Glaive's going to be the first to contact. He's going to take the early fight, try and deny anyone that's trying to ninja onto that bomb. They disappear in a puff of smoke. Where did they go? The frags keep coming, though. dupreeh finds his 4th, can't find his 5th, and so it's Magisk again to clutch.
Defuse.
There's no time to defuse. There's no time now. Nexa, get on it. It's all gone. You're both going to blow up. Nexa just getting out of the radius. They'll preserve their rifles, but Astralis will secure their 9th.
In a similar fashion to G2 winning their first round as well, everyone goes down. Their money's in a similar position. I don't think Astralis will eco here, but similar sort of scenes. And we all have 12 to 9. Astralis will take a tactical timeout to have the exact same conversation G2 had in their first half. Very peculiar. This has happened twice. All 5 going down for find their first round on the board here as well. So lose the stage of the loss bonus, and we'll see what they can come up with. They are going to be buying AK-47s, but they won't have much else to go with them. Certainly don't have the AWP. Device will be on just the SMG here. UMP, to be specific. Drops $1,400, and Magisk can afford an AK and armor. He might be Mac 10.
Yeah, he's just gone for the AK, so that means he won't have any utility behind it. Well, right here on the screens, that's Nico and Hunter. They're cousins, if you're not too familiar with the Kovac cousins. These guys, well, Hunter's older than Nico, but I'm sure we all know Nico for a lot longer than what we've seen Hunter in the server, but Hunter's got a lot of the tendencies that Nico has. Fantastic aim, loves a good old tap.
Always getting stuck in as well at the front of the pack. We'll see Device, as mentioned, on towards that SMG. Big round here for Astralis. Give this one up. They'll have $2,900 per player on top of 0. And this is going to be a difficult round to even get close to. Magisk will take a bit of grenade damage, kick things off down to 76. And they've got a bit of a focus towards B this time. You can see 4 players posturing outside the bomb site. It's time to edge up slowly. Nexa with 19 kills. Given the task to defend here.
So he's opted for quad. It's an interesting shot. Oh, look at the lineups here. We've got a full execute on our hands. So 2 smokes flying through the sky. And that will be a wall of smokes. Molotov to the default box. You can see it works nicely. What's the gap he's found? Opting to just lie on top of the box. It's powerful. Could get caught from either side. He's got his teammate responsible for 1, but now he's gone down. Hunter falls. The spray from Jax inflicting good damage and spotted. Wow! Glaive jumping for the info, and he gets more than that, a headshot. And now the site can go down, or rather the bomb can go down. It's the flank from Magisk. He holds it, contains it, and now the 10th converted.
Nice work from Astralis. Didn't have a whole lot to work with there, and they've got 4 players surviving. Next up, unable to find any frags there at all. Was sat on top of the bomb site, hoping they would commit, but they were being very patient, very methodical. Astralis will find double digits just in the nick of time. This was a must-win round for them, and it's looking very clean. Now we get an extra $3,500 per player. And in terms of the loss bonus for G2, you can see they'll actually only get $1,400, right? So, or $1,900 because they gave up the last round, of course. So they'll get $1,900 on top of about $1,500 here. It's not going to be great, but they save the AWP. This is tactical timeout territory for them. They're going to have to work out what they're going to do.
They've only got 1 left, so if they want to burn it now, it's going to be a big risk right here for G2. Lots more Counter-Strike still to be played. Execute from Astralis was on point. It almost felt like Nexa had done enough, denying with his own utility, being up close and personal. But it is that Glaive shot, the jumping through the smoke, Kill onto Nexa there, who was trying to peer on over the top. That was the round winner. That's going to be the bomb going down yet again for Astralis. So they're starting to build a bit of a bank over on that side of things. And they are going to burn that timeout. So
yeah, that's what I thought they would do. It's one of those weird rounds where Kenny S, he could certainly carry it for you. You have the potential to bring out a few FAMASes, some Deagles. Enough to win the round is what I'm saying. It'd be a good chance to shut down Astralis. If you won this round, it'd be huge. But the odds don't look good. I would say it has to be a pistol sort of situation. That CZ from Hunter confirms it, I would say. And they should be allowing Astralis to get to number 11, but you never know. Kenny S can be a brick wall in these sort of rounds. If he gets the first 2 opening picks with an aggro A play, it could be onto something. He looks like he's facing towards B right now, so it could be indicative of his final decision.
It could. So perhaps stacking up those pistols elsewhere and hoping that Kenny can contain and find something early. He is going to be going towards B. Okay, interesting. So a lot riding on this guy's shoulders. Amanek going to be smoking off ramp, hoping that's enough to contain the Astralis initially. 3 of them actually opting for middle to start this one off. Boost seems promising. Being checked, but that's good. 2 damage. Glaive and Device have caught a bullet from the Deagle. Jax completely scar-free.
Yeah, he wants more, though.
So brave. It does send them out of mid, though. He's done his job. He has, quote-unquote, defended middle with the unarmored Deagle.
Yeah, it's enough. Does just under 100 damage. Pushes them back towards A, and they've actually repositioned another CT player here as well.
Woof.
Kenny S all the way towards B. Oh, it's actually come in. All right, then. CZ, if he gets this opening kill, could be enough for Kenny. There it is, and the bomb goes down as well. This is huge.
And Amanex pushed for another. Oh, and Kenny's orbs filled the feed. My goodness. G2, they've got the advantage. They just need to finish the job. There is a lot of time and a lot of very talented players. A weapon retrieval goes wrong. No, it doesn't. Nexa still gets that frag despite the disadvantage and Device. Oh my goodness, very quick from Nexa. He falls as well. G2 with only an AWP. Pistols sprinkled in for good measure.
You're dead on thinking that was a guaranteed kill there against Nexa. That was dupreeh though, Alex, and he's 5 and 15. He's having a nightmare out there. That was a key frag. That would have been the difference maker in the round. Kenny S delivers. This was the moment. dupreeh should have had that. He's got no armor. And an AK-47, he wasn't even going for headshots or body spray. He knows I should have connected. It cost him the round. And it will be 13-10. The eco works out for G2. Money weak for Astralis now, and they're trying to send it towards middle. They take a dink. Major's down to 12, and Jax confident to stay once again.
Jax's playstyle is very much just these shots and fall back, except the thing is, shots are so good, he's almost always done something to you as he falls back to reposition. Another dink, happy to report. Crucial opportunity from Device. They both peak, but Zipex actually catching short player. Hunter now has a lot to do. He is dinked. He's hiding behind the sandbags. A smoke's not going to save him. Device is the only one to have fallen for Astralis so far. However, they're all over B. The bomb's coming in as well. The CT's just going to have to look to save those rifles.
Yeah, this one's a lock. Bomb goes down. They're already being swarmed. Astralis will do their best to take these rifles away as well. The money on the side of things for G2, it's not bad. It's also not great. They're going to want to hold on to these if they can, but I don't think they'll be granted that. You can just see as soon as the bomb's planted, we can just take a look at the progression bar in the top of your screen. Look, they're already on the chase. They're already on the hunt. They're going to be closer than G2 are ready for. dupreeh hasn't cleared his corners. He's going to go down, but at least the information's there. They know where Nexa is. They can isolate and chase if they need.
We'll see if they can do so. Don't have the biggest bankrolls to necessarily justify, but we have got one player right next to him. That's Zipex, who I think spotted him through the tarpaulin. We are going to have a final kill found. Big one as well. Puts pressure on G2 now. Vamanek and Jax hovering under $3,000. Astralis right back in contention for Vertigo here. It's been a real difficult second half, although they went down 5-0. But starting to balance out here. They've won 3 out of the last 4 rounds. Loss bonus for G2 will be at $1,900 going forward, sorry. So this is actually $1,400. Have to take a very modest investment with a few pistols. And that's about 2 sets of Kevlar.
Yeah, both teams are at bottom of the barrel loss bonus, right?
Yeah.
Within the bottom 2 stages. So if we keep going back and forth in terms of rounds, by the time we get to the bookend, the close of map number 1, it's going to be scrappy buys on both sides. So each kill, each round, each weapon, it's going to get more and more important from this point forward. So Whatever damage G2 can do here, it's good. Doesn't even matter about the round, just about how much they can take away.
Dupree, good shots, and ooh, Hunter even better. Does he get away with this?
Might do with the smoke going down here.
Wow, not bad at all. He'll escape. Jax is on the flank. Unfortunately for him, he's only got a P2K. He may have been spotted by Dupree there, not sure.
Yeah, it looks like the way Dupree reacted certainly did see him. And now just putting the brakes on, making sure they don't throw this one away. Molotov down towards Sandbags, and Glaive just checking out the close range positions here. We've got Jax upgrading to the Deagle. They certainly heard that. Dupree just keeps an eye.
Yeah, this is strange.
Connector.
It's really strange right now what Astralis are doing. They're just waiting and seeing if they want to push it all. And, well, G2, they were holding. That Dink's going to come on through. Makes Device think better of going up short by himself. They'll hear the Deagle as well. So now they know there's two over towards A. They know Jax is behind. There's 20 seconds left. This one can still fall apart.
All it takes is one shot through the smoke. I was actually referencing the CTs. It seems Glaive, he's capable as well, because that will enable the